my friends.
Hello, my name is Tom, and today we're going to be venturing into uncharted territory to talk about someone you've never heard of, you don't know anything about him, and his name is David Dobrik. David Dobrik. And you guys know me, you know how much of a based red pillar I really am. I'm dwelling in the annals of 4chan and 8chan and 2chan and really just all the chans. Anything with chan on it, I'm that guy, okay? I'm there. I'm posting memes that you wouldn't dare send to your dad, but your grandfather would probably like them. So you may be wondering, Tom, why are you talking about such a normie subject right now? To some fellow Kekistanis in the audience, it may feel like somewhat of a betrayal. But I've been trying to understand the wider YouTube landscape a little more lately, trying to broaden my horizons, and David Dobrik's drama is one that I kind of entirely missed the boat on, and I wanted to know what happened with his drama and why so many people were upset that he was coming back. I mean, I knew the footnotes about how he apparently smashed some kind of construction equipment into Jeff Wittick's face and turned him into Harvey Dent. I had heard something about his friend Dirty Dom being dirty or something like that, but I didn't really know the whole lore until I started to research this video, and now we've got quite a story. It's kind of just a fact at this point that whether or not you know a lot about David Dobrik, you know the name. He's one of those few figures from YouTube that transcend the YouTube world to just kind of become a mainstream celebrity. He's become one of these monoliths of pop culture, kind of like Logan Paul or Mr. Beast, someone like that. And just like Logan Paul and Mr. Beast, he's also accumulated his fair share of detractors over the past little while. But the difference between Logan Paul and David Dobrik is that Logan still produced content to this day. David, on the other hand, had disappeared from YouTube for 2 years, at least until his recent return, which was news everywhere, even in mainstream news sources. All these magazines are writing about him. Every YouTuber under the sun is talking about him and how bad of a guy he is. And admittedly, when I first heard about David Dobrik, I just kind of wrote him off as like, who gives a shit? This drama's probably nothing. Anybody who has people in their videos where they're like, hey sisters, like I just get out of there, okay? I need to get out of there. I can't tolerate that kind of thing.
Oh my god, you're gay? I'm like so happy for you that you're gay.
Most of their drama can be boiled down to like Dream and Tommy Innit fighting. It's funny, but it's like whatever.
You are like a proper movie villain.
So at first I thought that David Dobrik's controversies really fell into that category. But after I started digging into his past, a lot of information came up that I didn't think I would find. So today we're going to be digging through that drama and peeling back the curtain to kind of explore this David Dobrik rabbit hole and see what went so wrong, see why so many people are mad that he's come back, and just try to understand what's happening really. Kind of more for myself than for you guys, but you know, it's a YouTube video. David Dobrik was born in 1996 and not in the United States. He's actually an immigrant. He's from Slovakia, which is, why would you be Slovakian? Like, why would you ever willingly choose to be from that country? I don't know. Bulgarians for the win. And nobody knew who he was because he was just a normal guy like everyone else until Vine came around. And looking back at Vine, it's kind of shocking to me how crazy some of the stuff on that website was compared to the stuff you can post today. Like 10 years ago, there were a lot of people making a lot of watermelon jokes, so to speak, on that platform. Like, it was pretty wild, okay? It was pretty wild.
Drop the drug!
It's okay. I got that weed card. Shit!
I'ma play the game how it goes.
David Dobrik joined Vine because he loved the watermelon jokes. Okay, that's not true. I can't just lie. David Dobrik joined Vine in 2013 at the peak of its popularity, and he got really, really big on the platform, partially due to his humor, which, you know, Vine humor it's something else, but also because he was able to score a lot of big collaborations with a lot of other big Viners. And while his success wasn't really groundbreaking in terms of originality or anything like that, he wasn't making like movies on Vine, not that anybody really was, but it wasn't like game-changing content, okay? He was able to really exploit the algorithm and follow whatever the audience wanted to see at that point in time, and he did it very well. And I think it's hard to really explain what his content was without just showing it to you.
Is that yours? I'm just holding it for my girlfriend.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah. You want some gum?
Wait, was that first one the whole thing? Hold on.
I'm just holding it for my girlfriend.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah. You want some gum?
That's your joke? I hate Vine.
Hey, no.
What are you, like 5? Your fingers can't fit in that. Here, use this.
Okay, I mean that one had kind of a joke to it, but okay, if you're gonna stick something in the outlet, why would you use a knife with a rubber grip?
No.
You're not gonna get properly shocked with that. You're gonna need to get some kind of just like a full steel knife. I think would be better if you're trying to get the results that you want.
What are you so happy about?
I just gave that guy my number. He's gonna text me when he gets home.
He's homeless.
This is what got you famous in 2014, dude. I much prefer like the Rizzler or literally any other brain rot meme to whatever that was. I already hate this guy, okay? I already hate this guy. But no matter what I or anyone else thinks of his content, in retrospect, at the time it was very popular. You could see there he had a lot of famous people collabing with him like Gabby Hanna and Liza Koshy, okay? He had some very big names on his roster. And so by 2017, David had accumulated millions of followers on Vine, and he was a very recognizable online presence. And when Vine shut down, David didn't just want to quit making video content, so he migrated over to YouTube in what was known as the Viner invasion. When all of these Viners came over to YouTube, you had Logan Paul, Jake Paul, all of those guys, all right, and David Dobrik was one of them. He came over at the same time as Drew Gooden, Cody Ko. Everybody from Vine came over, and then like 20 of them became the most famous people of all time on YouTube. And it kind of makes sense that it would work because on Vine, you have to condense really entertaining content into like 6 seconds. You only have 6 seconds to get the most ideas across, right? And so you have to pack a lot into that versus on YouTube, you have all this time. And if you just kind of replicate that formula over 4, 5, 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes even, you're probably going to have some success because these YouTubers for years were just kind of making content without competition. All of a sudden, all these Viners come over and they're changing the game a little bit. Whether that's for better or for worse, I'll, leave up to the audience for sure. It was for the worst. Unfortunately, it seems like we're about to have another situation like that where all of the TikTokers, when TikTok gets banned, are going to come over to YouTube. Not really looking forward to that. That's going to produce a lot of cancerous content. There was the Vino side, and now we're seeing the TikToko cost. And it's going to be a dark day for them, and it's going to be a dark day for us as well. Like, we should have just kept them segregated over there, but now we're going to have to deal with it. And as a result of his time on Vine, David's early YouTube content really reflected that Vine stuff. He had a lot of quick cuts, very, very high energy, fast-paced jokes, and he also had a heavy reliance on collaboration, getting as many famous people as he could in his content. And by 2017, the same year that Vine shut down, David had already had kind of a head start, and so he was already growing his platform on YouTube a lot. And it's during this year that he really solidified his content routine, his content structure that would really make him succeed. Every single video would be 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. Not 1 second longer, not 1 second less. Every video would be 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. And they would be filled with rapid fire clips of pranks, stunts, heavily edited chaos. It was basically like his entire day hanging out with all these famous people, condensed into the shortest possible structure that you could possibly see. It was kind of like the original brain rot, but in a vlog context, and it worked really well. He was able to hold people's attention spans super, super well because it was a 4 minute and 20 second video. He could just have rapid fire joke after joke after joke after bit after funny moment, and it made him really algorithm friendly at the time, especially when YouTube videos were starting to get longer and longer versus there was this one guy on YouTube who was making like the most compact, condensed piece of content into 4 minutes and 20 seconds that you've ever seen. And these frequent collaborations would really lead into the next step to David's success, which is the Vlog Squad, which was basically a rotating cast of personalities made up of e-celebrities, actual celebrities, David's friends, and David himself that would all appear in his vlogs. While David was definitely the leader of everything and was orchestrating all of it, he was sort of the puppet master pulling the strings. Definitely a lot of the reason why his content succeeded was because of his ability to orchestrate these crazy stunts and reactions between all these other recognizable faces, some of which only became recognizable because of David. And that made the content very unpredictable and pretty funny. Like, looking back at these videos on YouTube, as opposed to his Vines, which I absolutely loathe, I see why these videos did well. Like, I could see myself watching a few of these and being like, yeah, I got a kick out of that. That's not even that bad. At the time on YouTube, he and Casey Neistat were kind of unrivaled in terms of the daily vlog format. And at its peak, the Vlog Squad had a ton of official and some kind of more unofficial members that would frequently appear in his videos that really made the content what it was. And all of these people became, if they weren't recognizable already, even more recognizable as a result of David's videos. You had David himself, obviously. You had Liza Koshy, Karina Kopf, Gabby Hanna, Jason Nash, Jeff Wittick, Josh Peck. Yes, the guy from Drake and Josh. The fat guy from Drake and Josh was in all of his videos for some reason. I don't know how he pulled that, but he did. Scotty Sire, Toddy Smith, Natalie Noel, Heath Husser, Matt King. And obviously some of these people already had careers before David was even famous. They just kind of joined on the bandwagon. But a decent amount of these people, like Jason Nash, were basically unknown before David's content and then became famous in their own right and recognizable to millions of people. It's not an understatement to say that he was of a similar level of fame to like Jake or Logan Paul at this point in time. The difference being that he wasn't absolutely hated by every YouTuber on the platform. Some Viners came over and they caused endless controversy from YouTube commentary creators who would talk about them. David Dobrik was not one of those guys. He had a pretty clean brand. He was pretty inoffensive. He didn't do anything super insufferable. People actually liked him. I mean, he was so popular that he got on Jimmy Fallon, which right now is probably not held in that high of regard, but at the time, for a YouTuber to be on Jimmy Fallon, it was a huge deal.
5 big booms! Okay. Boom!
Okay. Yeah, boom, yeah, 5 booms. Yeah, okay. So no.
He had officially exited the YouTube world and entered the normie orbit, and people loved him for it. By the late 2010s, David Dobrik had a lot to be proud of. He had successfully transitioned from Vine to YouTube. He now had 19 million subscribers, over 7.1 billion total channel views, and in 2019, his channel was the 5th most viewed on all of YouTube, raking in 2.4 billion views in one single year. These numbers are not just big, they are industry defining. There's a very limited pool of people who have ever reached that level of success. And because, in contrast to someone like Logan Paul, he was not super controversial, he appealed to a lot more mainstream people and was able to get a lot of decent Hollywood gigs. He made his way into voice acting in the Angry Birds 2 movie, which is like, I mean, that's kind of awesome, to be honest. That's cool. He also made his way into family-friendly television because he was a judge on Nickelodeon's America's Most Musical Family, and he even hosted a SpongeBob SquarePants special, which I think really just speaks for itself as a testament to how popular this guy was. Mainstream people in the mainstream Hollywood entertainment world were clamoring to get this guy in their projects to be like, hey guys, we're hip, we're relatable, we're cool for the kids. And to top it off,
all right, and we're back here on Guild Wars.
First season of a Discovery
Last time we were
Channel
playing, we were
show.
editing our new Deadeye build because I want a Deadeye with a sword.
Absolute peak. He was not just a YouTuber.
So,
that is kind of doing what
we're
he had on
changing
YouTube
up
to
right
service.
now.
He was really like a cultural phenomenon in a way. His reach was undeniable, his influence was massive, and it all seemed pretty unstoppable. But like many creators of his size, David would eventually face backlash, and it would start pretty small at first. It's kind of like the Mr. Beast effect, where you get so big that it seems like you're kind of untouchable, and then one little controversy happens, and then it kind of snowballs from there into a ton of other things, and then before you know it, you're But before I go any further, it's time to make a little dosh. From today's sponsor, GamerSupps, the best energy drink in the freaking game. GamerSupps is packed with everything you need to stay calm, focused, and locked in without everything you don't need. It's the energy drink with 0 calories, 0 sugar,
and we're gonna fast forward this.
The first thing that David got in hot water for was actually in 2017 with a video titled "He Thought He Was Kissing Her, Super Cringy," which is a video that's since been deleted from his channel. In the video, David orchestrates a prank involving Seth Francois, a member of the Vlog Squad, and Jason Nash, who's a 47-year-old comedian who's also associated with the group that you guys probably know of.
He'll increase critical
Seth was
damage.
blindfolded and under the impression he
when
was
I
about
do
to
more
kiss
damage when I'm
Corinne
at
Koff,
high
a
health.
pretty attractive girl. Instead, was pranked into kissing Jason Nash. And the truth of the matter of this entire thing was only revealed after the act actually happened. Now, this video didn't initially generate a lot of widespread criticism. The viewers just kind of treated it as another prank in his collective prank catalog, repertoire, discogram. There weren't a lot of alarms at the time, not a lot of outrage, but eventually this would come back to bite him. Then in 2018, another vlog would become notable because of the controversy that it sparked, titled "She Should Not Have Played with Fire." In the video, David's seen hanging out with his usual crew, including a guy named Dom, who went by the moniker Dirty Dom. During the video, Dom makes what are presumably intended as jokes within the video itself, claiming he's invited a group of girls over for a fivesome. These girls do appear briefly, and while Dom directs a series of sexual remarks their way, it seemed like just another kind of moment of edgy, questionable humor, at least at the time. It wasn't really read into too much. People were like, oh, haha, that's Dirty Dom.
I'm not really using the
I invited
pistols.
these girls over to have a fivesome, so hopefully I have a fivesome tonight.
Hold on then. Let me switch to this build then. I'm gonna try this then.
I don't talk to any other girl.
After a couple minutes of talking, it was clear there was no fivesome happening tonight.
You called it.
Landing a critical hit while under the effect of Fury grants the duration of Fury.
I'm down.
But by some stroke of luck and master negotiating, Dom made progress.
You are healed for a percentage of outgoing critical damage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Health steal is good.
3 in there.
Holy shit. It smells like someone was murdered in here.
Dom!
What's up, dude?
You are sweating like a racehorse. Was that your first threesome?
Yeah, thanks, David. Yo, smell my finger.
No. I'll give you $20.
25?
Deal.
But while this video itself didn't show anything explicitly weird, some viewers did note one detail that might have warranted more attention. A few months earlier, a girl named Allie released a video titled "Dirty Dom Exposed My Story," in which she accused Dirty Dom of groping her and forcibly kissing her at VidCon that year. Now, at the time, this video did get some attention, but
Dodging
there wasn't a
removes
lot of solid
a
evidence
damaging
or proof in the way of
condition.
what happened, so Dirty Dom and
Aiden might
David
when you
didn't really feel
dodge.
pressured to respond around because it's like there's no real evidence going on here. What are they really supposed to say at that point in time, you know? And at the same time, this was also at like the peak of David's popularity, so the fans were not inclined to just believe a claim like this, right? They want to believe that David or
I'll take
Dirty
that.
Dom would
Instant
wrong,
reflexes.
so
That's
they're
cool.
like, okay, whatever, push that aside, back to watching the Vlog Squad. But 2020 also had one more controversy, where a 5-part TikTok series came out from this guy named Kareem, basically saying that David didn't hire him and instead stole his idea for an app. But he also didn't provide a lot of good evidence at the time. It was kind of just a claim. But it's proof of the fact that people here and there were starting to be bolder and bolder with criticizing David Dobrik and criticizing the Vlog Squad. You kind of have the seeds of dissent being sown. But finally, on June 2nd, 2020, Seth, the guy from the kissing prank video who got kissed by Jason Nash when he didn't want to be kissed by Jason Nash, decided to drop a video titled Accountability to All Creators. In the video, he said that he experienced a racist and toxic environment while being a part of the Vlog Squad. And he included some footage of David and his friends engaging in a wide range of what he described as inappropriate behavior, such as like joking about taking Seth to the police station, doing blackface, offering him watermelon, and labeling him as their only black friend.
Coming over, he's our only black friend. Don't ruin this for me, okay? This is Alex, you probably already know. What's Hey, Seth, you want something to drink? What'd you... Come on, Alex.
Now, from the footage we have here, it does seem like these guys were joking in context and weren't necessarily trying to do any harm to this guy. And in fact, a lot of Vines from back in the day did have a lot of very racist humor and nobody really batted an eye. But obviously, to a lot of people at the time on the internet, this was very offensive as the Black Lives Matter movement was becoming a bigger thing and social justice was becoming a bigger conversation. And it was kind of another seed being planted in the David Dobrik might kind of suck to his audience category, right? But personally, I mean, I cannot criticize anyone for making jokes. I probably said way worse on a live stream. I probably will right after I finish recording this video. 1 week later, David Dobrik posted his weekly podcast, and at the very beginning of it, David decided to address this controversy, attempting to apologize for his past behavior. But a lot of people in the audience saw this as shallow, as insincere, and the reason why is because David refused to really name who he was talking about or who needed to be addressed. It seemed like he wasn't trying to draw more attention to the controversy while also kind of getting ahead of it
so
and
I just
talking
constantly
about it.
heal?
Honestly, he would have been better off just ignoring it, but he didn't want to do that. He wanted to address this to the audience and show them that he felt bad, I guess, in his mind. But people didn't really like this apology whatsoever.
And I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed about some of the things I did in videos or in Vines or whatever I was doing. And I genuinely feel awful.
Okay, so acrobatics is okay, but we'll check out the other tabs.
But like I said, these are just kind of breadcrumbs. We're kind of in the calm before the storm era. But 2021 would be probably the worst year of David Dobrik's life. This is when things got bad. On February 5th, 2021, a guy named Nick, who was a former member of the Vlog Squad, appeared on an episode of the H3 podcast. And something we have to note here is that Ethan Klein at the time was also hosting Frenemies, a dual podcast between him and Trisha Paytas, with Trisha being a former Vlog Squad member and the ex-girlfriend of a current Vlog Squad member, Jason Nash. So there's like kind of a conflict of interest here already. There are familial relationship, fat Trisha Paytas ties between everyone.
You guys want to watch me and Trisha have sex?
And Nick came out to talk about his experience
so
with
acrobatics
the Vlog
is
Squad,
good.
saying that it had really negatively impacted his own mental health. He
Top,
discussed
middle,
the
bottom.
difficulties he faced due to his rare form of dwarfism, which caused him to be blind in his left eye. And he alleged that during his time with the Vlog Squad, he was repeatedly mocked for his height and disabilities.
For a long time, like, I felt like worthless being in those videos. Like,
Lesser haste has
like,
a 60-second cooldown.
Here, like, what's the point of my existence? Because I was just treated like this punching bag, right? Like, everyone's just joking about me, like mocking me. Then the fans in public are doing the same, and like, I had a good long look in the mirror, and like, I was like, wow, I'm like really depressed. Like, and that was kind of my signal to be like, all right, dude. Like, I realized right then and there, like, followers, fame, money, none of this stuff is worth it if I'm getting to the point where like I can remove 2 conditions
of haste as well.
And so obviously the audience was getting pissed off about some of this shit, right? About a week later, Seth from the Kissing Guy prank went on the H3 podcast and he talked about his experience, saying that he now viewed it in a new light, basically saying that he was kind of low-key pseudo-sexually assaulted because he didn't consent to kissing Jason Nash. He consented to kissing Corinna, that's my girl, when in reality he ended up kissing a 47-year-old man.
And after Jason pulls off his mask, and I realized that, you know, I just was touched by someone that, you know, I did not, you know, consent to having their tongue. And I'm sorry, it is a little bit hard to kind of like talk about this because like this situation, I know a lot of people because also I'm a man coming out about something that's like a sexual battery, sexual assault type of situation. So it's kind of hard to believe you know, a person that is you know, speaking about something like this.
And at that point, Trisha started talking nonstop about the Vlog Squad and David Dobrik and a lot of stuff. One of the biggest things she claimed was that while she was having sex with her boyfriend at the time, Jason Nash, David Dobrik had filmed her without her consent. Apparently, Jason was aware of this prank. He knew it was going on, but Paytas says there was no consent given
barrier
from
when
her
he was
end at the very
healing.
least. Which obviously, like, if you're filming people having sex and only
Stealing
one of them's
flex
cool with it, that's a really bad thing to do. I mean, I don't need to, like, go on a 3-minute diatribe about how that's bad. We know that's not a good thing.
I thought it already
like,
did.
I know you know. Or is it? It's bad. Yeah, don't do that. Don't film people having sex. She also said that she had asked David not to post one particular video titled "I Snuck Into Their Hotel Room." Surprise! But it got posted anyway.
I should just do privacy complaints for all his video. Be like, I did not consent to this. I did not consent to this.
I thought I blinded
this is not
on
my permission to put this into the video. Like, I'm not like that because I did consent to so
yeah.
much. But this in particular, it's like, what the
If
hell?
it dies
Here,
while
I'm trying to
marked.
find-
Okay.
So set this up for me, okay?
I was in Boston for 2 weeks with Jason and his family. He's like, we need to fly to Chicago, which is where David's from, and so we did, and we
Wait,
land.
so I can just
and
gain
this is,
malice
like, an hour,
on
2
Mark?
hours after
Hold
we
on.
land, we like get in the hotel room. I don't know. I guess we just started having like sex or something like that. And he's like, oh, can you go get me a tissue? And I go in there, and David's in the shower, and like we were in the room for at least an hour from the airport.
Ah,
an
so I
hour.
can
Like,
start with
he was there like
initiative.
2 hours.
What do you mean in the shower? He was just in the bathroom?
In the behind the shower curtain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, and they did these a lot, like scare pranks in my house. Like David would be in my house or whatever, but we were never like having.
But why
sex.
would that? Here's the creepy thing. Why would Jason have sex with you for an hour knowing David was in the
It
bathroom?
wasn't an hour. It was like maybe like 15 minutes.
Okay, but
like,
have sex with you
yeah,
at all?
yeah.
That's so disgusting.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
Like,
It's
wait,
such a violation.
Why didn't we just like send me in the bathroom before we got naked? Like we're naked in this clip, like completely.
So here.
I'm completely naked in this clip.
Oh, you can
FYI.
tell. Here, well, let's watch.
Jason just landed.
There we go. Okay. Now the sensitive
So
flex
H3
blindness
was
is an
ground
actual
zero for
drag.
Zane's early allegations against David Dobrik, and he ended up making a bigger accusation against David than most people had seen before, an accusation of censorship. Because when H3 was covering the story about Seth and the
Gained
kissing
super
prank,
speed.
apparently he got DMCA'd, and he thinks that it was David that did it. David's MCN is trying to remove this clip from the internet. This is straight up sexual assault, and he did it to him twice. Absolutely
Venom
infuriating to hear him
skills.
talk about it so joyously, knowing the trauma it caused Seth. And I can kind of understand from the perspective of like David when you're pranking your buddies. Like maybe you would think this is just like a cool, funny thing to do, like haha.
I mean, it's nice,
whatever,
but
you
just
know,
not for
the
this
guy's
building
gonna
going
kiss a
forward.
guy when he thinks he's kissing a girl, whatever. But the problem is, if Seth wasn't totally in on the joke and this wasn't the thing they were all cool with and would do regularly, then obviously he has a right to be upset about it after the fact. You know, this is kind of like a classic, I guess, frat guy prank, something to that effect. Just like a very boys club kind of prank type thing. And some of those
We'll
can
go
be
with
cool,
this.
and I can understand a world where Seth was okay with it, maybe. But in this case, he says he's not, and I think he has a right to be upset about the fact that he ended up kissing a guy. If I was kissing a guy and then they took the blindfold off and it turned out it was a girl, I'd probably kill someone. I'd probably kill myself. So at this point, the drama is rumbling.
Damn,
it's getting
gay
bigger
Tom.
and bigger. And at
Why
that
Tom
point,
so
a
gay?
Vlog Squad member named
Gay,
Scotty Sire ended up
gay.
uploading a video in defense of David Dobrik. And this is where something interesting happened, because in his effort to defend David, he showed messages that appeared to be Seth offering consent to the incident that took place in 2017.
David looked through his text messages and found one of Seth's numbers, asking him to do the kissing.
Does that
prank
not
a third
stealth me?
time.
Hold
Seth
on.
literally
I gotta double
requested to
check.
do it a third time.
Because I need to know if I can generate stealth.
Bro, I was thinking about it. I'm down for another kissing sketch. I said, haha, what do you mean? He goes, lol, I don't really care as long as you clout me up. I'm not gay, just don't care. And then he sends me this.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's not really a big deal. I mean, it's the same shit. Just, I don't know, more open-minded.
I don't know if Seth completely forgot about that or if he just hoped that David would never find it.
But he got so much backlash for that video, for showing those text messages. People called him a victim blamer, and he ended up having to post an apology on Twitter pretty soon after, saying he feels sorry to anyone who feels as though he disrespected or invalidated their story. Now, at this point, there's a lot of different claims being made. You have kind of shots across the bow from both sides, but David's been largely silent about all of this. But I would say that up until this point, the reputation of David Dobrik was probably still salvageable. I think he probably could have been fine if he just pushed on. If more stuff had
So I got
come out.
1,
But more stuff did
2.
come out, and it only got worse and worse from there. In March, Business Insider published a bombshell article where they apparently had investigated a member of the
why that
Vlog
didn't
Squad,
stealth
with
me.
that member being the aforementioned Dirty Dom, who had been accused of kissing a girl without her consent at VidCon, among the other somewhat kind of weird incident from that vlog that kind of looked like it may have been weird, but may have not been weird at the same time. People didn't really know. Business Insider went all in on Dirty Dom.
Okay,
The
so I
article
can
was
stealth
commentary from a
That's
woman who
good.
appeared in that 2018 vlog, the one called She Should Not Have Played With Fire, in which she claims that she was by Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom has been accused of sexual misconduct by 2 new women who came forward to Insider. An earlier investigation into a allegation against the YouTuber was published in March. The 2 women provided Insider with photos and videos of them with him. In the video, YouTuber David Dobrik could be heard saying stop as he tugged at the back of Dirty Dom's sweatshirt, while Dirty Dom pumped a female vlog extra in the hallway outside his apartment. Ziglatis, which is Dirty Dom's last name, if you don't know. Ziglatis asked a woman why she would agree to smoke his marijuana if she wasn't going to reciprocate by performing sexual acts on him. And as the article points out, Dirty Dom's whole character from the videos was that he was like kind of weird, kind of perverted, kind of sex obsessed, right? And ultimately the article is trying to show like he is that guy and more. Other women have also used TikTok to accuse him of misconduct. One of them, Gabriela Lagunas, came forward to Insider after reading the March investigation. She said that on December 13th, 2018, she met him near his apartment, which was a frequent Vlog Squad filming location. She shared a photo she took with him at the time
Okay,
of Insider,
this is
as
manageable.
well as
I like
screenshots
that.
of messages between the 2. Lagunas, who was 21 at the time, said she'd hoped to meet Dobrik, of whom she was a fan. She went out to dinner with Dom, and he made her pay for their meals, she said. He also asked her to come to his apartment, hinting that David will be filming there that night, she added. Dirty Dom then told her that she could either have sex with him or leave the apartment. She agreed to have sex, and afterwards he asked to take a video of her in her underwear. She agreed to that as well, but on the condition that he wouldn't share the video with anyone. Lagunas said that a few minutes after he took the video, he told her that he'd sent it to his friends in a group chat. Hey, mind if I take a video of you naked? Promise.
Okay,
I
so
won't
that
send it to
doesn't
anyone.
generate
Promise.
malice?
Pinky promise. Pinky promise. Oh, my bad, dude. My phone slipped. I slipped on a banana peel. I kind of did a dolphin dive like in Call of Duty.
That
into the
generates
phone, pressed
1.
send on Snapchat. My
That
bad.
generates 2.
My bad. Another woman appeared in a vlog in 2019. She was 18 at the time and a Dobrik fan. Dobrik had invited her and her friends up to Dom's apartment to film a bit where he and this young woman fought. She provided Insider with a video that her friend took shortly after Dobrik filmed the encounter for this vlog. In the video, which was still public on Dobrik's channel at the time of writing, with more than 13 million views, Dirty Dom rushed towards this woman and the clip cut off before they collided. In the video that this woman's friend took, Dirty Dom pinned her in a corner in the hallway outside his apartment. They were both clothed, but he repeatedly thrusted forward to hump her. David can also be seen and heard in the video. He tugged at Dirty Dom and told him to stop. Jennifer said that weeks later, she ran into Dom at a 7-Eleven near his apartment, and she asked him if he remembered humping her. She said that he responded to her, no, but I'd do it again. This article was really the powder keg.
There we
into
go, okay.
everything, and David ended up having to respond a few days later, talking about how consent was at the heart of his content, and he ended up apologizing to Seth for the kissing prank. And he also went on to address former members of the Vlog Squad, including Dom, saying that he's distanced himself from him and he doesn't align with his actions or stand for his misconduct.
All right, so I can just on demand stealth with my bow by
person, and I don't
one,
agree
one,
with some of the videos I've posted.
two dodge attacks.
The Seth situation, I'm sorry to Seth because I.
Why did
like
that
Seth.
not? Why does it
I just
not
wanna make
apply?
videos
Like, I'm not getting why
everybody
it's
in it, you know, whether
de-stealthing.
you're participating or watching.
I don't know if I'm doing something
is
wrong.
Enjoying and having a good time. And I missed the mark with that one, and I'm really sorry. I truly, truly am. And with people in my life that I don't film with anymore, like Dom and the other people that I no longer film with, I chose to
the other
distance
people,
myself because
and the rest.
I don't align with some of the actions, and I don't stand for any kind of misconduct, and I've been really disappointed by some of my friends. And for that reason, I've separated from a lot of them.
But of course, as per the article, the biggest accusation was that David was in the video where Dirty Dom was basically dry humping this girl without her consent, right? But of course, that wasn't the only thing Dirty Dom was also accused of. And there really was no good rebuttal from him. He just kind of ran.
Cool.
He was just like, bye, psych,
All right, I'm happy with this
gone.
build so
and
far.
people hated this video that David made. They did not see it as a good apology, as a good address of the situation.
Let's
And
see if
as
we can
result,
hop
he
into a
started
world v
losing
world.
a ton of subscribers. He lost 100,000 subscribers in the weeks that followed that video. And at the same time, they started started losing a ton of sponsorships. You had SeatGeek and Dollar Shave Club both dropping him. And not only did they drop him, they also made formal public statements condemning the Vlog Squad and saying they don't want to associate with them anymore. Even EA Sports, who had worked with David before, made a statement saying, "We haven't worked with David since April 2020 and can confirm we are not currently working with him, nor do we have any plans in the future. We expect any influencer or celebrity talent we work with to conduct themselves in a manner that is consistent with our values and policies." And looking back through all the people that dropped him at this point in time, all the companies that dropped David Dobrik, you realize just how many huge sponsorships that he had. HelloFresh dropped David Dobrik. DoorDash dropped him. General Mills dropped him. They make cereal. They dropped him. HBO Max dropped him. Facebook dropped him. Mark Zuckerberg was like, "We're done with you, David Dobrik. There's too much controversy for me." Audible dropped him. The Amazon audiobook platform. The biggest brands in the world who had collaborated with David Dobrik all dropped him in like 2 weeks. And at the same time, David started cleaning up his YouTube channel. He lost 66 million total views in one single day, indicating that he deleted at least a few high-ranking videos. According to Social Blade, David deleted 5 videos over the course of 4 months. But this is not where it ends, okay? Things have already gotten bad. They're getting to a fever pitch. David has lost all of his sponsors. He's officially kind of out of that YouTube mainstream meta. He's kind of at this point known just for the controversy alone, right? But that's not where it ends, because on March 21st, Jeff Wittick, who was a member of the Vlog Squad, posted a video titled My Truth, wherein he tried to distance himself from the Insider Report because the Insider Report had implicated him in providing alcohol to underage individuals. Jeff denied these allegations, claiming that Trisha Paytas was the only one who remembered him buying the alcohol. But the Insider Report stated that a friend of the victim and a designated driver recalled that Jeff Wittick and Todd Smith returned with the whiskey for these underage individuals. In response, Insider reporter Kat Tenbars released recordings of their phone conversation, where she wrote Jeff chose to leave out the fact that Sarah, one of the women there, remembered him and Todd coming back with the whiskey. Later that day, Jeff Wittick took part in a live stream with Ethan Klein and Trisha Paytas, where it was revealed that he himself had not read the Insider article because it was behind a paywall, so he didn't really know what was going on in that article. And a timestamp photo also contradicted his claim, showing that him, Smith, and others were at the scene hours later than he had personally stated. So there seems to be some weird inconsistencies going on here.
I talked about it in the video, but I did a shitty job. I said I'm bad at this stuff, you know?
Well, okay, let's talk about something specifically. You said a bunch of times in your video that Trisha is the reason you're in this article. Did you read the article?
I didn't want to pay for the paywall on it.
Yeah.
Now, while all this was going on, David would
Yeah, why would I pay for an article? That's stupid.
Bumble, which once again shows how massive this dude was. Like, he was sponsored by Chipotle. He was sponsored by Chipotle. And several videos also started being made about David Dobrik covering the controversy. They kind of accused David of starting a cult. I don't know that cult is the right term for this.
Here in the
It's
Borderlands
like a fun term to use in the YouTube title. I think probably all the people involved with David probably deserve some high level of criticism for all this weird shit going on. But I don't know if he started a cult. But I will say that there's definitely a lot for David to respond to here, and there would only be more in the future.
It is kind of like a cult, yeah. It's like a high school vibe, very cultish like vibe.
Wait, what is this, a brand new match? Did it just start?
The Vlog Squad operated and seeing what ex-members said, it definitely operated very similarly to a cult. Now, usually all cults have a leader that is seen as the prophet or the savior or the one that holds all the truth. Now, David obviously is not seen as any of these, but he shares a very similar element that all cult leaders have, which is basically being seen as unflawed. All cult leaders are seen as perfect and unflawed.
So David eventually released a second apology video, basically saying the same things he had apologized before in terms of the sexual assault allegations with Dirty Dom, but he kind of framed it in a different way. He also talked about the power dynamics that several content creators had called him out for, the power dynamic allegations.
And I want to apologize to her and her friends for ever putting them in an environment that I enabled that made them feel like their safety and values were compromised. I'm so sorry. I was completely disconnected from the fact that when people were invited to film videos with us, especially videos that relied on shock for views or whatever it was, that I was creating an unfair power dynamic. I did not know this before. It was completely wrong.
Why not?
And I wish I was more responsible, and I wish I was more aware at the time, and I'm so sorry I missed that.
Now, at this point, the allegations have reached such a high level that something happened that typically never happens on YouTube. This has happened like maybe a handful, maybe 5, 6 times.
That's a legendary
ever.
backpack he's
YouTube
got.
themselves stepped in and temporarily suspended David from the partner program, so they demonetized his channel.
Is there nobody
and then
here?
YouTube themselves made an official statement to Insider condemning him. Like, this is how bad this is getting. David Dobrik was so big that YouTube themselves felt pressured to make a statement to Insider. But it's at this point Jeff Wittek decided to come back out of the shadows, and he released even more claims about David. So Jeff Wittek released this multi-part documentary titled Don't Try This at Home, in which he explained an accident that he experienced in June of 2020 while filming for David Dobrik's comeback vlog. So basically they did this wakeboarding stunt because they thought it would be really funny. It was in a very shallow lake. Jeff Wittek is wakeboarding. He's being tugged by an excavator, like one of those big cat things they use on construction sites, and David Dobrik is operating it. And Karina Koff sees that something's going wrong. She sees the line that's connecting the excavator to the wakeboard starting to fall, and she's like, hey, shut it down. But despite the concerns that she had, David Dobrik continued with the excavator action. And so when Jeff continued wakeboarding, David swung him higher and then abruptly stopped, which caused Jeff to smash into the excavator and land in the water with his foot still caught in the line. And this caused massive injuries.
He starts swinging him faster and faster until at
Fuck yeah, kill him.
He actually stops the crane and Jeff swings right into it. His face smacked hard right into the crane. And this accident quite literally almost killed Jeff. It like cracked
Fuck
his
yeah.
It damaged his eye and his face was like ripped open. He looked
Hell
like
yeah.
from the Dark Knight.
I mean, you can look at pictures.
Nice.
Look, his face
That's
is all
hardcore.
swollen up. Once again, he's facing the Harvey Dent allegations in this one. He's two-facing out. Wouldn't be surprised if he starts flipping a coin and talking about justice all the time. And he, in fact, did seek out justice, suing David for $20 million. And
rightfully
so many
so.
allegations being made about David, so many being made
Hell
about
yeah,
the
ranked
Vlog
up.
Squad. And while it seemed initially that when the stuff started coming out, David kind of wanted to
Do I
try
just
to
gotta do
continue,
stealth
this
ops
one
in
he
here?
just
That's fine, I can do
disappeared
that.
From YouTube. He just ran. He ran hiding like he's ant. For 2 whole years, David Dobrik would not make a single public statement.
I don't
on
think I can
YouTube.
beat
He
him
wouldn't
by
make a video.
myself.
He was around on Snapchat making these Snapchat stories that I think he was paid for by Snapchat to make, but he was not on YouTube at all. Nobody heard anything from him. He completely ran from this platform. He was getting pummeled by everyone from every single side of the internet.
I know I
Even
can't take
all of
the
his
air
former
shit by
collaborators like
myself.
Karina
I can just go
Kopp, Jeff
take
Wittek, they were shitting on him.
all
He
the
was
little
losing all of his
checkpoints, though.
sponsors, and I mean,
Right?
it's not like he was really hurting for money at that point in time. He definitely had enough money to just do whatever he wanted. So he just decided to dip and do
Oh, hold on.
Snapchat stories.
Let me
And this
be
is where
smart.
we get into the present day stuff, because he was gone
There
for
we
2
go.
years, and during that time he kind of managed to successfully quell the controversy just because, you know, he stemmed the flow. There was nothing else to talk about past a certain point in time. But a few days ago, David uploaded a video titled Surprising Friends with Body Transformation, where he can basically be seen with all these random that I don't know anything about, and he also revealed that he got kind of jacked. Not ragging on him for getting jacked, by the way. That's a good thing, okay? I like to see it. Mad respect. But I will say, his buddy's reaction does kind of look like that one
Ooh,
Logan
that's
Paul
interesting.
video where his friend's like, bro, you
I'm gonna
look
try it.
buff. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that was like a,
Hey,
that was like
can
a
I beat
classic
you?
Logan Paul moment from back in the day. Classic.
I don't
Karina
think so,
Kopp
right?
moment.
That's actually insane. Hi. Really?
I'm gonna sneak past you and I'll come back and I'll try it in a little bit.
Can you tell me my mom's okay, like in a second? Like I'll be talking. And
When? Like right now?
You know, like I'll be talking and then just interrupt me and be like, dude, your arms look really good.
All right, just talk. Just talk.
Okay. So as you guys know,
Jacob, your arms look really big.
you, dude.
The video itself, though, isn't really that interesting. He kind of just shows that he's kind of jacked now. Everybody's glazing him. He's like talking to all these weird Los Angeles people. I hate Los Angeles, but that's the people he's hanging out with because, you know, he's a Los Angeles freak. And what's particularly interesting
What freak?
about this
Kill
is
him.
that the video did really well. Like, the way that people talk about David Dobrik, you would think that if he ever came back, he would get like 5 views, and then everybody would just go to his house and throw rocks at him until he sinks into hell or something. But that's not what happened. His videos from 2 years ago were getting like 11 million views, 8 million views, 9 million views. This video about him getting jacked or whatever has 7 million views. Like, that's crazy. In 10 days, 7 million views is very respectable numbers for anyone. It's almost like nothing even changed. And if you look at the comment section of the video,
and I'm gonna hit
people
that
are
way. Grab that
actually
checkpoint.
really happy to see it back. This guy named Fanatic in the comment section says, brother casually dropped the toughest vlog out of anyone in the last 3 years. This other guy says, was anyone else literally
You don't get to
smiling
work
ear to
line
ear the
in this
entire
in the
vlog,
mists,
then went
though.
to another level when the SeatGeek ad played. So SeatGeek is back. He's getting his sponsorships back, apparently. This guy down here says David really saved Jason from begging for gifts on TikTok. For those who don't know, Jason Nash has been on TikTok for like the past few months doing
Oh,
weird
God,
live streams
Jason
where he begs
Nash.
people for like TikTok coin. Oh, Chung-Shu, please donate the TikTok coin on Chung-Shu. But it is really interesting to see how, despite every controversy I just listed, which like you would think that throughout everything, David Dobrik's
Give
career
me
would
the
basically be
XP.
toast
Give
by this
me
point.
the
He'd be done.
XP.
He's
Yum,
kind
yum,
of fine.
XP.
Like, he's probably going to post more vlogs, and he's probably going to get his sponsors back, and he's probably going to be fine. fine. It's kind of an interesting case study in the fact that someone as big as David Dobrik, who's this talented, can on one hand get his career absolutely torched seemingly overnight for a lot of shit and a lot of criticisms that honestly I think are very, very valid. Especially
It's up or above? Is it down?
The stuff
I don't know.
around him smacking.
We're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to learn the map.
Glad David got sued there. You know, that's what needed to happen. Don't do that. Now he's back, and it's like it's just back to normal. It's kind of crazy. I don't know. You just don't see that every day. Like when you're reading this stuff, when you're looking into this, when you're watching other people's videos about it, it's like the end of David Dobrik. David Dobrik is done forever. But now he's fine. He's come back. So yeah. I
shit! Green.
Pretty much it.
Green is moving.
That's pretty much it.
Blue
David
is
Dobrik
moving.
is back, and I guess none of it mattered in the end. Or if it did matter, it doesn't matter anymore. Well. Hope you learned something today. Bye.
This is Tom Dog going cold turkey, boss. I already told you, stop gooning and jerking off. You saw the merch, make a purchase, dog. Got all the thirsty thoughts in a
Don't tell me to stop jerking off.
Trying to slurp to my jerky soft. I had enough, had to bust in the Kirkland.
Jerking off is fun. People like it.
In my Birkenstocks, then it's back to the turkey slop, cause the work don't stop.
I hear audio. Coming from my phone? What is this playing through? I don't see where it's coming through. Oh, okay. I think it was coming through my browser page. My Kick preview. It was so quiet, though. I barely heard it. Okay. Is this the new one? It is. Cool.
Responsibilities. Like it's impossible to do what he claims to do. There aren't enough hours in the day, and he just doesn't have the talent to begin with. Like it's absurd what he's claiming to do.
All right, I think I can take this guy, right?
And it further exposes how stupid he is, because if you're going to claim that you can do a thing, you certainly wouldn't claim you could do a thing that was so fucking hard. It's like you bragging on I climb mountains in my spit. K2? More like K1, am I right? What are you talking about?
No, there are no pictures up there. When I was there, I wanted to experience the beauty firsthand.
I climbed mountains so high the camera stopped working.
You're in my sights.
There can be no evidence of the mountains that I climbed.
It's just I've never seen a lie where there's so little to gain by people believing that you're like kick-ass at Diablo. Like if he was
the group that you impress is not the group that you want to bring along.
Okay, hold on. I need my mouse or my keyboard.
Someone's like, I don't know. I really want this.
I can't use my ultimate skill.
17 hours a day. What's that? A video game? No, I don't think that's a sound investment. But people that are like, people that would be impressed by the guy who's the best in the world at passing things out too. I would be. If he really was, I'd be like, oh shit, that's amazing. But clearly he's not. So
he should have stolen a different kind of valor to like seem more compelling. Like if he was like, you know, for me, cocaine is what works. You know, and like if he was doing that, I'd be like, yeah, that's the guy I want.
Well,
just exhausted looking, up 19 hours a day. But no, he's gaming. He's fibbing about gaming.
He's a bad liar.
That's insane.
I don't get it.
And it's definitely
do I need to head here next?
Problem.
The way he doubles and triples down and just continually exposes that he doesn't get it, like, I don't know, it's a really bad look. I think less of him and less of him every time he does something like this, because it's like I thought you were smart, dude. Like this isn't smart people shit. These are the actions and tweets of someone with a calculating mind.
You're the. You can
Good one.
that, like,
Taylor's
awesome at Path to Exile 2. Oh, I'm breaking up.
Hey,
Sorry.
Taylor. Yeah, could you start from the beginning on that?
You've returned to us.
I've returned. I was sorry about that. I was saying he's the richest man on earth, and he's spending time that he wants investors to believe is in business on lying about Path to Exile 2.
Oh yeah,
Like,
you gotta lie about
it's
Path of
shocking
Exile
to
too.
see a lie
It's fun.
where even if everyone went along with it, and imagine everyone sincerely believed this, there is nothing to gain. There's
I'm not
nothing.
convinced Elon's into business anymore. You made that argument twice. I don't line up with it because I think he's into politics. I think somebody else is running all his businesses at this point, which isn't a dig. It might have sounded like one, but if you put somebody competent to run Tesla and SpaceX and they're doing a bang-up job, then you've done a good thing. Like you got something off the ground, you made it runnable, and you gave it to someone else to run it for you, and you've done fine. But he seems.
I'm gonna
to be
try out
into
just my
social
regular
popularity
Deadeye since I'm not fighting PvP.
Yeah.
That's where he's spending his time.
And he's going for it in such a weird way. Like,
why doesn't he do the Mr. Like he could have done the Mr. Beast thing, like he could have been like the Uber Mr. Beast. He's like, yeah, you're the Mr. Beast of YouTube. I'm the Mr. Beast with the plan. He could have been like, you know what?
I need to fix my fucking skills.
I hate it. So
This is doing me a massive disservice.
No more
He just made a channel called Mr. Beast times 10 and cured 10,000 blind people, cured like 10,000 cases of leprosy or whatever the hell Mr. Beast is doing nowadays.
Yeah. He's actually healing people without limbs. I think it's 2,000. I think he found 2,000 amputees and gave them legs. That's his motivation. They were shitting on him on YouTube. He's only doing this to make money.
That's ridiculous. Dude, that's a good idea though. Imagine if Elon saw that and put his energy where he's like 2,000. That's very cute. We're doing 200 million people. We're fixing all the fucked up people's legs in India today. Like, he could get goodwill doing anything akin to that, and he doesn't. He's like, I'm gonna be.
And he doesn't. Why would he?
Pretending to be good at a game that I don't think is even that popular anymore.
I think it's popular. I'm glad he didn't do a game that I do play, because that would have been. Not only would I have been grossed out by how like cringy and stupid he's making himself look, but I'd also been a little offended as like a gamer of that game. Like if he tried to be like the best Tarkov player, if he tried to act like he was better than Landmark or something, that'd be like that. And that's what he's doing, by the way. He's saying that he is the Landmark of PoE. Like, and it's just
outrageous.
It's such horseshit. He's saying that he is the guy who plays all day, every waking hour, and he's also the best. So it's just he doesn't even understand the lie he's telling, and that's part of why it's so cringy and embarrassing. And it goes back to what I said at the very beginning.
Centaurs.
What else are you lying about? What other things do you not actually do that you say that you're good at? Because I know I don't know shit about coding, but I know he like tweeted some code the other day, and it was like a jokey code that meant like it was like blah 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 woke mind virus removal blah blah blah.
He was like, those were Linux commands. I saw that.
Okay, someone said he wrote them wrong or something, or like I guess the prefix he put in was like his home device, which did.
Yeah. He used 127.0.0.1, which is woke mind detected at my own house.
Exactly.
And then he deletes the woke mind virus, which is rm-r.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's posing as code guy who writes Linux, and
That's
and
too
it's
strong.
one of his languages. Linux is just like another language that I speak and write and code in.
I did not expect that.
That's what he's trying to say, with it, while at the same time he's like, oh, woke mind virus, I'm winning. But he's just exposing himself to anyone like you who knows anything about coding. I saw it and I was like, look at smart man writing in special code. That's neat. And then
I saw
that's what I see, is because I don't know shit.
I saw Dick
127.0.0.1 is the address that refers to the localhost all the time. It's another word for localhost. And he's basically saying, this computer has the woke mind virus, like I do.
Yeah.
And then I deleted it.
Yeah, Dick was making fun of him immediately too, because Dick's obviously a programmer, and he's like, dude, this is like, he's like, this is like pretend programming. This is like he told Grok to make it look like I know how to do this, and then spit out whatever it was, copy paste. He's under too much scrutiny to just be doing just easily discernible lies like this. It's silly. Like, it either shows a lack of respect for people who are following or reading his stuff, or it really is what we've been saying, Woody. Like, there is no one in his life who doesn't actively suck his dick and is like, oh, Elon, that's so
I don't know
funny.
what to do
That
now.
meme from
I can go to their
2014
side and
that
start
you
capturing their
misused is so
checkpoints.
funny.
Yes.
Yeah, tweet another picture of a minion.
Dude,
Like-
I saw it looked like an office meeting with Elon Musk at Twitter where like 4 people were just sucking his dick, telling him how great his tweets were, how genius everyone was, how he's the best like content creator on Twitter. And it just, I had never seen that kind of yes man before. It was another level.
Here's what I do believe Elon Musk does well and is great at. I think he does, even if his work ethic isn't what he claims it is, he imposes a work ethic upon others that is absurd. Because I hear that a lot, third party. You hear about people that, I can't remember where I heard this. Somebody was like, yeah, I used to work there. I don't anymore. And they're like, oh, what happened? You know, I think the guy he used to drive a Tesla, and now he doesn't. And he asked his neighbor, like what happened? He's like, oh, I couldn't work those hours. You know, my wife was in delivery. Elon's calling me. Where are you? I need you. He's like, that's just not the life I want to live.
My suspicion and observation is Elon Musk's workload comes in waves. Like I remember at a time
Am I even
was
able to
almost
pass
out of
through here?
cash, and he was living at the factory trying to get Model 3s churned out to over 100,000 a month or something like that. And I
don't
bet he
think
was
so.
working 20 hours a day. Like I think he really has been that guy, but nobody's that guy all the time forever.
I think he tries to make his employees do that, and that's what's like.
Until they burn
I don't think he tries to. I think he does. And that's got to be part of the success at his businesses. People keep what I don't like, and look, everything we said is true tonight.
I could outrun a centaur.
All the lies and the clearly you're not a genius stuff, and that, but he does. I see those people on Reddit who are like, he got really lucky, like 8 times in a row, and I'm like, you know how. What? Man, I can't wait till I start hitting a hot streak of 8 billionaire ideas in a row.
I can't hit 8 falcons
Hey, don't do that.
in a row, man.
He had $2 billion in 2000 or something like that. He has 500. He's going to be a trillionaire. He's going to be the world's first
His stocks went
on
up
his own trillionaire.
I'm sorry, I talked over you.
No,
His
you're
stocks went up a ton over after Trump won, you know, because he's associated with the new president,
Oh, yeah.
or the next president, I should say. And I wonder if that's like sustainable. Like, is Tesla really going to do that much better because of Trump's win? SpaceX might. That's a government contract.
Big time SpaceX. I mean, SpaceX is good on it. I saw they did that chopstick thing and caught another fucking spaceship today. That stuff's
Did
cool.
they?
Dude.
Okay.
Yeah, that thing's cool. That
is pretty cool.
I
Yay.
love all that stuff so much. But I read today that Elon was going to have an office in the White House. Man, is that
Dude,
true?
I give it, 20 minutes before Trump is like, this guy is driving me up a fucking wall. Like,
If that were going to happen, it would have happened right now. Like I said last week, he's gone full Kato Kalin mode, living in the backyard.
I do this thing all the time where I flip it to see if it's like right and fair. And, you know, like I do with racism a ton. Like, all right,
So I need to get
let's
over
say
here.
someone called me this thing or treated me in this way. How would I feel? That's I use that as like
That word doesn't bother me at all. What's the problem?
I use it as like a morality compass.
Yeah, I
you know,
use it
like,
to
That's my nickname.
flip this upside down and have her hitting him. How does the crowd respond to that? You know, that helps me like sort of formulate where I believe right and wrong lies. If George Soros was getting an office
I could
in
outrun
the
a
White
centaur.
House because of his contributions, then I think the right would flip the fuck out. And Elon Musk is 1,000 times what George Soros is. George Soros didn't offer $1 million to every registered voter as a lottery chance for voting for a guy, but Trump did. $1 million a day, right? There's a daily lottery. Did I say it wrong?
You said Trump, yeah. But
I'm sorry.
Elon did do that, yes.
Yeah, Elon did that. Elon put in.
How do I get up?
$250 million.
Do I have to go around?
Was it more than that? He put in an outrageous amount of money to prop up Trump's victory. He put in a lot of money directly towards voters. And now he's getting an office in the White House. You guys would hate this if the blue team was doing it.
I
Not
brought
you,
it up.
I'm talking the audience. Yeah, I wasn't clear on that. But like,
If it's true, like I read that today, and I heard people discussing it, and I wonder if it's true. You know, because then it's like what are you talking about? But if it is, I don't like that one bit. I don't like that one bit. You know, we didn't vote for that guy because he's not from here. don't forget. You know, Elon Musk is out for Elon Musk. The good thing about that, though, is that a lot of his projects pull the rest of us along behind him. I like the space stuff. I think the world's better with Elon Musk in it. But I don't like him. If he's got an office in the fucking White House, that's bullshit.
His
That's
cuts
bullshit.
Can I get up there?
His cuts at Twitter made me think that maybe Doge has a chance to do something cool, right? There's definitely waste in the government. There's a ton. Now I know he says he's going to cut $2 trillion. He's already cut that down to $1 trillion. I'm sure it's. I don't think we're even going to cut. I bet.
I don't think I can get past this wall
during Trump.
He tends to. Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
It did last time by a ton.
These people never give power back or funding back. It just keeps growing and growing and growing. It's crazy.
What an astute observation.
Yes, it's like it's almost like without a true figure of accountability, it just changes hands bureaucratically and nothing really evolves.
Well, Trump's president in what, like 4 days or something like that? I can't wait for it to start.
Don't yell at me.
I
Ooh, super cannon.
Salty.
I don't know anything about
his
the super
envious
cannon.
position right now, where he just like claims credit for peace with Israel. He claims credit for everything good that happens. He throws credit for everything bad. Put him in charge. Enough of this like honeymoon where he can do no wrong and only do right.
I can outrun a centaur.
Credit for stock market gains, throwing salt for the bad stuff.
The fires have nothing to do with Trump. I think we all know that. But clearly, Trump is what's stimulating the economy. It's what's making peace in the Middle East. You ever see Biden do this? He's got Trump in his ear. He's getting some little. What I did see was so the Jimmy Carter funeral was hilarious. All right, I wish he died sooner for the jokes. It was, oh my God, just
I'm glad he made it to 100.
The Carter family did this thing where the Carter family cut Trump and Melania out in the photo, and they're the official, like the one they tweeted out and everything. Like it was clearly on purpose. They put a column right over him.
Do I have a revive orb? I do, but I don't think I can use it out here.
In such a way so that it would be. And I saw, I don't even know what it was, but it's Trump and Obama are sitting next to each other. They had to sit him next to somebody, you know, like somebody's got to sit next to Trump.
So yes, I can get across here.
Right, and it seemed like he was having a good chat with Obama, which is crazy to me.
Looked really cordial.
Can I take the supply depot? Probably not.
It looked like Obama and him were joking around, and the video.
I sell them. Yeah, I can do that. I can do this.
Someone had added the audio back onto it, and I don't know if they were reading the lips or if they were making the lips move so that. But it looked like they were making fun of. They made it seem like they were making fun of Kamala and having a good time at her expense and stuff. And she's sitting like right there. It's such a fun photo that all of those people who we know, like I don't know, we know all these people's dirty laundry. We know so much about these people, and they're and to have.
Oh my God! I have a teammate.
It's pretty neat. That's a cool photo. I look forward to the presidency starting as well. I'm not sure that peace in the Middle East has been achieved. I think I thought I read today that they went back again, that they were like, actually something came up and like went back on the thing. I bet Trump will get the job done. My prediction for the Trump presidency, I don't know if he's going to do anything that he promised, but I bet the wars will be over by the time he's out. I bet the Ukraine thing will be over, and I bet the Israel thing will be over, and he'll get credit for both. Or at least he will take credit for both.
We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, Bibi Netanyahu tends to just do whatever he wants, and we just deal with it as America. Like,
and by deal with it, you mean give them whatever
we pay.
Nice. Needed one more point here for
they
weekly.
Want,
well,
and
have a good time.
Relationship.
He's like, hey, I'm coming to the U.S. I'm gonna give a speech, and how about you guys give me?
I'm gonna go capture that supply depot now.
Like 1930s, like Stalin level applause breaks. Like, have you seen that shit where BB's like talking about like how he needs to conquer this or conquer that, and like all of our elected officials are rah, rah, and it's like, can we get like one iota of this for the American people? Like just a little bit. Can you pretend to care about us half as much as you care about Israel? Like, come on.
You ready?
Never understood why we give so much to Israel. Why that's good for America.
It's not.
It baffles me. And it doesn't even have to be in our favor. Like, if you said we gave this much to Haiti because they're in desperate need, I'd be like, and I get that, you know, like, people are hurting, dying, literally cannibalizing each other, and you think you can make a difference with what's pocket change to America? Like, I can get on board with that, but that's not Israel's situation. They're a first world country. They have a first world military. and we're still funding it. We're still giving them all the. Why are
I
we?
could outrun
It's
a
like we
centaur.
giving money.
Damn, nice stun, nice stun.
Just
I didn't know it'd be that impressive.
It's absurd that we are roped into all of this, just perpetually.
We don't get anything for it.
Well, I think a lot of people they're massacring right now. You know, those people will never bother us. We don't have to worry about them. You know,
That's how you multiply them. They're like gremlins.
People say that. They always.
Come on.
Water makes more gremlins and feed them after midnight. Don't do those.
Don't feed them after midnight.
Yeah, you don't feed them after midnight. You don't get them wet. Okay.
I remember that.
This is Mogwai fucking rules, people. It applies to Muslims too. You get a Muslim.
Ooh,
just wait.
ooh,
Wait. They start bubbling
2
up.
in the morning.
Little Muslims start popping off of them and shit.
Yeah. Well, that would be sick if we could just like stop supporting those wars, but I'm pessimistic about it.
Then I need to
Seems
hop
like
down
powerful
here.
People want that to continue, and they tend to get what they want.
I enjoy the wars, Taylor. You know this. It makes for good content. Okay. I've been.
You've been thinking about the content, Taylor.
Dude, the new
not
shit.
enough.
Let me tell you about the new shit, Taylor. All right. So now the drones.
I love this.
Dude, the drones. They're the kamikaze Ukrainian drones. They fly up to you. And
Hell
they
yeah,
explode,
kamikaze
make your
drones.
fucking
Let's
head blow you
go.
up. And so
That sounds cool.
They're chasing these North Koreans around in fields, like fucking with them. And the North Koreans are like trying to poke the drones with their rifles and stuff, and trying to shoot at them and stuff. And clearly they're scared. They're scared in the way that like I've seen. You know, everybody's scared of an explosive drone coming at you. They're scared in a way that like they think some magic's come after them. They're scared the way a black person gets scared.
Hey, I was trying to watch Shmuel and Dave from last night. Tapped out. Shmuel and Dave. I know Shmuel. Who's Dave?
Goblin has come out of the air to assault them.
Also, good
Their
morning.
eyes are so
Nice
big,
to see
Taylor,
you.
They're fucking terrified, and they're running from it.
Doing some boring ass shit right now. I'm just trying to capture some points here on this
He's trying to
this place. There's I think I'm
trying to run
Dave
together,
Sarah.
like
Gotcha.
doing circles around the group, and they're all trying to get away.
Just trying to get like fucking Steam achievements.
Right now I'm just grinding these little capture points because I need to level up this.
Fucking head and explodes, and you know the camera turns off then, so you don't have to see all the gore. They caught 2 North Koreans. They went in and like roughed them up a little bit, drug them out of there, and they got them, and they're like, "You know where you are?" And they're like, "No."
I think I'm the only one on this
Do you
map
know
right
that you're
now.
fighting a war against
Because right now I've just been capturing most of the map. All of these red points I've done.
He doesn't know where he is or who he's fighting.
Dude, being North Korean would suck so hard. Like, you're malnourished, you're skinny, you're told to do everything by a guy who pretends he doesn't poop and, like, eats cheese all day. And then they ship you off to a war. You have no idea what you're doing. Running around, you're probably jealous because the Russian guys get better food than you, and they're not malnourished, so they're taller. They're probably not getting along well.
Well, they don't
I
speak
can't
the same
imagine
language.
a country I would rather not be born in than North Korea.
It's got to be. They're definitely being treated as some kind of second-class soldier right over
Yeah.
there, because
Like the Irish in Braveheart.
even worse. They're being treated terribly. They have to be, because I bet if
give me a
I've
second
heard
here.
that the Russians are trying to keep the North Koreans from being captured. The Ukrainians were describing the scenario of when they captured the North Korean, that they were like, this isn't an area where there's a lot of like artillery fire. Like, we haven't experienced a lot of that. But when we went in for the North Korean, when we tried to get him, everything in the area opened up on our position. It was like they were trying to like prevent that from happening. Which I don't know why. Like, clearly there are North Koreans there. Like, everyone knows it's
And what
true.
would they
We've seen
know?
them on- it's not that they know anything. I think they're trying to. I think Putin's trying to make it seem like, I don't know, it didn't happen, or there aren't 10,000 North Koreans there, or something. I don't know, but it's like an open secret sort of.
I
that
watch
they're
a
there.
lot of like military updates on how the Ukraine war is going. It's not the same stuff Kyle watches. It's a little less. It's more like vertical or aerial pictures of maps and who's where, and not like the tactics of how they're getting kills and deaths. Anyway, they're doing well in Russia right now. They're taking towns. This is Ukraine, expanding their territory, and a lot of it is because North Korea is fucking terrible at war. They took out the comms between the North Koreans and the Russians. They started attacking each other because they didn't know who was who, and they basically hurt their ability to communicate. And the North Koreans are doing terribly without Russian leadership, and they're bad. They're bad at this. I'm glad.
What percent of North Koreans can speak Russian? I'm gonna guess 0%.
It's close to yeah.
Like, can you imagine the frustration? Some Russian guys like, oh, for love of God, tell him we don't have dog to eat. We don't do that here. That's fucking gross.
I can't get through the
Please charge
altar.
forward, and if you die, do it in like.
I
a
can't
way
get
that
through any
makes
of these other
Russia.
points, I don't think,
Like,
except for the middle.
Like it's just absurd.
Dude,
Conscripting North Koreans, wild. So is Kim Jong Un like really excited to be a part of it, or do you think China did a little thumb leaning and it's like, hey, Kim Jong, you know how you're like a little cutesy little vassal state of ours? You're gonna send.
No, that's not the relationship at all. No, I think if anything, China would have been against this. They really would have. I think China. This isn't good. China doesn't want this thing to continue. They don't like.
I
this.
thought North Korea imported a ton of their food from China, like that they were pretty much beholden to them.
Sure, they absolutely are. But this is a deal between Kim and Putin. They in exchange he got.
Wait,
a
I
lot
can take
of,
these?
like tech stuff and missile stuff.
Okay, I was
they were
wrong.
saying.
I didn't know they were down here.
That same
I thought they were
thing.
upstairs.
North Korea got tech advancements. Russia got artillery and humans.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing is North Korea needed experience. Is there a living human in North Korea that had seen war prior to?
Well, technically
They are.
speaking,
They're old as shit. Yeah.
Technically speaking, they've been in a continued state of war since
Okay,
it's
okay,
the 50s. But
more
the Korean
seriously, like, you know,
conflict is no one who fought in that is still serving or
Right?
in any meaningful way.
You
So
must
yeah,
be
I can't
bad at
imagine they've got
war.
any.
If you haven't, like, if no one in your entire country has ever lived it, how could you be good at such a thing?
Yeah.
So
And it's-
this is
and-
gonna help them.
I guess.
All right, here we go.
Like,
I've captured pretty much the whole
again,
map.
like,
Time to
I
hop
think
out of
this
here.
is-
That way.
Look at this. Show some of these pictures, Zach. I don't think any of them are gory. I'm clicking through them. Yeah, they're all good. This is the last images for these people. There's no gore in any of them.
No, I appreciate that.
One of them, maybe.
This is the last frame before boom.
All right. We got a nice chunk of XP.
Are these all North Koreans?
The
It's hard
last
to even
one's
tell.
my favorite.
No.
Zach, can you get to the
Watch it.
last one? This guy, look, I don't agree with the side he chose,
Golf cart?
but I admire
I guess
the
I can
attitude. He
go
is
try
running
to take the
last
airship.
frame when we get to the last one.
No, that go back. That guy back
But I don't.
there. This
I'm
guy.
pretty positive I can.
Oh, look at dude. Yeah.
Zach, can you find the one he's pointing a gun at the? Stop. This guy,
Holy shit.
his face he's still trying to win. He's not giving up
that's
on
funny.
this boss fight. But I bet he loses.
He didn't make it.
dude,
Maybe.
we
I
talked about-
mean, he may have shot. He could have shot it down and won. Let's hope so.
From that close, wouldn't it explode and kill him anyway?
I don't know what that explosive is. I don't understand most of the explosives that militaries actually use. Anything that's plastic doesn't go off when you shoot it, so you have to like hit the detonator. But there's no telling what they're sending over there that's like improvised. They'll take like
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not beating you.
the warhead out of an RPG and just
I'm sorry I even fought you.
while another guy zip ties it onto a drone and like pulls the pin out of the back.
I feel
and
good.
and he goes. Like sometimes that's all it is. So you shoot that thing, then oh my god, you're gonna die.
It didn't even occur to me that explosives wouldn't blow up when you shoot them, because I've seen that in so many movies.
Yeah.
Like you could shoot a
Ouch.
grenade, and apparently the whole building goes down. I saw it in Walking Dead.
Shit won't happen if you shoot a grenade. Nothing will happen if you shoot C4. I don't know about
Wow, that's cool.
Composition B. That's like World War II.
Well, neither do I. Taylor?
That's like those
Composition
satchel
B.
charges.
Well,
That's
I'll
like
let
those,
Kyle, if you can.
I just
go
got
ahead
thrown
and
off
take
the
it.
fucking map.
But I know whenever they.
It's no composition C. I'll say that.
Yeah, this is wildly different.
Well,
You've heard of Composition B. It's in World War II. It's those little blocks of explosive. They've
Little
always
blocks of
got-
explosive.
they're-
I've heard of something called satchel charges, which might
That's
be
it too.
okay, but
Yeah.
my friends and I just call it satchel charges.
They
We're
just
not
get,
hoity-toity
they had
like
these
you.
little blocks of explosive, and they're like, this is a boom. This is two of them's a big boom, and three, and they were just able to add more and more. So a satchel charge is just full of those, right? It's just like a cartoon. When in World War II, we were a little less sophisticated, I guess. I don't know if that shit goes off when you shoot it, but I know all those warheads that they just strap on there, or those mines, any of that shit. If you shoot it, it would just pop.
I guess I'm gonna go try it one more time.
The drone, and that's the worst.
This
thing
time,
I've ever
just not
seen in
get
my
thrown
life.
off the map.
I wish I hadn't seen that now. Like the drone's coming in to blow him up, and I think he was refueling his motorbike or something when this happened. So he throws a metal gas can at it, but it blows the gas can up and sets him on fire. And so now he's just on fire, which is so much worse than blown up.
Problems.
What? No, 2 problems. I'm on fire.
Who are the top 3 chatterboxes? Oh, that's the PKA podcast. Top left is Woody. Top right is Kyle, aka FPS Russia, and then the other guy is Taylor.
Drone imaginable, like where I don't hear it, where I think like where I swat at what I think is a bee, and then my head explodes. Like I don't want to be one of those.
All right,
guys
I'm gonna
who's
give
like,
this workshop guy a try, and then I'm gonna hop out of here and go back to doing story.
For a while.
Just panic.
Like, how much better you got? They'd have you doing circles around the building.
outrun a centaur.
Okay, before I do, I need to fix my thing so I can actually use my.
You can tell.
Here we go. Let me use my right keyboard.
This one kid had. He was getting like.
They're like COD lobby people killing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. They're like COD. They genuinely.
And guess what?
Are.
Any words fly on those comms, I bet.
Hello.
This one kid looked like he was 24, 25, and he had like 600 confirmed kills or something crazy like that.
Okay, it doesn't seem to be running. That's why I started running it.
And like 100 motorcycles and like 200 armored vehicles and 87 tanks. And it was like this one
There,
kid
are we good
did
now?
all that with a video game controller. And they showed him killing. They showed him fighting, working, whatever you want to call it, in his bunker, like laying down with his headset on. And he's just killing Nick Vapes.
We're gonna do it.
He's just hitting Nick Vapes constantly, drinking Red Bull and shit.
This'll be
killing.
fun.
And I'm like, oh my god. This is what we dreamed about.
Dude, those war centers are like running on Monster and Zen.
Well, he's not in a. He's in like a. He's out there because.
I didn't know you were gonna have fucking little baby scorpions.
They've got to be close to operate those drones. They're a couple kilometers away or something like that. They're in the shit.
Wow.
So they're hitting those Nick Vapes and drinking Monster like in a bunker. You know, laying down all filthy.
All right,
shit.
last shot. I'm going for the airship because I'm definitely not taking the workshop.
Maybe you know more because I haven't followed.
We're gonna go for the airship because at least I was able to damage that guy.
A few weeks ago, where people were like, "Oh, there's new tech that China and the U.S. has about gravity and how we've harnessed it in some way to create propulsion." And then granted, I haven't been looking for it, but then I didn't see anything else.
I think there was a whistleblower who said that the Chinese have anti-grav tech, that we also have anti-grav tech, and that they have been launching anti-grav drones from submarines in the Atlantic and testing them over our country. And I also said that if they wanted, they could just park one over the White House. I don't remember who that guy was. I didn't take it very seriously.
There may have been a whistleblower that I don't know about, but the guy who I know said it was the guy who wrote the manifesto.
All right, we're gonna give it a shot. Come on.
All those people.
That's the guy. That's what it is.
Are you ready, big boss? All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna fight on a two-way axis, like here.
About the gravity
I'm gonna rotate this
I've
way.
only heard it from him.
It's
saying
only
that
him.
the
You ready?
drones over New Jersey are gravity-powered
You ready?
Chinese secret tech.
This is the guy.
Is part of you a little disappointed that we don't have gravity drones, or at least we don't?
I think
that's what they want you to think, Taylor. They have them.
Yep, there we go. You can't throw me off that way.
We have them. We should brag. I want to see it.
Well, I think they've been working on that. That's like the next thing. Like that's the sci-fi tech that does all the cool shit. Like all of those hovering.
Yep, I'm okay. I'm
spacecraft
okay.
and it's that anti-grav technology. That would be incredible if you could do that. If you could make objects not only weightless but weigh as much or as little as you wanted, and move them as quickly as you wanted. Like that would be.
No, don't throw me off. Okay, yeah, can't fight that way. Can't fight that way. That's fatal.
I'm never worried about the Chinese. I'm just not. We spend so much goddamn money. If anything's anything scary, then we do.
Didn't we plane out recently, like a Gen 6 fighter or something?
No.
I don't know enough about planes
Okay.
to say, oh, their Gen 6 doesn't rival our Gen 6, or it does. I don't know.
I don't think they. Well, obviously, they say they don't know enough about it to know anything. It's what they said.
Who knows what they know?
What they saw.
Yeah.
They could tell that it was really heavy. They said. They could tell. I think it had 2 engines.
Okay.
They had a few little things like that they could just take away from looking at it. It has internal bomb bays.
I like the rule of thumb about Russia and America, which is
Nice
like,
try. Nice try.
if Russia says this thing goes Mach 2, it goes Mach 1. And if America says it goes Mach 1, it goes Mach 2. I don't know where China falls on that scale.
No, I gotta hit 4. Okay, I gotta hit 4 to dodge out of that.
Like posture. I think maybe we talked about it years ago, but there's like apparently like an entire old Russian adage that is like, oh, China's last warning, to mean like, oh yeah, you're giving me a final warning, a Chinese final warning. Oh my goodness, I better shape up. I better really get into it because there's
many more final warnings.
Yeah, there's going to be many more Chinese final warnings before anything, but they're just posturing and blustering.
Come on,
and,
come on.
You know,
4 seconds and I can hit another revive.
Although we're the country that's too big for our bridges.
Come on.
Replenishing. I've been hanging on this story for 20 minutes now. We were talking about
fuck you.
Elon Musk. Dude, so I know the guy who ran the charity. There was a charity for vets, injured vets, to fly paramotors. The idea was
No, come on.
PTSD,
Fuck.
it's that recipe.
Why'd I stand there and just let him naylay me? I did all that and I got sloppy.
Baffling.
So, but if you're struggling with like happiness and readjusting to life, I can imagine that this like group activity.
I had it and then I stopped dodging.
That's what I think.
Maybe tennis. Maybe
laughing at my friend.
All right, we're gonna try Daredevil.
There was a wealthy guy who wasn't a veteran, I think, and he wanted to learn to foot launch a paramotor, which is like running with something heavy on
This is
your
my
back, but he had
last
one
try.
bad leg.
I promise.
So what he did is he donated enough.
I promise myself. I don't
to get
care
a military
about
to go to training with him. And you know, my friend ran the charity. That's how I know.
like
this
being
story.
boring
And
because
thought
I gotta
that
do
was
this shit
pretty
either
dope.
way.
Like if you have a lot of money and you're trying to buy some happiness,
I just
like,
don't want to throw myself
wanna
at
be the
something I
only
can't beat right now.
So now there's two.
I mean, I can beat it. I just don't want. You know what I mean. I just don't want to like
run into the sky.
waste my
And I thought
time.
That was a dope way for a rich guy to behave.
Yeah, I like that too. I I laughed because the idea of someone who has PTSD throwing them into a potentially terrifying life or death scenario.
So
I didn't look at it through that lens. I see it.
my Daredevil, which is the melee build, does a lot more damage than my sniper, but it doesn't have the same like safety net because the sniper obviously has range and dodges. So I'm just gonna go in and try to go
They can stay.
full ham. Ready?
little stars and stripes, 1 a.m. outside their bedroom door, spreading patriotism.
Stars and stripes.
Throw me. Okay, come on.
That is so funny. Some guy is like, I love paramotoring. Do you want a paramotor with me? And he's like,
Oh no, his melee strikes are way too much damage.
do you have like a pickleball program? No.
Okay, well, good fight.
Fucking chair. We're gonna zoom you around.
That's what's crazy though. So
Throw me. Oh.
He had one leg. Is that the deal?
Yes, he had one leg, so he wanted it amputated. He demanded.
He stabbed me in the
that
back
he
while
had
I was
one leg,
down.
Too. Don't give me some one-armed dude.
Coward.
Like they want to match.
All right, well, we're done with that for now.
I'm
So
a
we're
little
going
confused about it. So he wants
to
the
hop off this
paramotor.
character
Is it doing
and get back to the
tandem?
story.
Or
No. He's gonna learn to run into the sky, like he.
oh, so he's got a fake leg.
Yeah. Did I not say that right? He had a prosthetic leg.
I guess I was imagining him like not being able to run, but prosthetics are so good now that it's almost like an advantage to lose a leg. That's what I think about some of the sci-fi movies, like in Star Trek or even Star Wars. You know, when it's like, holy shit, dude, your hand's way better now. You can crush people's like throats with your mechanic hand. That's.
If I had one bionic leg, I could dunk a basketball.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they gave me a checkpoint! Yay!
When I tell my tribute, he's gonna think I've been dipping into his brandy. Like RoboCop had those.
I'm so happy I got a checkpoint.
Sorry, John.
Oscar Pistorius was only able to do it because of those blade legs. Not the running, the murder.
Yeah, they drove him.
Didn't he murder her through a door?
Through a door. He said that he thought there was an intruder in the home. He woke up, intruder in the home. They're in the bathroom, so he gets out his pistol and he unloads through the door. He's South African Paralympic champion, if anyone wants to look him up. And his girlfriend, of course, had got up to piss. She was in the bathroom. Never considered that, I suppose, as he's loading and putting his legs on.
Who would have guessed that?
He's loading and putting his legs on. He must have been quick.
And,
wow, these burglars have disguised their voices.
How out of it do you have to be to murder your girlfriend?
You're not gonna trick me.
So he gunned her down. They got him
give
murdered.
that potential burglar any warning or knock on the door or any of that business.
Any of that business.
Just start shooting.
Just start shooting. Just an absurd story. Just fucking bullshit. Clearly it was from the start. He went to prison. I always wondered. I don't think they give him his legs in there. I wonder what kind of legs he gets in prison.
Dude, without the legs, he's a fucking fleshlight in there.
What? That's fucked up.
Just getting used and abused by the populace of the Cape Town Penitentiary or whatever the fuck he's
Yeah, that's
sitting
where he
in.
went. Those South African boys would have been having their way with him.
All right.
Hey, Drickus.
He's on parole.
Drickus, are you
Here we go.
He's on parole now?
Yeah, Pistorius was released on parole on the 5th of January, 2024.
Yeah, we
after
talked
serving
about
8.5 years. Well, this happened, I guess a year.
Dude, so much time passes. Like, that's one thing about getting my new truck. You know, I got that new truck. It's kind of dope. It's 6 years old. 7 years old.
Yeah, time flies.
Dude, it's a 2018. Not remotely good.
It's pretty fucking scary. Getting older, like seeing just yourself age, like losing contact with the lingo. Not getting stuff.
Serendipity is
Oh, 2 seconds.
Like fringe culture. Like there's no
Thank you.
to immerse yourself in fringe culture. Like I would familiarize myself with like normal pop culture and like whatever the newest gen shit is, so like I understand what people are fucking saying. But I'm not gonna indulge in it, and I'm certainly not gonna indulge in fringe culture, which is what
This guy is a pursuiter. I fucking hate that. He does not let you get up.
When I see it on anywhere on the internet, I keep flicking. I treat it like gore. And like it doesn't exist. Then like that woman's
You scroll right past it.
Keep going in.
For gore, ironically.
And then you send it to Taylor.
I treat it like gore. Dude,
Get out of here.
Of internet videos I've seen fail.
I always enjoy the pictures of Murphy and the gang the most.
Goddamn.
Especially the one where they were playing in the snow. Very adorable.
Murphy, I made steak last night.
Fuck you, Rodian.
Grabbed a chunk of steak out of my hand before I could like make it into smaller pieces, and nearly choked to death.
That's cool. That's cool. Can I just get dead yet? So I can respawn? Thank you.
I took two like near steaks, and then I sliced them up and like presented them on a plate, like salted and flavors up and everything. And like the slices were way too big to just eat. You still need to like cut them into thirds. And he ate hard.
Come on.
And then he like throws it up, and I'm like, thank God, I'm gonna grab it and swallow it again. He made it!
Come on.
I'm worried about it. I died right here. If I could try to swallow that hot stick, I wouldn't have gotten it. I would have needed CPR or behind the grab. I would have needed somebody to help me get it up or down. It was so big.
I'll get Earth up. Yep.
It was huge. Like it was.
If you would have died of
I got some really good rotations going on this one.
keeping Murphy from like eating your nose off, Toby would have been like,
Oh, but Murphy likes to lick my ears, like into my fucking ear canal. And he wakes me up doing it too, and it is upsetting. It is good annoyed. I mean, it's it's a pretty horrific way to wake up. No, like he wakes me up.
There you go.
Like,
Fuck
6
off.
a.m.
There's
to
one of
get
them.
up and like go about your day. I sleep with all the dogs in my bed. Look at this. Woody has a steam engine. Look at
whoa.
Look at it go.
Now that's my understanding. That's one of the highest quality gifts you can get.
So hard to try to produce electricity out of this steam engine. It like the side race here has like a little wheel that you could like put a rubber band on and turn things. So we got a magnet with some copper windings. We got it going. And it just does not have the horsepower to spin anything useful and charge a phone or anything like that. But it does do this. So kind of
very cool.
That is very cool.
A Sterling engine, if anyone is curious about what we're talking about. Woody has a miniature Sterling engine powered by a Canada. I have one. I think that I'm going to use mine in case there's an apocalypse, and so I will keep it unassembled, I think, for wear and tear purposes. No, I'm going to put it together at some point. I think mine is definitely different than this. Mine does charge a little bad. It's meant to do like things.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's the one I sent you.
Oh.
You bought it from the same link I sent.
I was close.
I wouldn't know. I haven't opened the box.
There were options on that link. I wondered if I clicked the wrong one or something.
Okay, no. Oh, crap. This is bad.
What would happen if you took a, like, I don't know what the thing with the water in it looks like, but what if you took a blowtorch and superheated that bitch? Could you get it?
I have noticed that using a candle, it gets sooty. And then that seems to...
Brom, can you just pick me up?
So you have to clean it all every song. Because we were really trying to get into power.
Bram.
There was a fan. It can turn the fan at like 2 hours.
Just pick me up or kill me.
Steam engines are fucking cool. I would like... I wish I had... I don't know. I wish we used that more. And whenever I see steampunk stuff, I'm really into it.
Thank you.
Like, I'm not into all the cosplay and the way that people like role play around steampunk somehow.
They all wear those like goofy fit glasses, like the circle, like thick, like almost welder goggles. But I guess that's steampunk.
Yeah, everything grab.
Invented a combination gas steam. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
No.
The way that normal gas is, you probably know, you inject some fuel in there, it pushes it down by expanding during the explosion, and then there's water, radiator fluid, that like goes all around the engine block to cool it off. And that gets pumped through and through the radiator, which air blows through and cools it off. Okay, well there's a different idea. Now there are 2 fuel sources. One's gas and one's water. And the gas revolution worked as they do now, but then we also...
This fight sucks!
Which expands as steam and gives power that time. There's no more radiator, there's no more like reusable water. Instead, water and fuel become both sort of fuel sources, but the water cycles where it extends into steam and pushes the piston down are designed to cool off the engine and produce power, whereas the gas ones heat it up and produce power.
You know what you need to do? You need to add a third source. Because if you start, if you burn hydrogen, you burn hydrogen, you
Where's
make
the next
water.
one? I'm ready.
Make water.
We got them all.
To add in.
And I can't believe I'm saying
make
this,
more
but I
steam.
saw explosives over there while we were fighting.
No,
Explosives?
That's the one thing. It has to work.
Yeah, explosives. You all should blow this place up.
What about you? Don't really work.
I'll be over there by the
One
door.
that you.
Let's just say explosives and me.
You want the
We
one
don't
that
get
actually
along.
fucking works.
But the idea
Okay.
of cooling off the engine with
Bye,
the
Rox.
steam cycle, you know, is like, oh, that's a cool concept.
I like the idea of bleeding off the because have y'all ever like opened the radiator of a car that's overheating and like done it, like you press it down and like turn it and then jump away and let it gush all the boiling water straight up? You ever done this, Taylor?
No.
I've done it like a smart person with a gigantic towel on top so the water doesn't burn anybody nearby.
Nah, this is like a redneck, like you're a man when you, because everywhere you go to a dollar store parking lot, there's a fat lady with 3 kids in the back of a minivan and that bitch is overheating. And you gotta be the man.
If you're not setting charges, go wait by Rock.
Oh.
Boiling water jumps explosives everywhere. And you go in there and you pour a few gallons of that dollar store water in there and you get a little pussy. That's how it goes.
Oh wait, you don't just pee in the radiator like a man's man?
Nah, you don't want to get that in the system. That's bad for it.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna work smart here.
You would urinate in the car. That probably wouldn't be good.
You would. And if the woman was thirsty, you know, a little extra.
Ooh, give her the water or the piss, whichever one.
Right.
Yeah, no.
You know, they sell water right there
for very cheap. It's $1 store.
I was looking at deep freezes and I saw one that had a propane backup.
What just happened?
And I was like, how the fuck does that work? It burns propane and it keeps things cold. Yeah, like a freezer.
Oh, is that? Oh, I never.
Oh, do I only have a limited amount of time?
It's a colloquial.
All right.
Deep freezer. Anyway, a big like cabinet freezer is the one I mean,
this is
not cabinet, but
freezer that doesn't have a refrigerator section.
Yeah, it's like the big one in your garage that you like lift.
It's like what you keep a body in.
Sure, it's a body freezer. I was looking at those and I saw one that had a propane backup. I didn't even know that technology exists. I guess.
I mean, even if you
like
touch
a bottle of propane and keep itself cold.
If you like touch the back of like a fridge, you can like feel heat because like there is a little engine running in there that somehow creates cold. And
wait, I still had explosives, man. I don't know.
That pressurizes coolants and
pressurizes.
Probably my guess. Propane backup we're talking about is just.
You don't know how refrigerators work.
A lot of generators run on electric. run on.
What is happening?
So it's
Elon
just
Musk moment for you.
It's just a propane-powered engine that is a generator, like every other generator.
Pal, I'll have you know, not only do I know how refrigerators work, I'm the #1 expert globally in refrigerators.
You're the
I know,
Maytag man.
Ask me any question about refrigerators.
What kind of coolant do they use?
All sorts. Next.
Well,
All sorts. Next.
True.
That's all I think they cut the Freon out. They use some sort of. It's like an acronym now. It's
Well, but I'm a bit of a Freon loyalist when it comes to refrigerators. Someone like you, like a casual, as we call them.
Why do I think it's CNC that they use?
That's consensual non-consent. That's a different thing.
Oh.
What? I don't think
He's right.
I'm not right at all. There's a couple different ones.
Is Freon not what you use in refrigerators?
Freon is what they used before you were born.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
And
so
in cars as well. It's what they used in cars before we were. Maybe not before.
Might have been born. Man, you were a kid.
Yeah, I think that's how they fixed that hole in the ozone layer was by cutting out Freon and the hairspray and stuff. You remember that, Taylor? We had a hole in the ozone layer.
I do remember that being on the news, but I was too young to give a shit. I didn't really.
We changed our ways and we fixed it.
I put all my worries in the.
All right, let's get out of here, Brom.
Not a moment too soon.
Everyone out. I'll clear the path. Follow me.
We had it a second
Trust
time
me,
with
we
the
don't
want to
be here when
but I
it
hear they're all
blows.
gone now. They got rid of all the murder hornets, and I kind of.
That's great.
Can y'all run at max speed? That might help.
I feel like someone should have been patted on the back.
Place is coming
because they
down.
made such a big deal out of scaring us about the things. Once they finally eradicated us, they should have been like, thanks to the hard work of. I would have liked to know who was the guy who was leading the murder hornet team. Pat that guy on the back. Give him a fucking medal. Give him, you know, I want his team to get some acknowledgement.
Yeah,
They hunted
we got
down
like
all the
fucking.
murder hornets in the country.
We got John Goodman winning like Presidential Medal of Freedom, guys like that. Meanwhile, the murder hornet, savior of the world, no medal.
What did he do? John Goodman.
I don't think it was actually John Goodman. It was some other actor.
Liz Cheney got one.
Cheney got one, and I think George Soros got one. Am I crazy about that?
I don't know.
Skulls
I can see the people who donate lots of money getting their due.
If a medal
Guys.
had ever been worth less, like it's
Yeah,
just
let's see.
it's a presidential participation trophy or some shit.
Is it supper
has
time
no
yet?
meaning or worth.
The Vigil thinks that was the last of the weapon
You
caches.
just hand them out. Clearly,
I have to get
whoever
these
George
prisoners
Soros
back to the
did
Citadel.
get one.
I'm going
And you
straight
might have
back to
been thinking of
Holbrook
Michael
with these
J.
others.
Fox when you said
Feel
that.
good.
I saw that, but dude,
You know, I'm good at giving him one.
Yeah.
I'm cold.
All the
If you're ever near
Parkinson's
Cragstead,
shit.
you better stop by.
Throw him
If I come
by.
to
think he has any
Kragstad,
choice.
it won't be to lounge around your
Parkinson's
hearth.
shit does him.
It'll be to
He
grab you
came
from
out-
mission
He
simulators.
came out so goddamn
I'll
shaky,
keep my mace
and I
handy.
was thinking like, oh
You
my
do
god,
that.
I hope
I'll see
someone's
you
there
around,
to,
Cop.
you know, keep him
Not if I see
stable.
you first.
And they had him on the left side of Biden. Biden is holding Michael J. Fox
Dorks.
up, and now they're rocking together up there.
Who's holding who? You fell for the ruse. Michael J. Fox is holding up Joe Biden.
And suddenly you realize,
Hooray! We completed the mission.
able
Yay!
to stay on kilter by just a hair. So now the addition of Michael J. Fox having the shakes and Biden swaying around, he looks like he might go down. It was a bad look.
I found all 19 of them. I'm gonna go through some, and you guys are gonna tell me deserve it, don't deserve it.
Read the letter from Bram.
I wish that we had. I wish
No
it
rest
was-
for me. Lily, I can't thank you enough for helping us avenge Kragstad. The Molten Alliance is foolish enough to push us, but that device, I'm glad we destroyed it. I'm on my way to Newt White Bear in Holbrack. I owe him nothing, but reporting what happened is the right thing to do. Besides, I heard from one of the prisoners that Otelia might be in Holbrack safe, so I want to make sure she's okay. Rock sends her thanks too. She's taking captured Alliance members back to the Black Citadel stockades. I know we come from different worlds, but Rock says we're thrown together for a reason. She doesn't think this will be the last time we meet, and I hope she's right. Maybe I'll see you in Holbrack. I owe you the largest glass of ale you can carry. Oh, and Rock suggests you go to the Citadel, help her with interrogations. Who knows what you two might collect?
Done a tremendous amount of like public.
Alright, so we gotta go to meet.
Touche.
Yeah. So he's gonna be a push.
Meet what's his name? Bram in Holbrack.
25th Secretary of Defense.
So I think I'm just gonna fast travel there. I don't feel like walking this time.
Posthumously. Oh, so he doesn't. Yeah, throw him one.
Doesn't matter.
Hillary Clinton got one.
Oh.
She was a former presidential candidate.
Dude, just her work in cattle trading alone is deserving.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? She couldn't be president. Let's give her a fucking medal. Michael J. Fox. I'm fine with that one. We're all good with. How about Tim Gill?
Favorite comedian?
I don't know why Michael J. Fox gets one. I really don't.
What's wrong with Michael J. Fox to you?
Oh.
Why do you hate people with Parkinson's?
Because they're annoying.
Good question.
Still, Taylor, it upsets me.
What, do you think that's a dishonest framing?
You need it. I have it.
You think that was a bad faith question?
I just don't even know what that fucking medal is about. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's like it's juvenile to me. It's like I don't know. And you'd like to think that Biden would be the guy who'd have serious appointments and serious medal appointees or whatever the fuck, but he's just giving it to.
Yeah. Well, let's not pretend he's the first one to be giving out silly presidential
I hope it
medals of
doesn't
freedom.
cost
They've been doing this a while.
I wonder what those medals cost us, like the taxpayer.
should
I
know.
wonder what you know
They
what
were
I mean.
almost
Like I wonder
all-
what each medal cost.
By the
time I got to Crowstead,
so
a
Michael
dozen
J.
of my
Fox
friends.
devoted his post-Parkinson's life to like
May the spirits guide them to
popularizing and
peace.
raising money
If
and
we'd stood
battling the
together.
disease.
Yeah, I liked him on Spin
It's
City.
every hunter for himself, right?
It's not that simple.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was a show
it
where
is.
he was the like the
What
spin
are you
guy
going
for
to
a
do
mayor.
now?
I think
You
the mayor
care?
was Phil
Cry.
I'm gonna
And,
rebuild
and
Cragstead
it
with
had
whoever's left of my
Heather
friends.
Locklear. She
The
was in
smart
show
choice
too.
is to
And
regroup
then,
and
he
finish
got
the
his
fight
diagnosis,
later.
And I think he
Whatever
left
you
the
do,
show, and they replaced
may the
him with
spirits
like,
keep
maybe
you
Rob
safe.
Lowe or somebody like that. I don't know. It's a sitcom
Mm,
that I was watching.
okay.
Charlie
Well,
Sheen, maybe.
Yep, that could have been it. This is a,
He
That was
has
it?
again,
Bear's
it's a sitcom when I
backbone
was-
and Raven's
I
wit.
did watch this
Yes,
back in the day.
he got those from his
Yeah,
father.
I know he regretted.
I just wish he didn't also have Wolf's
We
heart.
should give one to Phil Hartman for Lionel Hutz.
I mean, I liked him in News Radio. Do you ever see News Radio?
Never a second of it.
So News Radio is a really good show. It did terrible in the ratings, but Joe Rogan is
journey
doing his
continues.
earliest
have my
work
attention.
that's recorded outside of stand-up, I guess. And Andy Dick is in there. I know he's insufferable and like everything, but he's good in this. Kathy Griffin is in there. Phil Hartman's in there.
Every
I can't
one of them
remember
does a good job.
the overweight guy who owns the station. I can't think of that actor's name, but he's in so many Coen Brothers movies and stuff. Like he's a folksy sounding, like this guy, and he's a great actor. There's an episode, there was a storyline where Phil Hartman is like the star of the station. He's their talk radio.
I don't know who
guy.
Attila is.
And
Is that your girlfriend?
Phil Hartman voice. And he's in there talking, and something happened. Like he couldn't get in the booth right away, and they're like, "Somebody's got to read the news. Somebody's got to read the news." Joe, go in there and read the news. And Joe goes, he's like, "I can't do this." And like, "You can do it, Joe." And Joe puts his headset on. He goes into the microphone, and it's really funny because this is 35 years ago or something. And he's like in like a little studio, and he's great at it. Like right away, he's he's well informed, and he's smooth and he's slick. And Hartman joins him because he's like, "You're doing a little too well," and he tries to trip him up. He's like, "What exactly is that, Joe?" And well, it's actually the repair of the small meniscus around the knee. He'll be out for 6 to 8 weeks. They'll have him back soon, though. And Phil's like,
You know how sometimes you'll hear voice actors do a character before they were even part of that show? Like, did he ever drift into Troy McClure or Lionel Hutz at all? Like, doing those voices?
That was probably the same time period as he was doing those characters on The Simpsons.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know.
Head to the jail in the Black Citadel now.
So long ago. Because I didn't know who any of those people were on the
I like News Radio too. At one point, Joe Rogan takes his shirt off, and I was shocked. Like, I don't know how I didn't recognize just how fit the dude was with clothes on, but there was some random scene where he took his shirt off, and he's like fitness influencer.
Yeah.
He's
He's always been jacked. Yeah.
How about this one? Jane Goodall. Does she
Thumbs up.
deserve?
I like it. I like it.
I don't want to sway the gallery here, Kyle. Does Jane Goodall, with all her research with chimps, does she get the medal?
I'm trying to remember.
Why can't I do the jumps now?
Conservationist?
Having sex with those animals.
No,
Is
I
she
won't
the
stand
Gorillas
for
in the
that.
Mist person?
Is she the Gorillas? I haven't seen Gorillas in the Mist. I've
No,
heard of
that's
it.
not Diane Fossey. Diane Fossey is the other white lady who made
Jane Goodall was more like chimps.
This is the
So do you like that?
Cool. Makes sense.
Fossey was more gorillas, I think. Yeah, I like anybody that works with animals.
I'm
appreciate
down with
that.
Jane Goodall too. I like the chimp researchers and all the monkey people. Those are good.
Yeah.
Fannie Lou Hammer.
That's not a real name.
I agree. Scrolling down, not real.
Let me guess.
Magic Johnson.
Trouble?
I mean, look, anybody that can survive AIDS for this many decades, and all of his contributions to the world of basketball.
Where's the Blood Citadel?
Yes, he gets. Yeah, sure. Magic can have one.
Okay, yeah, let's throw one Magic's way. Ralph Lauren, the guy with the clothes.
No. Fuck no, Ralph Lauren doesn't get one. No.
I'd say no to Ralph Lauren too. He's
Calvin
already got
Klein can't have one either.
all his textile money. He doesn't get one.
Is
Lionel
it Ralph
Messi.
Lauren?
Is it Ralph Lauren?
You know, if Lionel Messi was American, it'd be a slam dunk for me. He's Argentinian. Argentinian though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And he's a South
He's the South American Medal of Freedom, maybe, but I don't think he should have.
Train it well.
Like
if we haven't given one to like Wayne Gretzky yet, and Lionel Messi, a soccer player from Argentina, gets one first, that's crazy.
When will you know if you're qualified to join my
He's
war
just really
band?
fucking good at soccer.
When
man.
I'm damn good and ready, Gladian.
Oh, he supports
and
healthcare
not
and education
before.
programs for children around the world
Yes,
through the Lionel
Tribune.
Messi Foundation.
Sorry, Tribune.
Okay, well, I bet Gretzky does
All right,
something.
vibrate lock.
Probably. William Sanford Nye. Bill Nye?
Who?
Nah, I
Seneca?
say no to
Okay.
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye lost me when he went like so hard left on the gender issue. Like I really.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. It's like, gender's a spectrum, just like light. You cocksucker.
And it's like, you son of a gun. I specifically remember a video we watched from you where you were like, you can learn a lot through chromosomes. Someone's sex.
Doesn't matter what you
someone's
do. We
identity."
won't be
Like, you know, it's
ignored.
like,
Success isn't a grab.
Why'd you lie to me, Bill? Why are you
Dick, what
trying
do you mean?
to fib on me, Bill? So yeah, I say no to him. George Romney. Posthumous. I'm not reading the posthumous one. So it doesn't matter. George
That guy's
Soros.
got to be. He's got to be related to Mitt Romney, right? There's no way that there's a random Romney up there getting a posthumous medal from the president, right? Especially where the
They control the lava? Ah.
He was a governor of Michigan.
Your skin's on fire, dude. You don't look like you're having a good time.
Oh, okay.
I'll check. But I'm pretty sure.
David Rubenstein, in
These guys look like they're in quite pain.
Investment firm. That doesn't. So he was just so good at investing that they gave him a medal. Nah, the reward for that is lots of money. You don't get a medal too. No on him. George Soros, same
just real
thing.
quick, it is his dad, and I saw his picture. Good God, they look like twins. They look so similar. That's
some strong genes up there.
He's a guy that's aging pretty well.
Aw,
The
poor
Ron-
baby.
Oh, Denzel Washington? I'm in favor of Denzel. I just like Denzel Washington, so I'm good with it.
I like Denzel. Yeah, I really do.
I like Denzel
Okay,
too, but when
jerk.
it was a guy who was really good at soccer, we're all like, fuck him. He's really good at acting, playing pretend, and we're like, good choice.
Dude, if what's funny about this list is if I watched like one 25-second video of Messi talking about like the work he does or something, I'd be like, yeah, all right.
I didn't
Yeah,
expect you
give
to
me-
see you here. Good to see a
Yeah,
friendly
all right, I
phrase.
guess
Tribune
give me
Brimstone has me
You know
interrogating
what?
the
That's
prisoners.
not true. I don't think he speaks English.
Oh, if he doesn't speak English, then definitely not. Can't
He's
get.
on an American team. And maybe I'm out of date. He probably does now.
Oh, I thought he was. He's in America playing? Is he that?
Yeah,
towards
he
the end
switched
of
to
his
the
career?
MLS like last year, I think. The year before. It's kind of recent.
Whoa.
After the World Cup. Yeah,
Cool.
dude, the old, worn-out version of Messi is in the Major League Soccer, just wrecking everybody. He's the best.
I saw that Caitlin Clark had some sort of stalker that they arrested. Like that.
Thanks, Rocks.
Is that the
I'll be here if you need me.
Yeah.
I think I saw. Was it like that crazy guy who was sitting in the courtroom, and like as they were reading the charges, he's like, "Guilty as charged." He's like, "Yes, I stalked her, and I'd do it again as soon as you release me."
So Caitlin
Now
Clark
celebrate victory with my new
more
friends.
famous
Okay.
Than any male basketball player under 30.
What chapter am I in?
Question asked again and again. Like, is there anyone in the NBA under 30 as famous as Caitlin Clark? Like, I could ask you, do you do Anthony Edwards? Do you think he's pretty good?
I could think him out of a lineup.
Right?
Oh, we're about to get into Sky Pirates.
I'm already itching to get
back in the
fight.
I got my gun because I'm John Morant. I'm John Morant. I don't give a fuck. It's just like, and then it's clips of him pulling guns out.
What about that one guy like Giannis Papadopoulos or like some Greek name?
Wemby. Why can't I think Wemby?
She's more. I think I can answer this.
Oh, I know him.
I hate basketball with such a fiery passion. I don't know any of those people, but I know Caitlin Clark. I would recognize her in a Starbucks or whatever. If I saw her, I would recognize her. But other than the fact that they're all like 6'6" or taller, I wouldn't know any of those young players. I wouldn't recognize Bronny. Other than he looks so much like LeBron, I'd probably catch on. I wouldn't recognize any of those people. I really wouldn't. I'd recognize that the white guys, that Jokic guy. I'd recognize him.
Yep.
He's got a distinctive look about him.
Dude, that guy's so funny. I don't think he can jump more than 6 inches. He's one of the least athletic basketball.
I don't know why it
players
didn't have me do that in the opposite order.
honestly
Why didn't I go
think
to Citadel first, then Holbrack? Because I have to go back to Holbrack, I have to go to the Citadel. It's like back and forth, which is kind of annoying.
Over 7?
Near 7. And maybe
I just read that if you're over 7 feet tall, your odds to be in the NBA are 1 in 6.
Yeah.
Like, for everybody else, it's like 1 in like 6 million or something, like 60 million. And but if you're over 7 feet, it's 1 in 6.
he's probably the best basketball player on the planet right now, and he can't jump. It's pretty neat. He just, well, what he does really well, and he has like a vision that he sees the game develop like Gretzky.
What would you think if they made like dunks like a different point amount than other things, like the
higher or lower?
Game? I don't know, because I just, what I want is more dunks, because it seems like, and I think I read somewhere that there's less dunking.
Spirits of the Wild,
and
welcome
then
you.
when I watch highlights on ESPN, I don't see people doing the crazy shit that they did in the 90s, like
Southsun Camp? Southsun Cove.
I
Yeah.
don't see that too much.
Yeah,
like
maybe they min-max the sport too much.
I don't know. Maybe it's not cool anymore, or maybe they're just trying not to get hurt. Maybe I don't know anything about the game.
It's super cool to dunk, but the analytics, like, they moneyballed basketball. And I'm gonna try to do this.
Yeah, no worries.
Even though I suck at math.
And Rocks. Commander, good to see you.
If you shoot for 2, then you might hit that 50% of the time. So every shot's worth 1. If you shoot for 3, then you hit that like 40% of the time. So every shot's worth what, 1.2? Did I do that right?
Yes.
So that means that anytime you're not shooting 3s, you're leaving money on the table. And they just shoot 3 after 3 after 3. And even like 7-foot tall guys with no one in front of them, stopping at the 3-point line and shooting there on.
But you got to draw more.
No worries, Rocks. I'll be here when you're ready.
Though, if you're shooting, from the paint, like how does that money ball out? That to me seems like the move, because you're taking an easier shot.
Hooray!
It might be hard to make it when you're getting fouled, but you're right. Fouls are worth a lot too. I don't know how much a foul's worth, but I bet it's worth like.
Episode complete.
Yeah. I hate the game, but I really do enjoy watching the players shoot the shit from any game. There's something about like in the NFL especially, those guys are always in that helmet. You don't really get to see what they're about, and then you see some like defensive end that just seems like some big brute, and he starts breaking shit down on this ridiculous level. And he's like, oh yeah, you see how his palms are flat? This is a rush. And it's like, what do you mean his palms are flat? like the way they're picking up on stuff and how smart those guys are is really surprising. So I like the podcast with players talking about, reminiscing especially. I like that stuff a lot, even though I didn't give a shit when they were playing. I've gotten more into football this year, like big time. I've watched a bunch of NFL. I've liked it more.
More into pro football than college?
No, not more.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta look something up.
I don't know what we ended up, but like, it's a good year. You know what? Oh God, I'm glad. I haven't talked about this yet. Our coach. So first of all, you ever see Rocky 3? Remember Rocky 3? He's about.
Oh, you only get it once?
Clubber Lang, Mr. T, and there you have a scuffle right before the fight. Like they're in like the back area of the stadium, and Rocky's trying to get in his locker room, and Mr. T's going to his, but they bumped into each other, and there's a scuffle. And Mickey, Rocky.
Oh, I only get the bags once. I guess that makes
knocked
sense.
Against the wall by Mr. T, and he has a heart attack and dies. That happened to our coach at the game that we lost.
Your coach died?
No,
That's funny.
His mother died. She fell over and died at the game. The coaches did.
But she wasn't bumped by the opposing team.
I hope not. I hope some big Notre Dame bruiser didn't
defensive
take out.
linebacker was.
Did they win the game?
His mom.
You know they did.
No.
The SEC teams lost in the playoffs.
This is
a
the Notre
playoff.
Dame law. Yeah.
Oh, dude. So he's like.
Liable.
Oh man, what a horrible day for
Mom
football.
died at the game.
Oh,
she fell
that sucks.
and died.
That's really sad.
Really, his mom is the goat. They're the reason they lost. If she had a little more toughness to her, maybe the coach would have had his head in the game. Just saying.
Well, I mean, he probably didn't know until afterwards.
I don't think he knew until afterwards. I don't know what the timeline's like.
He's a ruthless coach. If he turned over and saw his mom's death's door and then was like, next play's a blitz. Or like, we gotta end this game quick.
Jesus, that
I can put any stats on that? That's nice.
Yeah, that does suck. I can't believe I didn't see anything about that. That's well, how old is she?
I don't know. His mom died at the, she got crushed at the game or whatever, fell down, got mushed up.
If someone died next to you at like if I bought and I had really good seats at like the Blues game or something, and the guy next to me dies in like the middle of the first, I'm not gonna go home.
Dies of what?
Just sudden death.
Heart attack?
Just
I hate when I die of death.
I ask him to get up when I'm like going to the bathroom in between periods, and he like is already dead, almost like Weekend at Bernie's, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy's dead. But then I know that if I tell an usher immediately, they're not gonna let me back to my fucking seats.
Wait, you're not even gonna tell anybody?
Well, end of the game, because they're not gonna let me back
sit next
into
to a
that
corpse.
for like it's like an hour and a half.
What if he's just in a diabetic coma and he could be saved?
I would go like this under his nose. I'd say slurs at him.
Oh, well, as long as you go like this under his nose.
Yeah.
That's fair. Gotta hold up the court.
Yeah, and also, this guy died, and also.
Oh, I could get another character at a level 80 now.
He ate his brat and popcorn, by the way.
That's what it would be. It would be the footage from TNT of you eating your second fry, and you would look over to the dead guy and like steal his fry or something. you'd be like taking his French fries or his ketchup or something.
Oh, did you see that Philly fan who got like in trouble for yelling?
I didn't listen to the rant, but I saw that apparently he was in true Philly form being very rude to an opposing fan.
So the opposing fan wore Green Bay stuff to the Philly game in Philly, and her boyfriend, husband, fiance person is a content creator. So he went there kind of with like provoking on his mind. He said he was going to go into the belly of the beast and root for the opposing team. Anyway, for some reason, his girlfriend, fiance, wife person got the attention of the Philly guy, and he's screaming at her, calling her a dumb punt or something close to that. And he's like, "Don't call her that." He's like, "Well, it's not my fault. She's a dumb cunt." Like, he's like doubling down, and he's just like screaming, mouth frothing kind of whatever. And
all right, time to start the next
we need to identify this
chapter.
Fan. Even the Philly fans are like, let's identify this guy and get rid of him. And I'm like not that I've ever done
Council
that,
threat.
but
You may not know me, but I know you. I'm calling on you because you're capable of the face of danger. If you consider yourself to be a force of good in this world, then I implore you to attend the Dragon's Bash effigy ceremony in Lion's Arch. I've heard whispers about a threat to the ship's council, and if left unchecked, to the city itself.
That's what they're supposed.
Lightly assaulted.
Message from
Like, and to me, I'm like, that's sports. Like, don't do that. Don't dress as the enemy in at someone else's home court. And it's almost like this morality play for me. Like, no. We deserve home court advantage. You can't come here, Pittsburgh, New York, Dallas or whatever, and make this your home court. No. It's us. And they're all yelling at him, and I'm like, maybe I'm the dick. Maybe you're not supposed to scream at people for wearing the wrong clothes. I don't know.
Is this the video, Kyle?
Well, I thought the
Cryptus
video was like, what happened
Exorcist.
after that?
Cool title.
And fired.
Yeah, he lost his job, and he's not allowed to go to games anymore, and I assume he's a pretty big Phillies fan, given how he so, patriotically supports his team.
And you just know that the girl and
guys, I think we should start a GoFundMe.
Yeah, this guy's just a hero from Philly defending the Eagles who clearly need it.
We'll show his second grade school picture. This guy's being bullied by the national media for being a patriot and a
Go to Lion's Arch from Gindering's Field.
So was he just yelling that she was a cunt? Like, how long did it go on? Was it a whole
The
game?
video was pretty short. The video that we all saw was, 18 seconds? Something close to that. And he called her that twice during it. And they were coming back at him really peacefully and civilly. Like, no, they're the ones recording. Hey, don't say such unkind things. Like, I don't know what they were like as they riled him up, before the video, but or maybe he just reacted that way to the Packers uniform.
I bet he'd been drinking.
Yes, but I also don't think the Packers people were there on a charm offensive when they said we're going into the belly of the beast to rile up these Philly fans, rooting for the other team.
Why have I never gotten this item?
Blamey right about now. That's what I'm getting out of this.
No, I am not blaming the victim because the victim is that guy.
It's consumable?
Heroically supporting his team. He lost his job.
You're just hating on a patriot, Kyle.
Well, you don't love America.
I don't love Philly fans. They seem like the worst.
Why can't I use this item right now?
I hope y'all lose the game badly. I hope it's like because they deserve it. Like they really
won the game. We're moving to the next round.
I mean, I hope you.
He
win
means
the
the
next
big game.
I want you to get to the Super Bowl and lose because that hurts more. Not you. I know you don't really. You don't care. But Philly fans,
I'll be okay.
That guy, like that, he won't care at all. But like that guy will care. If that guy gets has to watch his team from home, go to the Super Bowl and lose painfully, that'd be beautiful. There was a couple of painful losses. It might have been the Packers game, or there was a fumble at the end, and it was like, oh my God. There's a couple of great games. I've enjoyed the playoffs thoroughly.
It wasn't the Packers game. The Eagles were pretty much in control.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the playoffs thoroughly.
That's good.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever really watched more than just a game here and there. But it's been a good season, and I think I just like the NFL.
Keep your blade sharp
I
and your
think there's
powder
been changes.
dry.
It's a different feel to the game than it used to be to me. For one thing, I don't know, culturally,
Excelsior.
I hated the NFL during all that Kaepernick stuff, and it just seemed like every game had a black national anthem, and then we had like the gay national anthem, and then
I hate that.
and then like the rainbow, like and now the Rainbow Warriors will sing a song, and it's like, who are the Rainbow Warriors? It's like, oh, you don't know, they're that trans biker gang that protects kids. They're gonna come out and do donuts and
one national anthem.
Captains and crews,
right?
and visitors too. Welcome to the first annual Dragon Bash. Is everyone having a good time? It's time to light the effigies and turn this Dragon Bash into a Dragon Burn. But first, let me introduce the other ship's council members who are joining us today. Please give a hearty hi-ho to the finest captain on the council, Captain Ann Reed. And when I say fine, I do mean fine. Next on the docket is the captain of the Sprocket, Captain Talk, one of the most impressive Asura ever to sail the seas.
If you like my sprocket, Magnus, you should see my new rocket.
Whatever. And last but not least, it's Captain Theo Ashford of the Ascalonian Ashfords. A more effective family of cutthroats never lived.
Ah, you're too kind, Magnus. I'll have to work extra hard to live up to your praise.
You'd better, you salty old dog. The ship's council will also like to welcome the cultural representatives joining us today. They're all secretly wondering if we brought them up here to sacrifice them. No, of course we didn't. Let's give our brave visitors a hand. They've brought memorials for their kin who were killed by dragons. All hands on deck. Toss your memorials on the pyre. Let's light the horizon with this dastardly dragon. Begin the burning! That's right. Toss your memorials right on the effigy. Everybody, let's remember all those we've had taken from us. Nicely done, friends. Nicely done. All right, light 'em up. Light 'em up! Light 'em! Great spirits!
Wow, they got killed by magic.
Everyone stay calm. The Lion Guard are here. You there, get to the counselors and protect them. You, get up to the stage and form a perimeter around the counselors. Lion Guard, Go get that Dolyak and bring it to the front. We have injured and we need to get the counselors to safety.
Who needs assistance?
See if you can help the Char cultural rep. He's injured and not moving.
I'll do what I can.
Stay alert, everyone. That may have just been the prelude. Oh no. Some are seriously injured. Where's that Dolyak? You, and... Mists. All of you. Go with that Dolyak. Make sure the injured counselors get to the fort.
Hey. Ooh, nice interrupt. Nice interrupt.
Still standing. Barely.
Okay. I wasn't expecting actual resistance on that. I wish more AI were programmed to pick you up. Bleeding out like a chump is annoying. And then I spawn. Oh, okay.
I feel good. I could outrun. You'll be feeling that one for days.
These enemies have some good interrupts on them, and I don't like that.
I feel good.
Blade of the earth.
Come on. Let's do this.
I feel good.
Lethal combination. I like it.
Alright, we made it across. Oh, got jumped immediately.
Shatter.
Back me up.
Jeez, how many of these guys are there?
I feel good.
Slow cow no more.
Terrorism.
I feel good.
You'll melt away.
Does the move have to hit? Here, let me read it. Upon dealing strike damage. Yeah, I have to actually do damage with the skill. And now you shall fall.
You'll be feeling that one for days.
Alright, and is there a cooldown on the ability? No? I should be able to do it now? Yeah, okay. I just need to be aware of which skills roll my... I used my dodge instead of my heal. There we go. Is there any weak enemies? No, nobody even does damage.
Still standing. Barely.
Bonk.
I could outrun a centaur. Searing flesh from bone.
Oh, so that doesn't do... Okay. I thought that did damage. I'm dumb.
I feel good.
Are we good?
This was no accident. I'm opening an official investigation into what just happened here. Thanks for your help. I think it's fair to say you saved a few lives today. Go enjoy what's left of Dragon Bash. There's nothing more to do here. I'll check in on the injured.
What to do now?
Wait, am I... What? I'm not allowed in there? That's so dumb. I wanted to talk to the injured.
Out with it.
I'm tired. I slept well, but I'm still just tired. Oop, fell in the water. This is an interesting entrance to the city. It's not very glamorous. It's not like it's even retractable. There's no gate. Seems very siegeable. Lilia, the situation has worsened. One of Lion's arch counselors, Theo Ashford, has succumbed to his wounds. He's dead. The Lions Guard is keeping the news quiet while the festival continues, but they're overwhelmed trying to maintain security at the city. At this very moment, a killer walks free, and this can't be allowed. Go to Divinity's Reach into the Eastern Commons. There is a back alley bar called Dead End. You'll find one of the world's best investigator minds. Yes, the best investigative minds in Tyria, which is the world. Marjorie Delacroix. She will need your help to help those behind the counselors. Oh, she will need your help to find those. Tell her E sent you. Who is E? I don't want to look it up because I don't know if I've actually figured it out in the story yet. But I don't know. We'll keep notes on it. I gotta go to Divinity's Reach, not here.
Money for patrol guards? This is getting out of hand.
Another ministry meeting.
Business was
More
set
wasted
those caravans don't go through.
No wonder why there aren't more Absalonian ministers to defend it.
If we run out of food and supplies, there'll be no one left to defend.
If a merchant wants to make a profit, let him hire his own guards.
Mercenaries cost more than soldiers.
Let the heroes handle it. I think we're done here.
I don't see anything on.
Increase the sympathetic resonance. Perhaps the power output can be boosted.
Oh well.
This idea that like, oh, this is for the black national anthem, this is the American national anthem, this is the gay national anthem. Like, wait, blacks and gays aren't Americans? What? How is that better? That's
Also, it's like more time. I don't even like it at the beginning of hockey games when like the Blues play against the Maple Leafs.
The hell is that?
They do both anthems. It's like, brother,
the
like
reason
let's
you
get
don't
it
like
moving.
it is the Canadian anthem is clearly superior.
It's a good anthem. I'm not going to throw shade at that. I just want the game to.
Why does he look like that?
Because they blue balls you like when
World
you're.
is their anthem better? Ours is a battle.
I didn't say it was better. I said it was a good anthem. They have a fine anthem up there in Canada. Ask
No, they
anyone.
don't. Look, what's it about? What's the story?
Yeah, there's.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah, our home and native land.
Ours is a fucking
True
battle.
patriot love.
No, ours is a fucking battle.
Something command.
Badass. Ours you can play. Ours is great. It's beautiful. There are great renditions of it. Every now and then I hear somebody sing it so well, it brings a tear to my eye.
Very
I
interesting.
always like that when you see some of the big football players crying because the national anthem's so good. I like that. I remember one year they had some maybe.
Where do you see this?
On television at football games at the NFL. There was a country guy that sang a few years ago. They were all out there crying. Everybody was. It's great. You're not patriotic, Taylor? You don't cry at the national anthem?
Not regular.
Okay, weirdos.
With pride, not with sadness. I'm a patriot.
I cry. I'm so full of pride that I cry.
I guess this is just the flaming dance area. Oh fuck, it's Johnny Bravo. I haven't seen him in a while.
Overcome by emotion, I vomit. All over myself because of my patriotism.
I want to talk NBA for a second, and you guys are the people I want to ask.
Okay.
The NBA ratings have gone down. And
I heard.
Yeah, and by like a bunch. And
Really?
it's not like systemic across all sports. I think the NFL has gone up, baseball's gone up, and I think hockey may have gone up too. I'm not sure about
UFC
that.
up?
UFC is up,
Ooh,
but
the
NBA is
losing.
down. So it's not like sports are down. It's a streaming issue or something. It's specific to the NBA. And there's a couple theories. One is they embraced some leftist stuff too tightly during the COVID bubble. Like they'd wear maybe, like, I forget, Black Lives Matter. They'd replace their name on their jersey with stuff like that. There were like a half a dozen slogans.
Okay.
They were all like Black Lives and Stop, Don't Shoot type stuff. So one is that there may be.
All right, I have no reason to be here. I'm gonna get out of here.
Viewer base by being too blue team. One is the 3-point
We're going
shot.
to the bar.
Every team plays the same way now, just shooting from deep. I forget some of the other theories on why. Oh, players changing teams too often. Like, you know.
I don't know what's going on with those people. They're being weird.
In hockey, a single player can become a franchise's identity.
Everything's just been going so well.
And
I should offer up some prayers. And
you know, when
pennies.
that guy moves, like, who are you even rooting for now?
She'd probably
So
appreciate that.
one is
I
that.
just think it's so inaccessible to me as an outsider looking in.
Okay.
Like when I see a game, it's just a blur out there. The coverage to me of that game, and it's just
Thank
the way
you.
the game is. Like even basketball, like man, the camera works so good. I feel like, are there cameras out on the ice in hockey? Yeah, I feel like basketball's got. There's all. I feel like I'm right there with them in basketball. Like I see the guy's face. I see him sweating. I see his tongue sticking out. And hockey, I'm just disconnected from them. Even in football, where they're also covered up like that, man, they get those cameras right in there, and I can hear the quarterback audibling and stuff. It feels cold, like when I watch a hockey game.
All right, I'm going to be right back before I go into this next little mission.
Happening on the ice.
I can see why basketball wouldn't be everyone's cup of tea. Like one of the things I didn't like about it before I started following it more was scoring. Like
it's too much.
In hockey or football, when somebody scores, that's a noteworthy event. In basketball, it's going to happen 50 times tonight. You know, you might get 52, I get 51. This is scores, not points. But one of them doesn't seem to be a make or break like it is in the other sports. Instead, it's more of a flow type thing, you know, who's doing well lately. So I can get why that wouldn't be for everyone. But if ratings are down, I mean, that's not a new factor. I was just curious if you guys were going to be like, or it could be because players are all black. They're not all black, but they're largely black. Maybe a lot of people aren't interested in such a black-dominated sport.
Well, that's definitely not it. No, all right. So if anything, it's like this is the time for the white fan. I bet white viewership is up. I bet black viewership is down. It would be my guess. I don't know why, but the white stars. Like if anything.
Oh, those European guys who are really good.
Yeah, there's a couple. Like there's a couple white guys who are in the top 10 best players in the world, and like Woody thinks that Jokic guy might be the best, or maybe he just is the best. Like this is the.
I think he's won MVP 3 out of the last 4 years. So
you got like
that's
a modern day
good
Larry.
Resume.
You got a modern day Larry Bird doing his thing right now, so this is the time for the white fan to be getting involved. You know, if you care about that sort of thing. But I don't know. I don't know why the viewership is down.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
Okay.
About basketball. I just don't like you can't follow you can't follow basketball and hockey. You have to pick one. Like it was an easy pick for me, but like if you actually want to watch games, you can't follow both, or it would be.
Oh, that's the other thing. The games feel inconsequential. Like there's so many games that each one is so inconsequential. I think the more games there are, the less each one matters, right? You have to really enjoy just watching people play hockey now to watch a game because how many hockey games are there in a year? It's 180, I'm guessing.
No, 82 for NBA and NHL.
Isn't it fun that they're the exact same amount?
Yeah, and their like seasons are like almost
like a week or two,
like 10-day overlap.
Yeah,
I always know because it's like the Stanley Cup is finishing when like the NBA Finals is starting or something like that. Like it's such an overlap.
It's too many games to me. That's one of the things that's cool about the NFL. I think that each one matters so much.
College even more.
College even more, although the playoff system takes a little bit away from the bowls, as well as that tightrope that you had to walk every year of being basically perfect, being unbeaten.
Yeah,
and then the
I
strength
didn't
of
like it
schedule
without
bullshit.
playoffs. Like, some team would go undefeated and not make the big game, and then some
There was
team would take a loss or two.
In 2000 or 2001, somewhere around that time period, USC won a national title when it was like they were like co-champs with like Oregon or something. They did some kind of crazy thing where like they were like, all right, you're number one, and it was awful. The original way that they would just vote and decide who was best. So a playoff was just so much better. It's a shame Georgia didn't win, but I think we're going to get down to the best team. We didn't have our quarterback, so it was, it probably wasn't going to go well.
I forgot.
Yeah.
How did your replacement play?
Not good. Not good. He didn't score.
Okay.
I don't remember the final score. I try to scourge such things from my memory, but we might not have scored a touchdown. It might have been only 3 points. I don't really remember though, because again, I tried to forget. I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks lately, and what do you do when you listen to an audiobook? Like if you
drive,
what do you?
fly.
So I've been watching police videos. I find that the best thing because I don't need any audio. So I'm watching the police chase, and because I don't have the narrator telling me that it's about to end, I have no idea. So I can kind of watch, and it's a completely visual stimulation, and I can have my audiobook in the background with my 40K nonsense. That's been so much fun.
Dude, the internet has ruined us. Not my audio and visual. If something could just massage my dick while I do this, then I'm.
Oh, I got that head. They're dirty audiobooks.
You're listening to like romantic novels.
Yeah, it's Warhammer 40K fan fiction. It's just a battle, licking each other out and stuff. No, I am listening to 40K novels, though. I've been pretty drawn into that for a while.
What is a 40K novel? Is this a professionally written thing or fan fiction? Or like...
Yeah, so the Warhammer 40K universe is written down in a lot of different ways. There are these campaign books that you buy if you play the tabletop game, and within a campaign book, like every generation of the game, I think they're on like the 10th gen now of rule sets and stuff. Maybe even later, but each one will have these campaign books, and it'll not only have the new rules and stuff like that, it'll have lore written in them, and it'll be like, oh, and this happened on this date, and so and blah blah blah, and it'll be very like, what's the not the Lord of the Rings, but the one with all the bullshit in it,
Harry Potter.
What?
No, the Tolkien.
The Silmarillion.
It'll be very Silmarillion-esque, where it's just like facts and dates and information in those campaign books, but then there are novels,
and it's just some guy like freewheeling.
No, it's all like, it's not fan fiction. It's called the Black Library. Like the Games Workshop has authors, and they very carefully craft what the lore in the canon is, and they go back and retcon occasionally if they need to like slide a piece in between two others, and it's like, oh, there's not enough room here. Just, well, this happened 50 years earlier then. It doesn't fucking matter. It's space years. But there are novels like 12-hour audiobooks that are just like, and I'm on a trilogy of novels right now that just tell parts of the lore as well. So I'm reading those. And there's I don't know how many books there are. There's hundreds. What's that?
I wish somebody would Marvel, and by that I mean I need a 31 movie series. I wanted to do it as well as they did Marvel, right? Start me off slow, right? A little dip in the toe that was Iron Man 1 of the Warhammer universe, where I learn a tiny bit and think that this is something that's like, oh, wait a minute, this is the same universe.
Dude, it's so cool. There's some stuff in it that's dumb, but there's so much cool shit in it, and it's full of that, like, the meme where it's like every man's desire to have that last stand and hold out for his friends or whatever. There's tons of that, of like those last heroism everything does. Tons of heroism and self-sacrifice, but it's just so depressing most of the time. It does. But I'm reading the books where like the good side is kind of coming back around in the game. And the lore is 40,000 years of lore, but the most of the stuff happened around the year 30,000, and now we're currently around the year 41,000, and there's new stuff happening.
41?
Yeah.
The name of this.
They do, right? So there's like new shit happening. The sons of the emperor who all died 10,000 years ago, 2 of them have reawoken. And so the addition of these demigods to the good guys team is like a big deal in the universe and in the lore and in the stories. So those are the stories in particular that I'm reading. I read Lionel Johnson's book, and now I'm reading the Dark Imperium trilogy with Rabute Gilliman. And it's like, you know, he's like a 9-foot demigod who's been brought back to life. And he's found that in this new future, he is worshipped, his father is worshipped as a god, and so is he by like all of mankind, trillions of people.
How'd they wake him up?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
He was kissed by a prince.
Is it a really Is it a really evil way? Is it like kill a million souls and infuse him?
I think
Not this time. No.
You decided that.
No, it's just nerdy and like long-winded is all. But you know, they revived him. They got
It's
him
nerdy
back,
and gay.
Got him back into action. So I'm reading those books and they're really fucking good. I like that stuff a lot.
Can you pay attention to audiobooks if you're doing something else?
Well, like I said, I'm watching police chase videos, and if I ever catch myself daydream, that's what I'll actually do. Is I'll go into a little daydream, and I'll be like, oh.
All right, I'm gonna go grab my food, and then I'll be right back.
I'm pretty good about that.
My audiobook retention is dog shit compared to just sitting there and reading. And I can have a TV show on in the background. I can have music on, but if I'm like actively reading, like it's going to be 10 times more that I have like in my recall.
Unlike Kyle, though, I'm usually doing something that makes it hard to rewind, like riding a motorcycle, flying a paramotor, or something like that. And I'll realize that I've either focus on the task at hand or I'm just daydreaming. And I'm like, man, I wish I could go back 2.5 minutes, but can't. I sure hope there's context clues to help me figure out what I just missed.
All right, we can piece this together. We can just...
My headset has like touch, and if you like if you rub it, you know, backwards, like on the thing, that's 30 seconds back. So you can just go flick, 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 and just like kind of go back through it. So that's nice. But lately, I've been playing the audio just through my TV. I've just been playing, off Audible, like through my TV and watching my police
streaming
chases.
device? Is it the TV or do you buy something else?
My phone.
Oh, you stream from your phone to your TV?
Yeah.
I didn't consider that. I use a Roku, and I think it's good.
Just for Audible. I don't have Audible on my Roku. I genuinely mostly just play it on my phone and turn the volume up loud and sit it next to me on the couch. That's usually how I listen.
That wouldn't be for me. I'm really sensitive about how phone speakers don't tend to be as good speakers. And it's not just snobbery. It's like maybe I have some sort of sensory thing. I hate iPhone music and audiobooks and stuff. Yeah, it's too tinny. I need a proper spectrum from my speakers.
It doesn't bother me at all. Like there with my old Samsung phone, like if I didn't feel like putting something on the TV in my gym, I would just like open like the Opie and Anthony Lady Di saga and then just hit play on that. And like genuinely over the years, because I had that phone for I think 7+ years, like anytime you had the screen on, like
I'm gonna go grab
so
some sauce.
burned in, you could see the like arrow on YouTube burned in. You could see like where the comment section would be, and you could like almost like I listened to more than just O and A, but like you could like see an O from like where Opie and Anthony was there. Like again, I didn't mind because it was just like, all right, well, I don't need the audio fidelity to be perfect for this comedy podcast. What's up, Ed? How are you?
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh,
look at this guy walking in here with perfect audio. This is a pro's pro. Did you set it up
I'm glad it's working.
Off camera, or is it just right because you know what you're doing?
Somehow it just worked, which is not generally the case. I am not a podcasting pro like you boys, so there's been some growing pains.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got it sorted.
Taylor, we were talking about audiobooks. Taylor, don't you appreciate the voice acting in an audiobook over? Look, I've read a lot of books. I don't know which I've done more of. I did the whole Game of Thrones thing on audiobook in my car listening, like back in the day. When I was locked up, I went through ton of books. I read through thousands and thousands of pages, tons of Stephen King and a bunch of other stuff, and I really like that too. I don't know which one I prefer, but I know that I like having voice actors.
Aren't you is this weird? Like, when I read a book and like a new character comes up, like I kind of get their vibe,
giving them a voice.
I like impose in my own mind their voice. You know, like that's
I give them voices. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like good voice acting, and it's important. Sometimes I'll listen to a book. Three Body Problem was this times 10. I don't even know the characters' names, but the voice actor in Three Body Problem did such a good job. By the way, all their names were like Ji, Jia, Jing, and Zhang, right? Like, that's why I don't know their names. They're Chinese characters. They all start with X. I'm lost. But the guy does them so well. I know all the characters by their voices. Having said that, the Game of Thrones voice actor, that guy who got like all these awards and accolades,
Roy Dotrice,
most overrated voice actor in the history of audio. Oh my God, him with the Harus, like in the.
It was fun. I liked him.
That dude who's dead now. I think he was like 114 years old when he did those.
Jesus Christ!
Every character he played was just a different variation of a 114-year-old dude, a 114-year-old girl, a 114-year-old child. He couldn't help it. He sucked. He was past his prime, and I don't know why he got the accolade.
What helped me for those in particular was to like not think of his Harus and his nonsense as the voice itself, but to think of it as like we're almost in the future, and a wizened storyteller is regaling me with this tale, and like he's like handing down verbal lore and whatnot. Because you're right, like he'd be like, and then King Rob said in the strongest voice, "Charge!"
So the worst one I've ever experienced is Red Dragon, the Hannibal Lecter novel. I listened to that, and the voice actor or the narrator, whatever, he has the most gravelly voice you've ever heard.
So what did the women sound like?
That was the problem. There's a scene where there's a husband and wife driving home, and they're going to be the victims of the killer. If you remember, they're going to die. Their whole family is, and the kids are in the back, and they're trying to be coy about their like hitting on each other. And she like leans over and whispers. She leaned over and whispered, "I want you to put it in me, hard and fast. I want it. I want it. I want your cock, Mark." And I was just like, ah. Like, couldn't you have brought your wife into the room real quick and been like, hard and fast? It was something just like that.
You make him sound like the fucking WWE guy. Whatever.
Right now, I'm listening to this like Warhammer shit, and there are characters who are ghouls and goblins and just the most disgusting monsters you can imagine. They're rotting while they're still alive. These demons are, and so this guy will give them these great like orc-like voices where you can hear like slobber and like their tongue is falling into. And I am Kugoth, Plague Father. They're just like all mouthy.
Yeah, it's all gross.
And it's just like, yeah, I like that too.
That's what you want. You need your demons. So are you an audiobook guy, Ed, or not really?
Not terribly. Generally, the ones on paper, but I've heard people have told me to look into like voice acting as like a thing, but I don't know how you enter that career space. I mean, we can't all be Sam Elliott, but I think it's one of these things where I had a guy come and tell stories that his dad was the voice of pork in the 90s. Like he was like a voice actor for pork commercials, like the other white meat, and I guess it's a real thing. He made real money doing it. But yeah, I mean, to sit down and record like an entire book is well beyond the capacity of my, post-COVID drainage voice anymore.
No, you should try. You got a good vocal timbre. You could.
Yeah, you really. I think the way to get into it is like, and I was saying this the other day. I think you can do animation with AI. I think animation, you can just like make your own like goofy, silly cartoon, and I don't know. I think a voice like Ed's that sounds really like salesman-y and proper and like an announcer, like that would be a funny voice in like a really animated type situation. It could be very funny.
Dude, I really hope AI
nice little break
to the point that they can animate the stories that we have that are told from like a long time ago where people don't have pictures and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
We've tried a few different things. We had a guy animate one that was like Florida man car stories of like, you know, airboat rides and punching alligators in the face, and it didn't really like help it that much. And then we had one that we used a courtroom sketch artist to recreate some of the scenes, and it was pretty good. It made for a good thumbnail and stuff like that. But yeah, like a true AI dramatic reenactment substitute would be a real asset to the VinWiki storytelling model.
That'll be here before you know it. Like you'll probably want to not, you know, storm the beach on that in the first generation, because it's like everyone's face is going to be weird and they'll be like growing hands and the background will be all blurry. But eventually, like in the next couple of years,
no, it's already here. No, it's
I've seen some of that stuff. Like I've seen people post stuff online where it's like, I took 4 days on whatever AI generator and created a story, which is basically like someone getting in a spaceship and flying to a different planet and like finding a home or something. And it's like,
nice to see ya.
Way better than you would think if you just had the exposure to AI that we did a year and a half ago. But it's also at no point in watching it are you like, whoa, animation. You're like, no, this is AI. That like weird fluidity of solid objects where it kind of like fades and then reemerges with backgrounds. Like that's very evident.
Dude,
oh well.
Taylor, I think you're exceptionally good at spotting
why
AI
does it sometimes not go
because like
audio mode? I don't get it.
A woman talking. It was only like 15.
Does it have to be click here in the call?
Long, and I
no.
could not tell it was AI.
Because see, it's not picking up my audio there.
And it was filled with people who were like, "We're screwed. We're screwed. We
Yeah,
can't tell anymore. You can't tell." And then there was one like Taylor-ish who was like, "No. Look at the like." This gap between her armpit and the whatever. The floor doesn't look like it should. It's not continuous with the floor. It's just one.
Yeah, I don't know what stops Discord from picking up the audio.
One, Zach, because this is one
V1?
that like
it's coming out that way.
Fooled a lot of people online, and like immediately it was obvious that it was AI.
Hello. Okay, there we go.
Look at the corner of the shark's mouth. Look at the way it's like
how about that one?
Shining.
There we go. Okay, I don't know what that was about.
I saw this and did not know it was AI.
Yeah,
I did too, and then I saw the other people picked it out because it had 2 gills or something like that.
That would probably be the smarter way to do it, but like
so, that doesn't look like AI to me. I wouldn't have noticed that. But what I'm talking about, like this thing that I linked is a bunch of like photorealistic AI, but like I'm just about doing animation.
Wow.
I'm just talking making a simple like cartoon, like a what's that new cartoon? Something in Friends.
Something in Friends? I have no idea.
What? How did you describe it? What kind of cartoon, Kyle?
Oh, I know what you're saying. It's like the comedy Adult Swim kind of show.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it, but the animation is so poor that
Happy Friends or something.
Yeah, it's like Happy Friends. The animation is so poor that we could draw it. Like I could draw that animation. Many of the characters, anyway.
We could draw.
I could draw those characters.
All right.
Yeah.
He does good work.
Smiling Friends.
Business. You might be overestimating.
Hope you like
me.
it.
Is that what you're thinking of, Kyle? Smiling Friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
There
Zach,
she
can
is.
you show us what Smiling Friend looks like? Even if it was a still shot or something?
Yeah. That was a very
I don't want to listen to this.
Weird, like it's very on the nose for that old
I thought it was gonna be good. I was wrong.
Swim show that I remember watching in middle school and high school, where it's just disjointed.
Could have been just another dreary night in the same old smoky bar, with that siren song lulling drunks and lonely hearts deeper into their sorrows. It could have been, but then he walked in. Logan Thackeray, the man with all the answers. Well, some of the answers, some of the time.
Marjorie Delacroix?
If it suits you.
It suits me just fine. I want to hire you. There's been a murder. Lion's Arch Counselor Theo Ashford is dead, and I want to know who's responsible.
Sounds like a job for the Lion Guard. What's got you peaked?
Between you and me, Ashford's an old friend of the family. I want to make sure they find his killer.
I see. And you don't trust the Lion Guard?
Let's just say I'm hedging my bets. The pay's good. You in?
How can I say no to Captain Lowe?
No names. I was never here.
Maybe not, but your money is. I'm in.
Lady Casimir, what are you doing in a place like this?
Let's find out.
Good to see you.
Excuse me, Jory. What did Logan Thackeray want?
Justice, I guess. And he paid in advance.
Where are you going this time?
Lion's Arch. Come along if you like. I could use your special talents. Besides, Dragon Bash is in full swing.
Thank you. That's so kind. I believe I shall.
Casimir Mead and Marjorie Delacroix. They will become very, very, very important.
I like it here.
Welcome to the dead end. Why is he a tavern patron and the rest of them are just patrons? Do you only go to taverns? Hello. You're showing an unnatural and unhealthy interest in my business. Is there something I can do for you? Can I speak to her instead?
Hello.
What a pleasure to see you. Pleasure's all mine. Is that so? Oh, so E's a man. Interesting. Okay, okay, okay. I shouldn't be surprised. This isn't the first time he's provided what I need before I even knew I needed it. Name's Lilia. Marjorie Delacroix. Well, I guess we're going by full name for that introduction. Lilia Ember, then. Got any outstanding warrants, sir? Not that I'm aware of you. Not yet. Tell you what. Introduce yourself to my friend over there, the blonde. I'll go pack my anti-pirate spray. Meet you in Lion's Arch. Look for me at the scene of the crime. I've always liked her coat.
Oh, how are you?
You here to assist with the investigation into the murder of Lion's Arch? In Lion's Arch, yes. That's right, Lilia Ember. Pleased to meet you. I'm Casimir Mead. Well, that's not what she said, but you know, whatever. E sent me. Ah, the mysterious Mr. E. I see. See you in Lion's Arch. Good to meet you, fellas. Why can't I talk to you while I'm sitting down?
This next riff is my favorite.
But I already... What? Why did I have the option to talk to him? But, okay, whatever. Hey, Logan. What's going on? We'll figure out who did this, Logan. I got you. Me and Marjorie are on the case now. Hard boiled. That thing is still burning? Impressive.
You look like you're in charge.
You're smarter than you look.
So my mama always said.
Why is
I'm
his
not
body
here
still
for any
here?
Banter, satisfying as that might be. I'm a private investigator from Divinity's Reach, and I want to offer you my services.
What could you possibly offer that the Lion Guard doesn't already have covered?
That's a loaded question. Let me tell you about my Tassie box. I bought it off a snotty little Asura. It can detect all manner of energy fluctuations.
Can y'all stop crying?
May I demonstrate?
Now you've got me curious. Of course, curiosity killed the cat. But go on. Show me.
Just press those buttons and see what glows.
What does that glow mean?
It means the dead Char recently came in contact with the arcane residue. Not while his life was passing before his eyes.
No kidding.
Not even if you ask nicely.
Oh, hold on, let me do it too. There we go. Yeah. My instincts haven't failed me yet. This bring the Tassie box was the exact right things to do. Will you help me? What do you want? You take one of the Tassie boxes and test people. I've already tested you, so you've been cleared. Just point and click. The box is designed to reveal auras. I programmed it to highlight residual energy. It's crudely programmed at the moment, but I can fine-tune the settings as we learn more. Got it. So go beep boop 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 boop.
You must be kidding.
Don't fret. You'll come to no harm unless you had a hand in what happened. She's glowing. All right, lady. You better start talking.
Are you accusing me?
Wait. Could she have gotten it from the dead Char that glowed? She attempted to revive him.
The detective would know that too, if she paid better attention to her crime scene.
Oh, disappointment. Well, you're one lucky little pirate, you are. Consider yourself exonerated.
Lightning blast. Lightning blast. Izuri. I like that name. My identity cog? Interesting. Cool. Uh-huh. You're not important, are you?
Excuse the interruption, Investigator Keel, but I have news. 5 of the cultural representatives failed to report in.
We better track them down. Ms. Delacroix, I'll contact you and your associates when we have something to investigate. Thanks for everything.
What's the range on this device? 1200? Seems to be. 800. Oh, okay. I was off.
This detective owes you. Thanks.
Okay, now I gotta find who is missing from the crime scene. That's a cool boat way up there. Lilia, the Lion Guard have leads on 3 of the 5 missing suspects. So we're gonna go for Vork first. We'll go to Casbrick, because we're already here in Gendron.
Jerk. If he'd just pay the ransom, they'd have their ungrateful brat back in no time.
Who am I looking for? Looking for the script. Down there. Well, that was easy. Hi. You aren't shiny. You smell like sea. Good smell, though. I think script cool. Track down the Quagan. Down in blood-tied coats.
Those people in the bridge.
I love the roller beetle. It's so much fun.
a lot of the jokes that like really hit you are just like throwaways, like almost interspliced in transitions.
Yeah, this is a wildly popular cartoon.
Really?
If you liked old school Adult Swim, then this is the kind of show you would like. It's
Why is the character in the background drawn so much better than the story?
it's like they'll do stuff like that where like part of the silliness is the detail to some throwaway character. Or
is that Mr. Boss? Is that what that character is? Something like that.
Looks like Charlie Brown.
He does. He even has the sweater.
This is the Halloween episode, so he was Charlie Brown for Halloween.
Yeah, it's a.
The guy who made it's a YouTuber, or he was. A YouTuber.
Almost there.
Yeah, Mike from Red Letter Media has done some voice work on this.
I can just go.
Suicidal person who, the Smiley friends are there to cheer him up. And
what's Obsidian Sanctum?
He holds a revolver to his head through the whole episode. They're like, we're here to.
So that's red, green, and blue teams.
Let's try it. But they're on a roller coaster. He's got the gun to his head. They're like eating ice cream, gun to his head. Like he's just ready to blow his own brains out the whole episode.
It's an interesting show.
Eternal
the whole,
Battlegrounds makes sense. Edge of the Mist. What's Obsidian Sanctum?
For a company that somehow makes money, called the Smiling.
Is Obsidian
Friends.
Sanctum the PvP place?
And it's like the whole purpose is like the boss will be like,
I would assume, right?
Little boy,
it's gotta be.
Needs you to give him a smile. And then, of course, they go to give the boy a smile, but it turns out it's not a young boy. It's a 46-year-old man who lives at home who's woefully suicidal, and they have to try and keep him from killing himself with
what is this place?
Random, roller coasters and sweet treats and whatnot. A very interesting show. I like that that old Adult Swim vibe.
What the hell is the Obsidian
engaging.
Sanctum?
You never know what's going to happen because everything's so disjointed, so it keeps your attention more, and because they're like 11 to 12 minute gumdrop snack episodes, you can just grind through it. Did either of you watch old Adult Swim, like any of those shows?
It genuinely made me ill to watch it. Like it was so like dirty in a weird way. I was grossed out by it. I was just always. There was that one show where there was like a pack of French fries and a soda in it.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I liked Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I hated
that.
Why'd you hate Aqua Teen?
The show was good.
Like I thought the characters looked gross and like I don't know. I really didn't like any of the Adult Swim stuff that I saw. And
a lot of it was bad.
In my head too.
Yeah.
It seemed like it was made for a 40-year-old man, and I was 15. I didn't. It didn't make sense to me. A lot of it.
What about the Venture Bros? Did you ever watch that one?
I genuinely hated it all. I like none of it.
Hated it all.
Yeah.
Did you? I remember some episodes of that one, but I couldn't get into it either. It probably just was over my teenage mind.
What's happening here? I don't know. I don't know what's up with this.
With the weekly drawn animation, where does that air? Is it on a streaming service or is it on YouTube or the Smiling Friends thing?
Oh, that's on HBO, I think.
Okay.
Somewhere like that. It's on one of the big streaming services. I've only seen maybe half a dozen episodes.
Oh, it's on Hulu.
Oh, is it time? Okay.
And it's on Max, and it's on.
All right, hold on.
I
we're
guess
gonna figure this out.
To buy it on Amazon and YouTube. Damn, it must be a bigger deal of a show than I really knew.
Yeah,
that's wild. I mean, just the way that you're seeing this kind of transition from. That looks like it would be a YouTube production, right? Because it looks like something like you said that we could all just get together and draw on a quiet afternoon. And then use AI to animate it, but I think that the fact that it is showing up on more produced network streaming service television means that the social media quality threshold is probably making its way towards more mainstream operations, which has got to be horrifying from a production perspective. That they're like, these guys can get an audience with this stuff that it looks like it was a 4th grade art class project.
Oh yeah,
and
old media's dead.
And
old media
a lot of it is
dead. If you look at, I wonder what. Maybe you don't even want to talk about this. It's probably like Friends of Friends or something, but like Car and Driver TV, like that channel. I wonder how.
What the fuck is the Obsidian Sanctum? Where am I?
Programs gets compared to a YouTuber who's taken a Porsche out to the.
I wish I could see the map.
Through his paces. I bet it's not even close. And that world is so different now. We see it a lot with the news.
Sure.
The viewership on especially liberal news, the way MSNBC and CNN has just tanked post-election, and I mean, there's half a dozen YouTube channels that I get recommended that are just 250,000 views every day. Recycling the same news that CNN. We were looking at the views of an MSNBC
What
program,
is this
and it was
place?
like 80,000. There was 80,000 was like the median or something viewers for a TV program.
It was 80,000 in their core demographic.
It's crazy.
So it's more than that, but like within whoever their core demographic is.
Right.
So
whoever they're building ads.
I can just be him.
35 to 54-year-old women or whatever. Like,
do you know Rachel Maddow gets paid?
She makes a ton of money.
I bet
or
she makes $1 billion a fucking week or something crazy like that.
She used to, because her show in about 2016 is almost 10 years ago, but like 9 years ago, like 2016 era Maddow, she was slaying. She was bigger individually than any other show on MSNBC. She was bigger than most Fox hosts.
How much is $250?
The morning and afternoon Fox hosts.
100 gold to be a host?
For a long time, Netflix wouldn't even give stats. I remember hearing maybe a year or so ago that they were going to begin offering viewership statistics, but they wouldn't let anybody know. So they would theoretically allow you, if you were doing content for Netflix, to sell brand placements and product placements, but you couldn't have any evidence of whether or not anybody saw it. And so, the problem with traditional media is that even those estimates are their Nielsen ratings, they're not that accurate. Whereas social media view counts are very easy to audit. We can get some level of demographic data, and it's just such a different marketing product. The only issue that we have is that, it can be hard because a lot of the mainstream brands that have traditional ad buyers that want to be on cable television.
I'm gonna look this up. I just don't get what this place is.
Buy lower view counts or single video deals, or however you want to break them down from a social media perspective.
Yeah, it was like that with gun stuff. It was always like that with gun stuff. There'd be a firearm company that would spend $50,000 to be on some magazine, and it was like, how many copies of that magazine did they sell, sir? 2,800. Man, but like you don't even know. Like I can tweet and get you 28,000 imprints right this second from my brain. I can do that. What are you talking about?
This was like years ago, probably like 2018 or so. But I remember like talking to
it's just a jumping puzzle
about placing ads there, and there were just like no key performance indicators that you could lean on from streaming services, where you'd be like, all right, if we want to do product placement in this way, like how do we, measure how well it's working? Like, will you tell us exactly how many people watched it? And they're like, no. And it's like, all right, so then like, what do we, and like, so our KPI will just be if serendipitously we notice an influx of sales in the region we're running this product placement or ad, and it's like, what the, like, this is not the way, because like even now, like you do this with Fox News, they'll tell you to the person, like in every demo, how many people are watching, what their durations are, what other products they like, what other forms of media they consume. And so then like doing that with a company like with Hulu, because obviously Netflix has always been ad free, and Hulu wasn't, and a huge percentage of their base just pays the minimum and watches ads, and they just didn't have any performance indicators that were useful. I'm sure
so it's just a
now, because that was
Netflix
6 years ago. No, with Hulu.
Oh, I know
they
Netflix
might be, but they may not. I mean, it's
so what's the point of being here? Just for the jump puzzle?
It's subscription plus ads and things like that. But when I've got sponsors like Premier Financial Services is one, they've been a sponsor for 8 years now, but they also do traditional print ads in automotive magazines. They also do event placement, and they have booths everywhere. And they said they don't get attribution for new leads from any of them relative to what they get from VinWiki, because they just, we are obviously massively more in terms of number of impressions, but it's since it's in their face, it seems to convert.
So this place is just like a PvP jump puzzle. This is weird, I guess.
And so it works. I mean,
so I guess I can.
One of ours, they do billboard ads, and
I'm gonna go see if this guy's gonna kill me.
Managed to tell if that works, but I'm sure it's Florida Turnpike ads where people are getting highway.
So yeah, it's just a PvP zone, but a jump puzzle.
It's odd.
Very interesting.
How different they find the results to be when they start to transition towards a social media advertising model relative to traditional print ads or traditional paid media.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's
I know
interesting to see the evolution.
I know we sold $10 million worth of AA-12s to a couple foreign countries. Like
sick.
Like, I always said,
good countries.
Why would you?
Is there a barrier? You can get over there?
It wasn't Italy and France, was it?
Nope, there's a barrier. Okay.
It was Jordan. The king or the prince of Jordan or something like wanted his like squad to have AA-12s, and they're like,
that's cool.
I think they're like 50 grand each or something like that. I was like, we're gonna need a lot of these. Bought a bunch of them. And but I always thought that like the print made no sense with guns. Like, I mean, like why would you want being in guns and ammo costs so much money, and you take that same amount, you could be on every gun YouTube channel. Just like give them your thing and let them shoot it and give them a little money. You could get every single gun channel for what you get guns and ammo for.
It's just anachronistic.
What about gun shows, though, Kyle? Did those work?
Yeah. Oh, well, SHOT Show's kind of like the mecca.
Look at this
of
little
that,
jerk.
Right in Vegas, where all the firearms companies and also all the influencers. I mean, I was always there, and everybody else was always there doing big meetups and stuff. And that would be I would go there and talk to anybody that had cool shit and try to like rub elbows with them and give them my card and stuff. We went to lots of shows like that and tried to like drive up big up business like that, but mostly just trying to make contacts and meet people. But I think that those were good for those companies for sure.
He's really trying to kill me. I don't like it.
Military contracts and
Stop
police
it.
contracts.
It hurts.
And SWAT teams and police departments send reps to those shows to look at the new stuff. So they're doing great business at those. Those definitely work.
This guy's a little jerk.
After SEMA, right?
I don't know what SEMA is.
SEMA is the aftermarket products convention that is also in Vegas, and that's one that a lot of the guys that I know are finding it not worth $50,000 to $200,000 to have a booth there.
I could outrun a centaur.
Which is great, but it's a wild time. But I haven't met anybody in the last few years going there. There's like, oh well, this is what led to this deal that was it changed my business from a buyer or a seller perspective. It seems like the value there is shifting because it's so easy to just DM somebody on Instagram and initiate the same kind of conversation about putting a business relationship.
I assume he's going to try to kill me if I go back down there.
SHOT Show's really good because,
in which case, that's
like
okay.
I said,
I'll just leave the map.
Every police organization and everyone who can buy the stuff that they're pimping out there will come there and check it out, and then they can go out in the desert and use it. And so it's really good for getting big deals done like that, I think, for a lot of firearms companies, and not just firearms companies, but companies that make like 40mm grenades and tasers and all that police gear type shit. All that stuff would be there, and also all the hunting stuff. SHOT Show's sort of split between tactical and hunting, or at least it was last time I went.
And what was your content strategy in firearms?
Can't use that.
What do you mean?
Did you have a channel before you did this with guns and things?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Oh,
I thought it was all
do you
video
not know
games.
about FPS Russia?
I did, but I thought it was video games.
No.
Oh,
no.
It started as video games.
Okay, and then it turned into firearms. All right.
Dude, I'll tell the story even though Kyle's right here. It started as video games, and he played this Call of Duty character who was kind of a fish out of water, right? He was Russian, and he was like, oh, dude, scary thing happened today. Man in brown suit came to my front door, left a box there, said nothing. I don't know what's out there. I don't know what this is. But in a Russian accent that's hilarious as he describes the frightening UPS man. And he only played with Russian guns in game. And then he would go to the
how do I leave now?
And oftentimes shoot these same guns in real life that he used in the game, which was like, no one was doing anything like that. Oh my god, the effort he went through to like go outside and everything was at next level. And then because that was the more popular part of the video than the COD stuff, the like just shooting stuff became what it was about. And just
holy cow, the view
I remember he went to a lake, like
he says, "Holy crap, the view counts."
Lake and just shot bullets in it, and you saw the pop, 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 pop of every bullet hitting the water, and like that kind of content was mind blowing at the time. And then it just kept ramping up to the point where it's like blowing up a car, a watermelon, a stack of toilets,
tanks and helicopters, anti-aircraft guns.
Yeah, and
Did you stop 10 years ago?
Sounds right.
Yeah, that's around the time I got
Are
arrested.
you the 9th largest channel on YouTube? Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
How about that? That was kind of before my YouTubing days, but what is how many views does the content get?
Oh,
There's
broke up a little bit.
I think he was asking how many views you get now.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
He'd have to log in.
Like you do. Every show Ed comes on, it's like, how do you guys do it? How you trending? How your metrics? And we're all like, what are these metrics you speak of? We just tell.
I don't say it isn't such thing. Probably billion. I don't know. 10,000. Yeah, another
2.2 million in the last month.
Yeah. I think a lot of that stuff gets hidden and demonetized because of the gun stuff. So YouTube's so harsh on the gun stuff. So even around the time I got arrested, I was like, God, they're demonetizing stuff, and they're adding liability to this, and it didn't seem like a good idea. I don't know if people are able to make money doing it outside of their like Patreons and sponsors. I don't know what else. I don't know how people make money making gun content.
Than other kinds of content, like Kickox45. If you don't know him, he was a teacher, and he runs a really educational, like at least the videos I saw seemed not very controversial. He'd tell you the history of a gun, when it was used, why it was built, and then he'll shoot it a bunch of times, and you can tell he's very competent and very safe. He has a range in his backyard, and he just loads up a pistol and makes long shots and tells you about why this pistol was there and why it was cool back in 1877 or something. And he seems to always get demonetized, removed from YouTube, reinstated to YouTube, even though, like, if it was any other topic, if he covered tires in the same way, he wouldn't have these problems.
Not let them win.
But
yeah, it's a ton of liability as well.
Okay.
Because and I'm sure you have a little bit of that too when you're filming. Like, you could crash a car into some shit and like it'd be, you could be, there's that who's the black guy who does all the tech reviews?
He thinks you're exaggerating. Yeah,
I know
probably.
he got some trouble because he was speeding in a school zone. It's been a whole big deal. So just imagine, it's guns now. So it becomes a whole other thing. Here's a clip of me just having a good time.
One last thing, I figured we couldn't make a video with such a high-powered rifle. I'm blowing up the truck, so let's get a nice big explosion and maybe a little shrapnel going.
That truck ran too.
That truck ran too.
everyone thinks that was CGI. No, he almost died.
Oh man, that was a good one. Yeah.
Hal the door. Did you say Hal?
I said wow.
That's nuts, man.
Dude, that Boffer gun, the image, has found its way into memery, which is
replenishing. But yeah, the Boffer one's a good meme. I like the Boffer meme. But yeah, that was a good one there. I love that one.
And you haven't thought about returning to your 6.9 million subscriber channel?
He can't.
What, you want him to do it with knives? Can you have knives, Kyle?
I can have. See, I can have black powder weapons, Woody. Like I could, those pistols that Clint Eastwood always had. Those were black powder pistols.
I knew you could have those, but could you have knives?
Yeah, I can have knives.
Is there a limit on how long a knife you can have?
No, there's not a limit on how long a knife I can have. As long as it's dull. Very dull.
Like that.
Why is it dull?
You can't have that sort of thing. But you can do there's got to be some content model that you could create using, to that audience.
I don't know the password.
You can't have knives in public or your car, Kyle.
It's not Bitcoin. If you get it wrong 3 times, it's not going to delete your
I don't have any knives in public or in my car.
Yeah, you're allowed to have them in your residence.
Good.
He's like a freaking pirate. You need to start a IBFP.
Oh, I whiffed that.
And then you've just got black powder pistols, knives. How about that? Then it's on theme.
We just go back to video games.
You don't even know. I pitched a whole FBS pirate video to one of those pirate games back in the day, and that was the whole thing. I was like, I'll do Pirate Boys. We'll get a fucking boat. We'll get cannons, and bam, do it. We did the Assassin's Creed one though, where we did the cannons from. Yeah.
Good morning, Spurgsnake. Says, I have to stop sleeping so late. I need to put a clock in my bedroom.
Oh, I don't care.
Before we jump to anything else, we're gonna hear from Blue Chew. We're gonna hear from Blue Chew, folks.
Where is this douche?
This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the 2025 is the year to
Where's his
maximize
asshole?
your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready
Oh, in there?
opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door
Okay,
in a
I'll buy
discreet
one.
package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex.
What are these, like, random
Discover
loot
your
boxes?
options at BlueChew.com. Chew it
Oh,
and
cool.
And a deal.
Is it just ecto gambling?
For our listeners, try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA.
All right, I'll,
at checkout. Just pay the $5 in
hold on.
shipping. That's Blue Chew, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BlueChew.com. BLU.
Oh, yeah, it's just ecto gambling. Okay,
promo code
cool.
PKA to get your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping and see if it
Uh-oh.
works for you. As we say,
I don't
every
think he's
time,
alive anymore.
Kyle, when we first got this sponsor, Kyle said, Taylor, Woody, go for the Tadalafil. That's my personal recommendation. I've tried all of them.
Uh-oh.
This one is the winner, in my opinion. That's what Woody.
One of
and
the
I did,
witnesses is
and
dead.
we've never gone back and even tried the other ones because you don't.
Inspector Keel and her lion guard have tracked down the last two suspects. As with the previous three, I leave it to you to handling the questions. Here are our leads: the Coden suspect, Trembling Songs, and Spotted Snowden. Substantial rumors of our Silvari suspect, Astora, hiding out in Caldon Forest in the Rowan Woods.
It's about 2.5 days of like
All right.
superior hard-on power.
So now I need to go find the other two.
A hard gun with no ammo. Lock and load is what you need if you have a nice hard dick and you want to complement it with a nice hard cum and a whole bunch of cum. Now I see people all the time tweeting at me, telling me how much more they're coming. Sometimes they're including.
Wait, have I never been in
ask
here?
for it, but that's okay, and it works.
Never been to the-
folks. Look at the reviews. You don't have to trust us.
So I know I've been to the
Derek.
Grove.
He's an expert. He knows efficacious dosages. He knows what you need to get those fluids really developing, really gurgling up inside you, ready to spurt out of your penis. It's gonna be good. It's gonna make you seem like you're. Well, actually, it's gonna make you seem
Good
like
ad
you're more
read.
into your girlfriend or boyfriend than you actually are. So there's a win psychologically for both of you, and also.
Psychologically for the both of you.
Because when does it feel best when you're coming? When the cum is coming out of your penis. And what does this mean? It means that there's a longer amount of time that cum is coming out of your penis. And so it's a great product. I recommend it. We all recommend it. And so use code PKA, use code JIZ, take 3 pills in the morning and 3 at night. That's right, folks, a mere 6 pills a day, down from 9.
Down from 9.
It's important to set the anchor point. It was 9 pills, and if you want to know the truth, Derek initially said, can we ask people to take like fucking 13 of these a day? And we were like,
No, he wanted 2 different things. You were gonna have to mix at one point.
Don't get too close.
It was gonna be a
Don't
powder.
let them get away.
You had to do
syrup and a powder.
It was gonna be like every morning you'd be doing alchemy next to
Doing alchemy?
And so we decided to make it pill form, and now we've made it even more convenient and just as effective as it always was. So check it out. Use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off. And while you're using code PKA, feel free to load up that cart with pre-workouts.
Wait, why did the objective just change?
Protein powders, energy drinks, protein bars now, all sorts of things. Load up.
Get those shroom drinks.
Shroom tech.
Get those things for the more the better dreams. Those things really do work. You have some wacky dreams. And every time I talk to one of you guys, like one of the patron hangouts we do at the end of the month, link down below. They always tell me, like, I bought the bills like it's a joke, but I'm just shooting ropes now, and it's shocking. Like, I get that every single time.
And it's shocking.
I mean, I guess
me. I repeat the same story.
I mean, I guess I come more.
Every time Kyle calls, I'm like, ropes, dude, ropes.
You think the pictures make Taylor uncomfortable? What do you think?
and the audio is really blown out, and you can hear him.
He's just by himself. He's in his garage.
He's a loud comer.
He's used
He's a loud comer.
This little thing on the floor for distance, and he's just throwing it. Anyway, buy our Jism pills. Use code Jizz.
Buy our Jism pills.
Stickiest stickers. Yeah, you got the stickers yet? You tell them about them stickers?
We haven't got to the stickers yet. Get yourself some nice stickers. Get yourself a nice hoodie, some nice T-shirts, a mug, all sorts of things. Use code PKA10 at our merch store to save 10% on all those things, and you will enjoy it. It's not low-quality horse shit where the designs are going to come off in the wash after 2 cycles. No, I've put my hoodie through the wash a dozen times at least now. My girlfriend often wears it, and look, the design is perfect. Perfect. Looks like the day it arrived in that box, that was supposed to
I'm looking
go
for a
to 3 of us,
Sylvari.
but I told the merchandise guy just send it all to me.
I never get anything. I just want to say that. Like, I pretend like it doesn't bother me. like every now and then we'll do a new thing. We'll do, and be like, all right, we'll all get one, and I'll be like, hey, I didn't get one.
Hey, there you are.
Be like, anyway.
I know your face
Dude,
from
Woody
my
and I
dream.
have.
I'm like, did you guys get the refrigerator?
I got a refrigerator!
I didn't get a refrigerator, but I did get Derek sent me a pallet of energy drinks about a year ago. Like I'm sure. Woody,
any of that.
Woody, did you get like the pallet of energy drinks? The absurd amount. Yeah, it was like hundreds of these things. Every morning I'm waking up drinking. I'm like, man, I'm in a good
pictures
mood.
in a goddamn.
Man, I'm in a good mood.
But I can't get an energy drink. I can't get a.
Dude, all you have to do is text Tristan in the WhatsApp and go send me this, and he will.
That's a lot of work, you know?
I don't want to bother him. Have I asked for too much protein powder this time? All he ever says is like, got you, bro. That's
yeah,
it.
I think they do like many millions of dollars worth of gross, so we could probably just ask for 2 bottles if you want.
Yeah. When we had that the bong sponsor like a year or 2 ago, I think that was also, Kyle, where like a lot of the sponsors were using an old address to ship you things, and so like whoever lived in the house Kyle used to,
I would easily kill you.
This amount.
They got all that.
Yeah. I have got the same amount of bongs.
Actually, I got some of this. Actually, I think there's so many bongs.
Yes.
He doesn't even smoke. He doesn't even smoke, and he's got I mean, I've got it too. I'm looking at my desk. I've got some of those.
And they're like really nice.
They're really nice. That's a dab rig, like an electric for a marijuana concentrate, like the wax and goo that you can get. That's super strong. That's like this full self-contained. That's just a bong, a bubbler type thing. No, that was good stuff. What I really liked about him is, I mean, we walked through it about 5.
We can teach you how.
But put your finger on it and sucker. I guess.
I don't think
you never blow.
Let us help you. Yeah, no, never blow it. No, because then you'll just the bowl that has the weed in it. You'll blow it out and you'll have weed all over you.
Or water in your weed, which is even worse than that.
There's going to be a cup that's got the marijuana product in it out on the end, and then you're going to suck on the other end of the pipe, and you're drawing the outside air through the burning product, making the smoke that goes through the pipe, right? So then once you've done that, you remove the cup that marijuana was in, and now you breathe again, and the cold air can flush all the smoke out of the pipe into your lungs, and you completely get it all out. That's how you use that.
Yeah, you don't want water in your weed.
To use or anything like that. Super simple.
Got this right here.
Sounds super simple. Look at this.
That means it's cool.
You slide that in there. Now we're nope. This is the only one it fits in.
Oh, there's another piece here I just discovered. I don't know.
There you go. That's the piece you're gonna pull out later.
Now where is this asshole?
And there's a clip. There's a clip that holds the bubbler.
Is it? Can I use this as a toggle? Actually, I can. Hold on. How do I do it though? Let's find out.
In between the top 2.
Anything but that, it'll explode. That's a Rupert's drop bomb.
Yes.
That's a red wire. Rupert's drop bomb.
Right control. So it should be camera or targeting.
Yeah, there you go. Now flipping clip.
See, they're no longer a sponsor.
They're no longer a sponsor.
So now.
Nice, good one.
The unique thing about this one in particular is the top part of his bomb.
They have those unopened. It's
Show enemy names.
Yeah, the weed goes in there, and then you light that, and
What
then
goes in here?
you suck. That's just a frozen. That you put that in the freezer, and it freezes, and then it makes the hit.
Can I make it right click?
Open that because I think it would empty.
That's how they got the goo in
No,
there?
I can't.
Oh. Yeah, but you would just suck on the top part, you'd watch as it
what
fills with
about
white smoke,
left
weed,
control?
And then you lift the bowl off to create
Oh,
a
I can't
clean channel
dual
for you
bind
to get
it?
high off of.
When
Okay,
I don't know, 5 years old, I learned about sex. My mom explained it to me. I had this crazy mixture of C-section and sex that got me really scared. So even when she told me about how it was done, I was like, Mom, will you hold my hand the first time? And she says that she would. That's what I need.
Liar.
You guys hold my hand the first time.
I hold your hand the first time.
Yeah. Some people
Yeah, I think
can't-
I've.
Some people
okay.
genuinely aren't coordinated enough to do it. I had a girlfriend who couldn't do it. I had to baby bird her, like get it in my, like blow it in her mouth. Like,
Oh,
What?
Yeah.
I've had that.
What do you mean you're not coordinated enough to smoke? It's the it's
and then I
okay.
get all the way for another hit.
I can see why you're not still with her, Kyle.
And then hand them like the ready go bong, and then they take a hit from that, and every time it's like, this is so easy. Like it's so easy, like hotheads do it. Like if they're not.
Why isn't it showing ally
It
names?
doesn't feel bad to be outsmarted by
After that, we'll have to hunt again.
Yeah, there's no trick to it. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, you said like when your mom told you about sex. I've probably mentioned this on the show before, but I remember coming back from my friend Stuart's house for like a play date when I was like 6 or 7, and Stuart was a couple years older than me, and he had like made some comment about sex, and I had no idea what that meant. And like, so just in the back of a minivan, I was like, Mom, what's sex? And Stuart was talking about this. And then like, she had no chill with it at all. Like I was like 6.5, maybe 7. And she just like laid it on me. What was going on and what sex was. And I remember just being in the back of that van and having one of those sentient moments as a young kid where you go, I'm going to remember this. You know what I mean? Like sometimes something happens in childhood where you like in your mind you think I will remember this. And then you do remember.
And then you do
A lot of
remember.
times They're completely stupid moments too. The completely worthless moments.
My shame is
I
shadow.
remember
I
on
caused a
Christmas,
death by breaking a
Christmas
vow.
would come
All
once a
right.
year and you'd love it so much as a kid, and I would really think about it and be like, wow, 1 year from now it'll be Christmas again. And I can remember like writing down on like the bottom of a drawer like, it's Christmas today. And then like it'll be Christmas again soon. And then going back and reading that the next year because I could remember it and be like, that's cool. Because when you're 8, that amount of time passing, like
Thank you,
that's
Trembling
a
Song.
life.
Oh,
Like when you're a kid, a year is so long.
I have caused death.
And summer was so long too.
No, summer was always year long as a kid.
Yeah.
I wish I could be a Coden.
So those 2 months as a kid always just melted away like so quick. 'Cause I would spend summers
Blood
just,
and
I
bone.
don't know, just hanging out outside and fishing
You'll be okay.
and hunting and just watching TV late
Being
into every
rambunctious.
night. Yeah, having a great time over the summer.
What's this commander doing?
Staying up late. My parents would let me stay up as late as I wanted during the summer, so I
Sick.
watch TV. Love that.
I remember one of those.
Public. I didn't have to wake up.
I stayed out late.
Oh.
I didn't have a curfew.
Nowhere to go.
You know,
What the hell is that?
I didn't have a curfew when I turned. And
Why is there a giant
and I would go to
creature?
stay out.
Yeah, like you live in a tourist town, like full of tourist attractions. Like you gotta remember.
Oh, we're supposed to what? Attack this guy? I'm confused. I'm confused.
I'm talking by the time I get to the end.
Not enough endurance.
If I turn right, like where am I walking to?
What?
The next town
I think there's 2 events happening at the same time.
Turn left. That's 7 miles to the. Even if you get to Hartsville, I've been there.
I could outrun a centaur.
You know, there's Walmart. That's what people would do. They hang out in front of Walmart. Yeah.
I wanted to ask Ed, how did your parents give you the talk about sex?
Well, I've got a 10-year-old, so I'm about to have my own version of that soon.
Cool.
Maybe too late, I don't know, but he seems like it's about time. But yeah, it was one of those, very awkwardly introduced.
I don't understand what's happening.
That they're like try to be smooth, and then it's just most awkward evening ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know,
both of them?
I feel good.
Together?
Yeah. I don't think that was better.
No, that's like a council. It's almost like you're in trouble,
Dude,
but in
I
an
was
uncomfortable
6.
way.
I was 6,
What?
and I saw cows fucking, and I was like, "What's going on there?" Dad's like, "They're having sex. That'll make more babies." And kind of explain it, and then at the end, and it was not awkward at all because we watched the cat, it was cow, and at the end, he goes, "That's what people do too," and it was like, "Oh!" And I think that might be like a really good way to have the talk because it wasn't awkward at all because it was like farm talk or something. And
It's like a literal person.
This is some random ass event. I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm committed to helping now.
what's going on there? They're taking more calves. There's going to be more people, some baby calves that come out. And, oh, that's cool. That's what people do too. Oh. Fuck.
Always sleep with your legs.
What did you learn
Another
from your sex
personal
talk?
victory.
And
Hooray!
difference with your son?
You know, it was very basic. It was not anything about, you know, anything.
I don't know what just happened, but
Yeah, I could just out of the corner of your screen see that thumb.
Come on. That's it.
Right. Yeah. It was very. You know, this is the most vanilla sex idea ever. This is all it will ever be required of you, and you know, and it was very. It seemed like it was, and this again is whatever 30 years removed, but I
Negative Barometer. That's a
it
cool
feels
name.
Like it was something that he was not prepared for, and it was like somehow it was time, but you know, it got the job done. It's on my Wikipedia page.
I'm gonna hop off here in about 20 minutes.
Free wedding
I want to get some stuff done before I go to work today.
The only couple in Georgia that was abstinent free before marriage, my wife and I, and so it's yeah, so it worked.
Wait, how did you get a free? How did your abstinence earn you a free wedding, and how did you prove said abstinence to the givers of the free wedding?
It was self-professed, but there was a contest out of like Rockdale County, which is like the STD capital of Georgia, which we didn't live in. But they had said that they would give a free wedding to any couple that was abstinent, and they had 0 entrants. And so the fact that there was nobody entering this contest made the news, and so we had some friends and family say, "Hey, y'all should enter." And
I'll make an educated guess that
it
these
was a thing
ingredients
to be
are
able to
all I
afford
need to
any-
fine-tune the Tassie box settings.
Let's see what new evidence it turns up. Nice job.
She has a name this time.
This better mean I'm innocent because this isn't my color at all.
Ooh, what is happening to Quaggan? Quaggan's colorful.
Oh, glowing, shiny. I'm shiny. Ooh, shiny, shiny, shiny.
The truth is revealed. The light shows the way.
must be kidding.
Ahem. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Looks like our little helper pirate was helping herself.
Marjorie Delacroix. I'll remember that.
My Trin, you're under arrest by Lion Guard authority. You will present yourself...
So much for discretion. Crew, it's time to earn your pay.
Replenishing.
What dreadful business.
I feel good. Feeling hot. You'll be feeling that one for days.
If that's how you want to play it.
I feel good.
Befoul this locale no more.
Time to do some real damage.
How much do we have to do? You just got a cool cannon?
Impressive combination. Your seams are
Alright, fuck it, let's go.
conflagration. Replenishing.
What happened?
Too bad.
He just...
We haven't
Okay.
seen the last of the Aether Blade.
Her name is My Trin and she had us all fooled. Oh, okay. Why? Oh, okay. Well, they said, well, we did our job, so we're out of here now. Bye. I'd keep your head down if you're sticking around to help. Things are gonna get ugly fast. I'm no line guard. I don't make arrests. She says meet her at the dead end. Okie dokie.
Good day.
It was like a package of like sponsored donated things that was like $25,000, $30,000 worth of stuff. To be honest,
Cool
it was
sword.
so restrictive in terms of which vendors and which locations and things like that that we ended up unaccepting it because it wasn't even the way anybody would want to get married. And I don't think they went down the list of because they did it
What happened?
after it made the news. They had tons of entries, but we still managed to win. But yeah, and so yeah, I mean, I think that'll probably be
It's almost like a lost leader fucking wedding, huh?
Right, exactly.
We used to sell a Ford Ranger that had no radio and the roll.
Why is this? Oh, is my quest broken?
Just you had to special order it that way. They don't make them that way. You know what I mean?
Right.
It didn't have a radio. Like we just made it.
Really hope my quest didn't break here.
We sold it brand new 2005 Ford Ranger, $4,000. Like, what?
Oh my
Or whatever
gosh.
whatever we were selling it for. It was less than 10. And people come in like, I want that $10,000 brand new Ranger you got. I was like, well,
I
here
go
it is.
down here to
I
Blood
need-
Tide Coast.
I need tires. Well, sir, this one over here,
Okay.
16,000, and it has tires, and they buy that. 16,000.
Huh.
That's more than 10 in payments.
So you haven't done the sex talk with your kids, Ed? Not yet.
Not yet. They're 4 and 10, so I think it's time on the older.
You got to give them more detail. You got to tell them how to do it right. I'm 52. I had no detail in my sex talk, and to this day, I'm not sure if the clitoris is real or an urban legend.
That's right. Who could say?
Right?
The Loch Ness monster.
Wait, what's going on?
But we'll see how it goes.
What's real? The Loch Ness monster, I assume.
Yes. Yeah. I wish it was. That'd be cool. I wish there was a little magic.
No, I wish it was.
Yeah, I feel like this 2025 got the potential to be a
Okay, hey.
year in
Have a
human
good
history. I
time.
wish we'd find
But not too
Bigfoot
good.
or Nessie and just add a little magic back into the world. I think that's what we need. I think that would brighten everybody's day up.
Oh no!
The right trial to distract from, and they'll have UFOs again and all the other aliens and all.
I fucking hate this.
Most likely to be alive.
This is another one of those open world like
fantastical creatures
missions.
Which ones do you think are the most likely to be real? Loch Ness monster, 0% chance. It's a fucking lake. We would have found it.
Unicorn. Dude, unicorn is way more believable than giraffe.
So there's no.
You know what?
No one believes.
No. If I told you that there was a horse with a 40-foot long neck that was spotted like a tiger, spotted like a bengal, I don't know what spotted, a jaguar,
leopard,
then you'd be like, that sounds like bullshit. A 40-foot tall jaguar with a neck and whatever. But a horse with a horn, like so many things have horns. That's totally crazy.
But they have them at the zoo.
Unicorns?
No.
Giraffes.
Giraffes, right?
If you've never seen one.
I had an open mind about
Yeah.
this, and I was trying to convince you that one of these two creatures was real. I bet you buy unicorn over giraffe.
And giraffes are like kind of, I guess it would be a duocorn, because it has those two nubs on the top that it uses to smash into other giraffes, fuck them up.
Well, and having an extra long neck does not seem like ultimately an adaptation or an evolutionary advantage. Having a horn seems useful, right? So, yeah, you're right. From a I've never been outside before logic, I could see unicorn making more sense. But again, if we're talking
What
about
am I
the
doing? Help
likelihood that
stabilize
anything's real,
leading events.
Yeah.
No.
But I mean, if you're imagine you're like a Celtish guy living in the year 65 up there in the British Isles, and someone describes to you, you know, they have horses with horns. He'd be like, checks out. And he's like, also they have horses with two little horns that are like bigger than you can imagine, and they smash powerful muscular necks into one another. You'd be like, fuck yourself. Yeah, right.
Taller than a house, I'm supposed to buy that. A horse taller than a house that's mostly neck.
Absurd. Stop lying to me. You know, burn them alive, whatever they would do for.
No, I think
I run all the way down and back up.
I feel good.
No.
So you're saying you think we got a better chance of Bigfoot than Nessie?
Yeah, Nessie, no shot. It's just I mean, it's a big lake, but we'd find it in a fucking lake.
It's a lock, first of all. Let's get that straight.
It could have died. It could have.
All those things exist.
Could have died.
All those things like existed, but none of them exist anymore. Is the thing, because like Loch Ness monsters, whatever they draw, just like a plesiosaur, which the dinosaurs used to live. There's this thing called Mekele Mbembe in maybe the Amazon or something. It's the idea of this small, long-necked dinosaur, kind of like Littlefoot from Land Before Time, that's been spotted there by tribespeople and spoken about for a long period of time. People go in there and they look for the supposed dinosaur that might still be in the jungle alive. And then the Gigantopithecus was the real-life Bigfoot that lived like 15 or 25,000 years ago. Like our ancestors would have rubbed shoulders with this gigantic ape man, and it was
thread the needle.
Like they found its teeth, so they go by that. You know.
And is that North America or Europe or
I think it's definitely North America. I think that's all. Yeah.
I mean, that could have been my friend in high school.
That's also we talked about this. Sometimes you gotta watch those dinosaur guys, because they will bamboozle you into thinking something is sick.
Ooh, the Shatterer and Tequatl text.
Like,
We're gonna do
this image
Tequatl.
of this giant carnivore, and it's like, wow, that's fucking awesome. 20 feet tall, giant tail.
10 minutes.
wrecking
10
stuff,
minutes. We got 10 minutes.
Total dominator of the continent, and then they're like, we figured it out from half a molar and what we believe could be a femur.
They've got full skeletons.
And it's like,
98.
okay, well, you better be fucking sure before you get our hopes up. And then you rug pull us with like the Velociraptor thing again. I'll never forgive them for that.
So yeah,
there's like a smear campaign going on for dinosaur coolness right now, where people are trying to say that they were fat and feathery, and
they were.
No, they fucking weren't.
They were fat and feathery.
Dude, 10 years from now, they'll be back to being like, nope, we had it right.
Jurassic Park was dead on.
Yeah.
Like,
are you team Ed? It sounds like you're on the right side of history here. You're on team dinosaurs rock. They're reptiles. They're scaled. They're ferocious. They wreck shit. And Kyle is on this like weird revisionist arc where he thinks they were birds.
I mean, some of them, like
I'm with Kyle.
are
Little birds.
You ever see a chicken? Like, pay attention to that motherfucker. It's clearly a little dinosaur there. Like, that's
seen a chicken. We just stonewall him with lies.
over there with giraffes.
Wow.
Now you want me to believe in chickens? This guy.
I grew up on a chicken farm. Aren't I worldly? Sorry, we don't all have that privilege. No, when you talk about dinosaurs as if they're at all adjacent to chickens, like it's like a direct insult to my childhood.
Bodies. They're like flightless birds.
Yeah.
They're
Dinosaurs rock, and I won't let you.
Birds don't have giant teeth.
You keep having this problem with the raptor. What he's talking about is Jurassic Park was like, this is what a raptor looked like. These are raptors, and it turned out that what scientists call raptors were a smaller dinosaur that was shaped like that, but it was a smaller, less scary dinosaur. But it's like, there's a bunch of different dinosaurs called raptor. They just add a prefix onto it, right? There's like this kind of raptor and that kind. And there was like a bigger, scarier raptor that was just like the Jurassic Park fucking thing. The Utah raptor. Like, Google Utah raptor. I'm pretty sure that was a big boy. And then like the Allosaurus was always my favorite as a kid. The Allosaurus is like a smaller Tyrannosaurus Rex that I always thought of as like the more sporty version. Like I always thought of like T-Rex as like lumbering. And like you could hide from it clearly in Jurassic Park. Like, it won't see if you don't move. But I always thought of an Allosaurus as like halfway between a raptor and like a T-Rex.
There it is, Utah raptor.
There you go. Can you imagine fucking with that bad boy? Look at his hands.
Get rid of the feathers.
He's gonna do a rain
without the
dance
feathers,
all over
I'd be
you.
scared of it. With the feathers, I think I want one.
Can you imagine how hardcore you'd be with a headdress of those feathers and those claws on a necklace?
Oh my gosh.
Kyle, you believe
so much
fantasy. There were no feathered. They were scaled, and they were sick.
Lizard beasts.
Okay, whatever you want to, like, fantasy you want to live in. You know, but like, I got a picture of him right here in color. I mean, that's
this
like,
is a toy,
bro.
I got a picture of him right here. What are you
talking about, man? This is Getty Images. They got a picture of the motherfucker.
It's just
right
strange that there's like nobody has like an incentive structure to make
Ugh,
dinosaurs
come on.
seem less awesome, but it's happening. Like we're emasculating the dinosaurs.
It's a pushback because there's an incentive structure to make them awesome. If you find a bone in the ground, it is to your advantage to say, this is a never seen before dinosaur. This is the Carolina raptor. It's bigger and badder and cooler than all the other raptors, and that makes you famous and significant. That's why every time they dig up a half a molar,
Why are we not
they
able to
invent
find this fucking
background
clue?
story about how amazing it was. But the truth is,
Did we not
it's just a flightless bird.
Dude, my least favorite
the only
conspiracy
science we're
theory
allowed to
of
deny here is climate science. All right.
we can deny whatever we
is
want,
science.
and I deny feathers on dinosaurs. I don't accept it because I want them to be lizards. I want them to be cool.
And giraffes are fake.
You know the most offensive personally, the most offensive conspiracy theory to me personally are these fucking bastards out there who are like, did you know that like dinosaurs aren't even real? It's like, fuck you. Yes, they were. They were real. They were magnificent. They were giant lizards that roamed the planet.
That's the right wingers, buddy. That's the young earthers that don't believe in the dinos. That or they believe that we lived alongside them.
I don't like that one bit.
And I'm sorry.
Where is this fucking clue?
When we read the Bible, I just don't want to read it literally. If God says 7 days, I doubt he meant 7 24-hour days.
If someone showed me definitive evidence that dinosaurs weren't real, I'd be actually upset. I'd be like, you fucking liar. Where'd you get them to sign off on this?
Is it underwater? Where the fuck is this?
Like they invented a whole science.
They just fooled us.
Steven Spielberg was in on it. Like it was a whole fucking wool over our.
This sucks.
That would be hurtful if it turned out they weren't real. I would question.
I was obsessed with dinosaurs as a kid. I would be devastated.
The narwhal is the one that most people are surprised.
Yeah, I forgot you're a snake guy. So you put your money where your mouth is on the dinosaurs.
That's exactly right.
Also, I'm sure
an alligator. Yeah,
Did big snakes back then have feathers?
Absolutely
according to revisionist like Kyle, yeah.
That's right. Just feathery snakes.
Is a corn snake a good beginner snake?
Are you?
As long as it doesn't get insanely huge, most snakes are perfectly fine. I have boa constrictor, which is perfect and friendly, and the kids were playing with it today. So a lot of people go and go to pet store and get a ball python, which are fine. They don't get huge, but they are not all that social. Not that any of them are dogs, but snakes can be a bit cat-like. That they'll tolerate you nicely. But a ball python's nocturnal and doesn't really care, and so I'm a big boa constrictor fan, and they do well, and they only get big enough that a single person can handle them. You start to get Burmese pythons, reticulated pythons, or green anacondas.
I'm gonna run out to the store. Do I need anything? No, thanks.
Are you thinking about getting a snake?
Oh, I've had a few. Yeah.
I think
You're gonna miss the big cool dragon boss fight. I'm gonna go fight a dragon in about 2 minutes.
I'm not that serious about it, but I go to these like conferences for people who keep saltwater fish. Oh yeah, a lot of times there's overlap.
Your seams are showing.
In the stores, actually, my local saltwater reef stores, absolutely devoted to snakes. So I always wander over there and see
vulnerable.
Are you?
Wander a little.
Are you not interested at all?
I feel good.
I know it comes with its own particular challenges, and it would want to keep it its own little deal. Though. I just like the idea of. I watched this YouTuber who has a mantis shrimp, and he also has this other predatory fish, and they live together and almost work together.
All right, I guess I'm just gonna look up this fucking Aether investigation thing.
Bobby kills everything his eyes land upon.
I don't know what my auto run button is.
I think that maybe him and Jimmy are working together, because Jimmy will flush out these little fish that try to hide and kind of show, and it's like they were kind of working together to kill the bait fish he's throwing in there.
That other fish he has, I think it's a damsel. Damsels get like 1 and 1.5 inches, and they will.
No, go fuck yourself.
Fish. Now you would think an 8-inch fish is 8 times bigger than a 1-inch fish. Rethink that.
It's a shark.
An 8-inch fish probably weighs like 100 times what a 1-inch fish weighs. The difference is just huge, and the little damsels bully him. So I feel like that damsel.
All right, I'm just gonna look it up.
You might think it is because it's baby goldfish size, but it's actually a pretty aggressive, mean fish that's perfect for it. So, there's one of those at the store. They say the mantis shrimp can break the glass aquarium it's in, because they hit at, is it 200 miles an hour? Am I exaggerating? How fast a mantis?
I think it's fast. I think it's faster than that. They hit incredibly fast.
Okay, where is it? Let's see.
They have this like prey mantis sort of punch they do, and they don't hit with their hands.
Because it's right over there.
The shockwave of the water, and it has like a 1.5-inch range or something. So they'll get near like a hermit crab and break its shell and eat the insides by just punching the water, which water doesn't compress. You know how that works, and it hits the shell and breaks it, and it makes a loud clicking sound like in the room. You can hear it.
Okay.
And the fear
now
is
quickly,
glass. But even though everyone knows they can do it, I've never known anyone who's ever seen it.
Okay.
So I don't know what's true. It might be there with the female orgasm.
Hi, Tequaddle.
That's it. They
bullshit.
Until I see one, I won't buy it.
So you have a big saltwater tank?
Big. So my bigger one is 150 gallons with like another.
Hey, Tequaddle's late.
And the smaller one is 25.
Now, how complicated is the water chemistry to maintain them?
That's like the hobby to me. Like I have an automated tester that tests it 4 or 6 times a day, and I
hold on, where is it? J World.
The dosing I put into it, which is
World
like,
Boss.
I don't know, calcium chloride, sodium hydroxide, and calcphos or whatever that is. Magnesium. I could go on. It reacts to those test results. So if something's a little high, it
where is it?
If something's a little low, it kicks it up a bit.
There it is.
And keeps my chemistry in check. For me, like maintaining water chemistry is kind of the hobby. Like I'm chemistry. My wife, she's livestock. So she really likes all the fish and the corals and watches
Come
it,
on.
like super closely. And I kind of watch the numbers, and like we have a software.
Time to
There
do
we
some
go.
real
Website that
damage.
shows us the chemistry
Just in
of the
time.
tanks, and I check those out all the time. I have it on my phone.
You've had a good
Hey,
life.
do you share water
Short.
between the tanks? Does it
But
circulate?
good.
As a matter of fact, right now, the bigger
Let's
tank
go!
is- and I think there's like a pathogen or something. So we make really sure that the process contaminated. And we move something from one tank to the other. We dip it in some sort of medicine. It could be hydrogen peroxide, it could be iodine.
Structural
But we
integrity.
make sure that they're sanitized before they switch tanks. When I got sick, I sort of like backed off the tank a little bit, and then I re-engaged in the last 10 days or so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I only fish, but I think I said it last week. I've been watching one of those YouTube channels where they got like a bunch of little goats and sheep and stuff. And like a miniature, not a real farm, but like a pen farm.
I see
I don't
the
know,
pattern
pen
at
farm
last.
situation.
I can
I don't
use a
know.
hand over here.
And this other YouTuber, he uses goats as pack animals. So he's got these little like vests that strap onto his goats, like over their back, like a dog harness, and he's like got all this gear on his goat. And he's like, reason number one why the goat is a superior pack animal. Lightning strike.
Ouch. I got bumped by that shockwave. Thank you.
Like one short after another. Reason number 37 why the goat.
I feel good.
Holy crap, that frame rate.
It's like on and on. Love his goat. And he's got this whole pack of goats. These fucking backpacks on running around the wilderness with him. It's great.
See the Florida man is always protecting things from the swamp.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, does he go and like move the animals? Yes. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I love that kind of thing. Oh.
Do we have people on turrets?
He forgives the animal instantly for attacking him. He's like, don't do that. No.
Yeah, that's especially kind of wild. I mean, most of what he's doing is obviously python hunting and pulling invasive species out, which is a fascinating thing to watch. But I mean, yeah, they all find all of them. And I mean, being bit by a snake isn't the worst thing in the world as long as you know it's not venomous. There was one of those guys though that got bit by a rattlesnake the other day and like was super hospitalized.
Ouch.
I saw that video.
I just got bit by a rattlesnake, and he shows the dead rattlesnake, and then like they skip forward, like, well, they drove me to the hospital, and then they airlifted me here. I've had 15 years.
All right, good work, good work, good work. Phase 2.
Shows the leg. I don't think it's working. The leg is swollen, and they're starting to itch. The necrotic, like,
oh yeah,
venom it starts
Target,
digesting,
target,
and
target's
it
in the
turns
air.
into blood.
Yeah.
You find that coagulates of what rattlesnake venom does with blood. They just inject some into like a thing of blood, and it coagulates and rots. And it's like, oh my god, right?
You know how this story ends?
I think he's okay. I mean, if you get bitten in the extremity, you're within 100 miles of a hospital, you're
I didn't mean to do that.
Be generally all right. With most North American snakes, we're not talking about Indian snakes.
If there's rattlesnakes in your region, they have anti-venom at a hospital in your region. They're gonna always have to fly. And they're gonna fly.
There you go. Yeah.
Look at that. How that's beside you now. Can you imagine? And that's, oh my god, the infection, the sepsis, I've seen people lose huge chunks of their body. That's probably one of those situations where they use the maggot. Have you ever seen maggot therapy, Taylor?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I love maggot therapy. Dude, I almost wish I'd be horribly injured so I could have some. I bet it tickles. So for those who don't know, there's certain...
It makes total sense. It's a good idea, like back in the day. It's like, hey, you got a
now, they do it now.
You got a bunch of, yeah, I guess now, because a maggot is better than even the best surgeon, because a maggot's going to be like, living flesh? That's not my jam. I eat the dead flesh.
Tequaddle is inbound on your position.
Feel the fury. I feel good.
lot of their sometimes with frostbite even, a lot of the tissue needs to be removed, but they want to keep as much as they can. So they'll put these special maggots, like medical maggots, all
Alright, team, back to the Tequaddle.
and like come in whenever, like I guess the next day, and the next day they come in, they turn to flies. They come in the next day and they change the guy's maggots. And I just remember like seeing the
Yeah.
from a rotten wound to eat healthy flesh, nothing else. Like they eat every scrap of the bag.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Dude,
I saw a similar taxidermy strategy for snakes.
Somebody's on the turtle.
Tragically passed away last year of cancer, but they will let bugs eat the flesh away and pose the skeleton as a taxidermy thing, and you can kind of put it in like a shadow box. And I was like, I thought about that. That might have been a cool thing to have with the 9-foot dog.
The snake skeleton is very cool. I like when I see snake skeletons.
Especially with the fangs.
I wouldn't want a snake in my house otherwise, but the skeleton part would be neat.
Oh, I have to hit the interact button.
The snake.
Not only that, I remember a snake was in my uncle's house one time, and everybody made fun of him because he got the shotgun out and blew a huge hole in the laundry room wall, killing the snake. He was like, he just skipped into the wall, into the inside of the house.
All right.
I had to burn the motherfucker down. I can't cohabitate with a snake. And he missed it.
He missed it, yeah, no.
My grandpa grew up in, the boonies in southern Missouri with no running water as a farmer, and he told the story of his great uncle who lived in a log cabin down there, and a raccoon. He said it was according to his great uncle.
Tequaddle, no.
He said this was the biggest raccoon
I
he ever
see
did
the
see.
pattern at last.
It was in his cabin. And he tried to grab it, throw it out the cabin, and it bit the tip of his finger plumb off. And I was like, oh my god, that's a... And I'm like,
I'll be okay, there we go.
You saw it? He's like, yeah, I've seen his finger plumb off from here. From a raccoon. People used to give him shit sometimes. He said,
Well, I tried.
You ain't been giving me shit, you seen this raccoon.
I tried. We all stood there like big dummies and bled out.
Now, Woody, I have a question.
Yay! I didn't bleed out.
The ocean, and you wanted to keep a saltwater tank in your house. Could you use fresh ocean
I feel good.
or canal water to replenish it constantly without much maintenance?
Don't res him. He needs support. Whatever. I'm not commander here.
The norm is for them to just buy salt water from the ocean.
Lazy fucker.
They test it and ship it to you. So it's that. I know a guy in Florida who's a real expert. He's a PhD and stuff. And he also just uses fresh water from, he lives in there's a canal, like a bay behind him. And he just takes it from back there. But it's kind of risky because sometimes you get a concentration of not so great water. And you put that in your tank and everything gets boiled. But
you'll have to hit much harder.
Yeah, because SeaWorld was that way, right? They just piped it in directly from the ocean, right? But it's just,
all right, one last one.
A water maintenance protocol necessarily. They check it, but they're.
No, they filter it too, but it does bring up, beg the question, am I using that correctly? Why do they? Wouldn't it be better to just change it even more? You got the ocean there. Why are you running ginormous protein skimmers and such?
Right, just in and out, right?
Right. Yeah. In theory, it seems like it'd be cheaper to replace, I don't know, a quarter of the water daily than it would be to filter it and maintain it.
Sure,
but I don't know why SeaWorld does it the way they do, but yeah, it's obvious to get water from the ocean in some places.
Somebody's just playing music.
The idea of a big saltwater tank, but I think if you like fish, you'll love a
I like the guy that's just riding around on his turtle.
Get it out, play with it.
Yeah, fish of the land.
I have a fish that loves to be hand-fed.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. You
get a sea snake. Although I don't think there are any sea snakes that aren't unbelievably dangerous, right?
Yeah. Seems like most of them are very venomous. Or
very venomous, not very dangerous.
So very
They're all rear fangs. They can't bite the body.
My only fish that likes to be pet is Venom.
I feel good.
But he's really sweet.
He's coaxing you into a state of relaxation.
Dude, venomous fish are the best because they're not
right.
That was a blast.
Like I have a little, it's a yellow fish over here. But anytime someone clicks on him, he just.
All right, here we go.
Like, do you really want to do this? And they're like, never mind. And he doesn't have to like run around and prove his superiority all the time. He's like, you want to deal with these fangs? And they're like, change my mind. The big one wouldn't get picked on probably just because of the size, but he has venom coming out of his spine. It's like this dorsal fin. It's pretty cool.
Solid like rock.
Yeah, I like.
Is it a thing that angelfish are like invading Puerto Rico? Like the ones the spiny, flowering ones.
Those animations rarely line up.
Lionfish are invading regions all over the world. Yeah,
I feel good.
Invasive species everywhere I know you're allowed to kill lions.
They got these.
Not good FPS in this fight, I'll tell you that.
Really?
Yeah,
Could you show a picture of the lionfish?
Can you eat these, Woody? Are they useful at all?
You can eat them, but it takes a little knowledge to deal with them because they're venomous.
And they're spiny. They don't look like a fish that you would eat.
You know who eats them? The sailing Vagabond people catch them and eat them all the time.
So they're venomous, but
I
not
could use a hand
poisonous.
over here.
Yeah, the venom is, I think it's in the spine.
You know what's worse than these? Those Asian carps.
Oh man, I just saw the guy's hand there. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on these things. That would be so annoying with a little fillet knife to get 4 bites of food.
Well, yeah, but
You're kidding, right?
I think they're not that hard to catch.
You're kidding, right?
Shiny.
What's the harpoon gun called? Is it you know, the underwater divers would use it. Is it called a harpoon?
I think you're, yeah.
I just got it right. Okay, that was lucky.
They've got a modified Glock
Switch
where you
for Woody on the
So anyway, I think they're easy to catch with harpoon. They're not fast swim. They just sort of sit there as stationary targets, and people like to kill them and eat them.
Have you seen the Asian carp situation
All
where
mine.
they are just so Asian carp are invasive species? That the Mississippi River
Is that
90% Asian carp now. All the other everything else is dead, and they get agitated very easily. So if a boat is in the water, they jump out of the water in mass, and they can weigh like 60 fucking pounds. So people have died. People get hit regularly. The boats there have these big cages around them, like poke cages in the Ukrainian war, but for Asian carp. And so in response, all sorts of I've seen people shoot with shotguns. They go out there with, and they're blowing them up with shotguns in the air. I've seen people shoot them with bows, and they're trying to keep them out of those Great Lakes. So there's this like lock system that connects the Great Lakes to the Mississippi, and they have it electrified. They have and the barges and stuff with people in them have to pass.
All right, well, I'm gonna hop off now. I got everything I wanted to do done. Well, not everything, but you know, got a good progress made. Killed Tequaddle. Didn't get any good loot from him today, but that's okay.
Sound barriers, electricity, and something else. So they were looking into CO2, like all sorts of things, just to like not allow one single Asian carp get into the Great Lakes. And I'm thinking like, some piece of shit's gonna throw some Asian carp in the Great Lakes to be a piece of shit. Like that. There's some Chinese guy over here right now starting fires in California and throwing.
I have 17 of these in my pocket. Why?
I bring them down slowly.
Regis called him cop.
In my country, they are just cop.
Are they good to eat, Asian carp?
No,
apparently they're very they're fine to eat, but I guess they're very bony, and so it's a pain in the ass to fillet them compared to a lot of fish.
Bonefish.
All this talk about the Mississippi being full of Asian carp reminds me of that meme story where Missouri has one shark attack on record of someone was swimming in the Mississippi and got fucked up by a bull shark that had just like
I can afford some stuff in here now. Is there anything I want? Let's find out.
That's the Jaws story. They went inland into New Jersey through those brackish.
It's pretty cool. Creepy ghost man.
And they were very far inland, like when the Jaws shark attack happened in Jersey. It was crazy how far in there. Bull sharks in particular can tolerate very brackish, bordering upon freshwater.
Yeah, they're like the utilitarian fish. They can survive in more.
This video I linked here.
Not Louisiana, Mississippi. Like, that's north of it. That must be freshy freshwater by there.
I have no idea how that worked, but I know if you look at like shark attacks by state, it's like Florida over 500, California over 500, and then it's like, how the fuck is Missouri a shade of light pink? Like, when there's states upon states between us in every direction. Like, you literally have to go to the zoo and jump in a tank to get a tank park in Missouri, but I guess not. I guess some poor little kid got fucked up.
In that video there, they're shooting Asian carp with the 12-gauge shotguns out of their boat. Because, again, the motorboat agitates the fish, and they just leap out of the water like crazy. And there's millions of them. Millions of them. It's crazy.
Whoa. This fish population with
no.
his gun.
No. I watched a video. I got like into animal YouTube again, which
those are cool.
Takes me down through interesting paths, and it was like about global wars between different types of ants and colonies and how they succeed, and like it showed where they had strongholds, and apparently that tiny little annoying type of ant that was originally from, it's called the Argentine ant, and it got moved around all over the world through shipping lanes and whatnot, and even though it's like smaller than like fire ants and a lot of things like that, they're like the Zerg in StarCraft, or they're like goblins in Lord of the Rings. Like, oh, okay, yeah, we suck relatively in battle against these leafcutter ants, but every time they bring one guy, we bring 3,000 guys. And they're the ants where like you can see the big ants getting their limbs pulled off by all of them in different directions. And it was explaining how like originally the way it worked was there were huge battles in Argentina between these different ants because they have multiple queens, and so they would go out, whereas a lot of ants only
damn, that's cool.
per hive. And so they would spread out a little bit, but then over time their genetic diversity would change so much that they wouldn't even recognize the other colonies as the same species, and so they'd have like
that's
civil
neat.
wars basically. But it only took a few queens initially to like France or whatnot, and so there wasn't enough genetic diversity there for them to ever identify that they were enemies, and so it was just like a constant, enormous, expanding swarm of these ants who were just destroying all the bug life.
Did you say what they're called?
The Argentine ants, right?
Crazy ants. They're called crazy ants, and they have evolved this ability. They secrete this acid, formic acid or something. And I know fire ants.
Those are nice shoulders.
They're called Argentine ants. The crazy.
Crazy ants are from Argentina. Like Google where the crazy ants from.
Okay, fine.
So they release this acid that neutralizes fire ant venom, and they rub it all over themselves and create a chemical armor that protects them from the fire ants, making them basically immune to anything the fire ant can do to them. And then they just fuck fire ants up. It's great.
Now, Ed, you're in Georgia also, right?
Yep.
So we are actually all in a territory where the Argentine ant has been largely pushed back, or like not totally dominating, because the fire ants are winning the battle, seemingly, in our region from Missouri to Georgia to North Carolina.
Ooh, those are cool.
Fire ant.
I'm also anti-fire ant. I'm full team crazy ant because they bite you. So yeah,
we have these hammerhead worms that are a new invasive thing. I've seen a few of them around the house, which is wild, but they're like this super gooey, long worm.
Oh my!
I don't know what they're called, but they're like, everything I read is like you cannot kill them. Like you can cut them into a million pieces, and that's how many there will be. But there is some kind of new invasive worm that is coming around Georgia.
Yikes.
What the hell?
Let's see.
That's it.
Oh no! It's that thing from fucking Alien. Oh no!
I hate
those. They're here.
I want to see its mouth. I bet it's got some sort of lamprey fucking
Zach, pull up a
disgusting mouth part.
Hippalium.
You know what else is? When I was a kid in Georgia, there were no armadillos.
Yes, there were none. When I was a kid, there were none.
That's right.
That's a really
now
cool
they're
axe.
all over the place. All only dead. I've never seen a live one in Georgia, but they are dead on every highway.
Yeah, my experience with it, I remember the first time I saw an armadillo, I was 18, and there was a motorcycle rally like an hour south of Athens. and we drove down there because we thought we were going to see some titties, and we ended up seeing a lot of penis, and we came back home. But on the way back home, I saw an armadillo running across the road for the first time, and I thought I'd seen a guy. I was like, "Is that an armadillo?" And we slam on the brakes, jump out of the truck, and start chasing this bitch through the, through the woods, trying to catch it by hand. It got away, but they've been definitely migrating north because I've seen them in Athens.
Dude, I've seen them here.
It's crazy.
Not that we're a northern state here, but like we're further north than you guys. Like
that's pretty cool.
Texas?
Yeah, they shouldn't be in Missouri. That's fucking ridiculous. And they're only ever dead. I've never seen a living armadillo. All they do is invade and then get fucked up by like civics.
We were in Texas and we saw an armadillo and it rolled up in a ball. And dude that was with me went, "Got them armored shells. Take a hell of a punch, knock through one of them." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's armored as far as animal skin goes." No, that's armor.
As far as
that's armor right there. He's like, "A bullet wouldn't," and I've got a fucking 308 AR-10. I'm armed.
What? Yeah, it will.
Like, dude.
So would you like to make an enormous bet on this?
I want to do what I do with y'all, like plus or minus 80 fire ant deaths in the U.S. per year. Start thinking about that one. And so I vaporized this fucking armadillo with my rifle, and I was like, man, that armor didn't work. He was genuinely thought, he was like, bullet will bounce off. I heard one time a guy shot one with pistol, bullet bounced off, killed another fellow. He's telling me this bullshit. We're out in Texas, and I'm standing there like,
the armadillo was just sitting there minding his business atop of this thick steel plate.
Armadillo.
And then I shot him and it ricocheted off. Sure it wasn't steel.
Plus or minus 80 deaths per year in the U.S.
Last time I tussled with you in these
Mystic Smoking Pipe, that's cool.
I owed you a steam engine, and you still haven't put it together. And so I'm going to say...
steam engine? I bet it's over. I bet it's 250.
Wow, that is dope.
There's just no way.
Head going high.
I mean, the way you would anaphylaxis is a powerful meme.
See, but also like I see what you're saying, but I don't know how many would need.
Damn, that is really cool.
To do that, like you'd have to really fuck up and 80 deaths.
If you step on a mountain, you don't know it, you'll be stung 15 times easily before you can stop it.
I'm gonna say 112.
I am gonna say 76 total. And Ed said like 250, so he busted.
83.
Oh man, he picked a strategic number.
I actually, I was closest. So
yeah, that's what they
so you can go ahead and shoot that engine on back.
That is a lame death. No, sorry anyone out there who lost a loved one fire ant attack, but man, that's a lame way to go.
Yeah, it's really sucks.
Were you ever around someone?
Big granddad died of fire ants.
A friend of mine stepped in a fire ant nest or hive or whatever you would call it, colony, and he got bit a lot and he was crying a lot, but we were also 6, and so I thought he was like kind of being a whiner about it, but I respected the fire ant's distance. Then I'm like, all right, I'm not going near these guys.
Ooh, that's cool.
It's a level of pain that was similar to a bee sting, but I imagine it's way less than that.
No, it's not that bad. I mean, you're annoyed, but it's not a bee sting. I don't. Bee stings hurt.
I've been a bee in forever.
But isn't it variable? Doesn't your sensitivity to the venom impact the pain that you experience? Like poison ivy, poison oak sort of stuff?
I think their venom.
It does make sense.
Yeah, that's not a good glider skin, but it's a really cool back armor.
Sick.
Right?
Alpha Woody putting his together.
Shop blades, shop mind.
That's what I sent Kyle. It's just sitting under his fucking sink.
I took it out from under the sink. It's sitting on my my Chester drawer.
Yeah.
Is that a
thing's
bomb?
cool.
Of drawers.
If it was long, I wouldn't know how to use it. No,
Yeah, I don't care about any of that. I don't care about any of the resources. Don't care about any of the finishers.
I was like, honey.
Can't afford any of these, and I also don't really care.
I saw it in the Amazon cart.
He outsourced his assembly, and you're giving him props.
I mean, Kyle,
That is kind of cool.
And so he gets to steal a little valor. That's so cool.
Sterling.
That's something. Yeah, look at that.
It is cool.
It's really pumping.
Yeah.
Not creating a lot of energy. Creating a lot of power, rather.
It's not going to power the house.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's not going to charge the electric
I don't think
car.
Touch it.
I touched the candle. I mean, it was so.
That's not cool. I don't like that you
Are
ride on it.
armadillos causing problems though, or are they just dying in mass?
I've never heard of anybody. Oh man, I can't believe that armadillo created bad outcome in my life.
Like these ants are causing problems, those carp are causing problems, but armadillos, like, even though I think of it as like an Arizona kind of animal, it's
Texas, Florida. 1 in 6 carry leprosy.
yeah, but they're like immune to it. So like, just don't get bit by one and you're good.
What do you mean?
Are there cases of human contracted leprosy from armadillo interaction?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that, but I was warned so profusely after I grabbed one in Texas that I assumed that there must be indeed. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you're not supposed to fuck with them.
I chased him down, and he went in. This is the second time I chased an armadillo, and he tried to go into his burrow.
A
and I grabbed
chair?
him by his back leg.
What?
And I had his legs, but I felt like if I pulled hard enough to get him out, it would hurt him, so I let him go.
I don't care what you say, Kyle. That's a cool engine. You're welcome.
I think it's a cool. I know it's a cool engine. I picked it out. I think it's cool. I'm just never gonna put it together though. I'm gonna spitefully keep it.
And Zach says we can get leprosy
Just like
from
you
armadillo.
never read those books I sent you.
Never read them. You sent those on your own regard. That's on you. Okay.
You sent
when
me
I
a book
sent
when
you,
I read it.
I didn't care if you read it or not. It was more of a look at book than a read book. I've sent you a couple books, but look, you sent me the Stormlight Archive. Like I'm supposed to get into a 15-book.
So I'm gonna hop on my thief.
About magic and space wizards and shit.
Actually, I'm gonna hop on every character real quick and see if I have any more of those fucking statuettes in there. See how many I have total.
You guys, silly universe that you both gave up on. You both gave up on it.
That's true. He lost the plot in like the 4th book. It wasn't as good. Now the 5th book came out, and I'm really not that motivated to read it.
Taylor, my chat before I got sick and I was streaming all the time, which I'm going to start again, said that the 5th book turned it around and that it is like amongst the top 2 or 3 of the books.
Well, it is on my coffee table, so I'll have to actually get back.
Oh, I'm interested in your review because chat not the most reliable source for information.
No.
What did you think of the 40K novel that I sent you?
The Krieg one.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. There was a lot of action.
Sharp blade, sharp mind.
I often found myself like feeling sad for the men of the warriors of Krieg.
Of course.
Because it's like, man, these guys have like gotten a raw deal. Clearly they got a raw deal. And now they're
Okay, I don't have any on this character.
To fight for the Imperium. But really, the book you gave me was more like the inner workings of their society and like from their perspective. And it just seemed dismal. It's like they're wearing gas masks 24/7 because everything is so poisonous. Like there's no quality of life. They're almost eager for death because like almost like a Viking Valhalla thing where they're like, please just, can one of these goblin bullets just take me out so I don't have to live this horrid existence?
The story is this planet, half of it sort of rebelled, and half of it wanted to stay with the Emperor of Mankind, the good side, and half of it wanted to rebel. And the Civil War ruined the planet. In the end, the Imperial loyalists won out, but the resulting war and the weapons that were used ruined their planet in a way that it's never going to recover from. So they have no agriculture, they have no mining. All they have are the children of Krieg to pay back the balance that they owe the Imperium of Man. And they give, and they give, and they give. And they are a cult. The entire planet is a cult for the Imperium, essentially. And so every child is born, goes into the military. They're all soldiers of Krieg, and they're very World War I gas mask, trench coat, and shovel looking. And when you read the book, you find out how they get so many. Because when they finally, there's this part in the book where they've been out of contact with Earth for like thousands of years or something, and the Earthlings are like, "Hey, we got a message from Krieg. They say they're good to go again, and they've got some soldiers for us. How many do they have?" And it's like 20 million. What do you mean 20 million? They've got 20 million and 10 more million on the way. They want to serve the Emperor. They asked for one. They made one request. They want to be sent to the most hazardous fights, the worst fighters, the most dangerous battles. And so, like, the soldiers of Krieg literally do want to die, because in dying for the Emperor, they pay back what they owe for that betrayal. And so they are the most They're just regular men.
Oh, on this
They're not
character?
superheroes or jacked up guys. They're just
Oh,
dudes.
hold on.
And
I
they're
clicked
the
on the wrong
most
one because if
jacked
you
up.
don't stay logged in long enough, it doesn't
Of the,
reshuffle.
like, infantry in the 40K universe.
On my cat lady?
They're kind of top tier, and fans love them because of the aesthetic and how hardcore they are. There's some I was watching a great animation the other day, and like one of the Kriegsmen is like burning alive as he crawls to like the switch to like blow up all the bad guys. Like that's very Krieg, just like loving that you're burning alive so you can crawl and blow everybody up. It's great.
Yearning for death.
It's a good book too. The book really focuses just on the Krieg. I like.
It's funny with the ultra wide resolution. Some of the menus aren't scaled correctly, so you can't see all of her on the menu. Same with Norn characters. Norns are too tall with the ultra wide aspect ratio, so it's a little fucked up.
And it's like, all right, here's 2 pages of dialogue and then another.
When I hop on her, I'll show you her alternate gear set. Most of my characters have an alternate gear set to match the legendary sword, just because I wanted to be stylish.
Even though that's the only book I've read of the 40K universe. Obviously, I'm Team Human, hardcore Team Human, Team Imperium. All these aliens can get fucked. Humanity's
racism is a huge part of it. Like, and not about like.
Thank you. I'm quite proud of my armor. The shoulder piece and the gauntlets are from the big boss of season 1. So we'll be seeing them eventually up in the story, and we get to see them wearing their armor pieces. I have the helmet for it, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
They're part of the Imperium, the human side.
Yeah, there's a million worlds of humanity at this point, and they're all like separated throughout the galaxy.
And the humans.
That's the helmet that goes with it, but I don't like it.
There are no good guys.
If you're human, there's a good guy. Just like the xenomorphs. If you're a xenomorph,
This character in my headcanon is blind, so she can't actually see. She sees using like her extra senses and like sees with the mists. And then here's the alternate armor.
These mantis people.
Right.
No, what's right is what's good for humanity.
No, but I like the fight scenes. I like the super powered humans. I like all that.
I like how long the cloak is, or like the
awful it is.
whatever that thing is called, the skirt.
Left and right, these terrible deaths sometimes. It's I like the YouTubers that do the lore, but now that I've discovered some of these novels, I'm kind of sucked into it. Henry Cavill is supposedly still making that.
Yeah, I like this armor a lot.
Amazon in the Warhammer 40K universe. I expect it to be like a TV show with 10 or 12 episodes set in the Warhammer 40K universe. But that's all anybody knows. Nobody knows like.
And then back to checking my characters now.
Part of and the people that know even as much as I know about the lore are like,
I know Dimitri doesn't have any, right? He shouldn't.
You'd have to start at like some little.
I really want to make a new character.
Of a story.
I have no reason to, but I just want to.
Universe, right? Just 31 movies.
Yeah.
31? Is that really the number?
Is it 31? 31 sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have any statuettes on him, so.
My finger on the pulse for the Marvel Universe is solely you guys. And based on how much less you guys have referenced, talked about Marvel over the past couple of years now, I think that's over. As far
After
as
I'm done checking this, I am actually going to hop off. I'm going to see about buying a skin, and then I got to tidy up some stuff before I go to work. Because I don't want to do it after I get home.
It's going to be it's going to be one of the biggest movies of this year.
Oh, speaking of which, there's the skin.
Biggest movies, Doctor Doom, the return of Robert Downey Jr. in that role. If they do a good job of that, then that can be the tent pole that they hang a new,
Nope, she doesn't have any.
But they gotta have good characters behind these roles. I know the new Captain America is. It's the black guy is the new Captain America. He has been for a while, but he's finally getting his standalone movie. And they've done like 2 rounds of reshoots, and audiences keep not liking it. It's like,
well, why would they?
They changed the character they're familiar with, and they didn't like it.
It happens in the comics.
That happens.
But
well, he died.
I heard something about the Doctor Doom movie, and it was just that they were starting it slow. Like they're not trying to make another Endgame. They're trying to make another Iron Man 1.
Yeah.
It ramps up into a whole new universe, which is interesting. I don't know if the audience has the.
Don't have any in this character.
Iron Man 1. They just.
I usually keep their inventories real clean.
We'll see if they're interested in a reboot. But I have a question for Ed. So I watch your channel, and you take regular people who have done interesting car things, and you help them tell a story. They're not professional storytellers like you are, so you help them along. Have you ever like, I don't know, hit the editing room and been like, you know what? This guy.
Nope, nothing on here either.
This guy, I don't know the word for verbally illiterate.
All right, and last but not
That's
least,
what he is, and there's no way to cut this up into something that I'm willing to upload. Some people just can't speak. Does that happen?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Now, we have a lot of edits in a normal story. So, we find that like 8 to 12 minutes is kind of the sweet spot for a YouTube story, type clip or whatever you'd call it. When we started, that was the whole video. But like now people take podcasts and trim them down into 10-minute segments and make their own things. And so, singular concept YouTube video, 10, 12 minutes is really the sweet spot. And so, generally we're going to have dozens of cuts in a 10-minute video. And so what the procedure is generally like, tell me what happened, and then let's build the right intro.
Okay, now pretty please tell me I took the statuettes off of my elementalist.
Better outro that like offers some lesson for the audience and builds a story into something coherent. But yes, there are plenty of times where I'm like, man, this guy
apparently I'm dead.
Would be so good if he could just tell it. And it happens, of course.
Can you be more charismatic, sir?
How do you rob a jewelry store?
I mean,
you introed this really fascinating thing, and then you didn't allow a pause there for the audience to ruminate. Can you do that?
Let me know if you need it.
Well, we can edit in the pause. Like we can work on timing, but we can't make all the words, and that's why the notion of like AI animation would give me more coverage to be able to edit more and potentially even get to the point where I can just use their voice and I can create phrases that bridge gaps that I need. Like, there is some excitement about AI integration with storytelling from a presentation to a virtual audience perspective rather than just standing, in a bar or whatever. But it is a thing for sure. Like, the perfect example is there's a car called the Cocaine Hammer. And so in the 80s and early 90s there were AMG modified 300.
Damn it! I did not take them off of her. I didn't put them back in the bank.
Cars in the world at the time, and they lived a long time of being not terribly valuable. And so these cars transacted for like $8,000, $10,000, $20,000, and they're now worth about $1 million each. There's about 30 of them that are like
that's impressive
hammers. And that's a long story for another day. But we had a sponsor that was an auction company that was selling one of them. And they could not compose the story of this car. And I sat over in my chair, which is on the other side of this room, behind the camera, listening to this over and over again. And it just really couldn't come together. And finally, I just went, like, while they were talking, I opened my computer, went on their website, bid on the car, knowing that I wasn't going to bid remotely enough to end up owning it.
I'm gonna hop off, and thank you all for joining, and I'll see you next time.
The high bidder of the guy that found this car for sale, and I can compose the story of this guy who bought this more than a Lamborghini Countach modified Mercedes in Beverly Hills, and the first thing he did was stuff it full of drugs and drive as fast as he could to Vegas.
Next thing we're streaming is tonight. We're going to be doing The Evil Within, as per requested by Snugs.
So he pulls in.
See you then.
Here, give it to me. I'll do it.